Greetings, everyone. Hope all of you are having an absolutely fantastic day. Great to be back into some Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader with all of you. Really excited about today. We're going to get into some more DLC shenanigans. Give me just a second. Let me make sure the right game is loaded up and we will go ahead and get started. Why do I hear something in the background? Oh, that's from the game itself. Oh, I was tripping for a moment. In our last stream, we made it to the cage and we did the first fight, and now we're going to be able to introduce ourselves to more of the Astra Militarium and then figure out how to defeat the Drover, which is a gnarly fight, I'll tell you right now. What's up, Nagreach? How are you, dude? What's up, Shulker? Good to see you, man. Halsey, Niska, Agent, Opman, what's going on, everybody? The Quanticus, what's up, dude? You Stout, what's up, man? It's great to be back. Yeah, it's great to be back indeed on a Friday evening. I hope all of you had a nice Friday, and I hope I can help make it just a wee bit better with some more Rogue Trader. Yeah, I put a lot of effort into my audio, hot man. I upgraded my mic and I played around a lot with the settings and whatnot to try to figure out what's the way to make it pop the most. What's up, Jovi? How are you, dude? So let's see. We are now in this area and we have a few people apparently we can talk with. Let's start over here. I actually never, I did search around here a little bit, but I didn't do it as thoroughly as I should have. So some of this is actually going to be new for me. Want some Road Trader, some upcoming pre-football stuff. Oh, nice. All right, because the World Cup is occurring, right? I think I saw some like tweets or something about all the countries coming in. I almost never watch soccer, but I know soccer is massive on a global basis. In fact, I remember being in Rome when the World Cup was going on and the streets were literally empty. Like it was a ghost town when games were occurring because everybody was inside somewhere watching the game. It was kind of crazy compared to how it is when there's not a game going on. Really interesting. Are you going to cover Outward 2 when that drops next month? You know, I never play Outward 1. I'm not sure yet if I'm going to cover Outward 2. It kind of feels like it's not the kind of game that appeals to me. You know, I like very story-heavy games, but I might still give it a whirl. I might at least like play it a little bit. We'll see. What's up, Sapphire? Appreciate you signing back up with me over on Twitch, dude. It's Jupiter from YouTube. Oh, awesome. Appreciate it, man. Well, as a German, I'm obliged to watch the games. I understand. I understand completely. The Captain Quartermaster tears her gaze away from the slab of fibrous meat before. A black stone glints in her ruined eye socket. It is good to see you, your lordship. By your leave, I would like to discuss the regiment's oaths with you. What is it you want to discuss regarding the oaths? Our oath of loyalty, your lordship. When you return victorious from the Drover's lair, Isdrig is going to challenge you. I wanted to warn you. Colonel Batashtik will fight bitterly, and you should prepare well. I once saw him drench himself in promethium and set himself on fire before fighting 3 of the Drover's shoots unarmed. He's a fearsome enemy. Can anyone other than Batashki swear the oath? You, perhaps. Donowski's remaining eye widens, with a thin, translucent fluid trickles from the other ruined socket. That is against the handbook, your lordship. It states, one must never conspire against a commanding officer. Your words are a trial I will pass with honor by rejecting them. Starting your playthrough, so you'll be lurking. Oh, that's awesome, dude. I hope you enjoy your own playthrough. Is anybody keeping up with the finals? Oh, of course I'm keeping up with it. I can't stand it. I grew up as a Knicks fan, a Reggie Miller fan, and of course I was a Bulls fan when they used to go at it with the Knicks. So I was very, very comfortable with the Knicks always losing. That actually works just fine for me. So I was absolutely rooting for the Spurs, and it's unfortunate that it looks like that's not the way it's going to work out. But you know what? Nobody can lose forever. I'm cool with them getting one ring as long as they go right back to losing next year. So no New York dynasties. That's all I ask for. No New York dynasties. Why shouldn't I simply execute the Colonel? You jest, I'm sure, but all of us here, it's us against the world, your lordship. For hundreds of years, we learned to watch each other's backs and survive. If you kill our commander, you will become our enemy. There's horror in Donosky's eyes, but her voice is firm. The handbook states, a soldier who does not raise their weapon and save their commander is to be deemed complicit in their demise. Why would he want to fight me? You said yourself that everything has already been decided. And why do we praise the God Emperor even when all seems lost? Why do we struggle to survive even when we should sincerely perish? Because we have no choice but to fight against the inevitable. Isdrig will battle for the regiment even against the Emperor's angels. As the handbook states, the only thing a guardsman should fear is the failure to do their duty. And how do you suggest I prepare myself? Walk around the cage, listen to the people, work to understand us, and then you will know what to do in the trial match. I have faith in you, your lordship. A half-mad smile, that of a true fanatic, touches Vetka's lips. It's going to be interesting. That historic comeback was insane to see, though. You got to admit. Oh, yeah, no question. No question. That was crazy. That was absolutely crazy, the way they were able to come back from down so much. And it wasn't just the Spurs collapsing. Like, the Knicks just took it. The Knicks just made it clear we are going to do whatever it takes to win this game. And that tip-in to take the lead, bananas. Like, OG is going to be good in New York until the day he dies. What up, Gio? What's up, Travis? How are you, dude? As I approached the camp, I heard a song, and what a song it was. You mean the hymn of the lost, Lord Captain. By it we live, and by it we die. If you want to learn anything about it, just ask. I know it by heart. Its lyrics are not exactly cheerful. It reminds us that our survival is built upon the bones of the call-ups that came before, and that upon our own bones will our children grow. It speaks of our duty and atonement. What is this tomb that it refers to? Deep within the roots are Xenos ruins. We do not venture there as a rule. It is a cursed place, a place of death. Veka's hand reflexively moves towards her missing eye, then she pulls it back. There's a whole list of names within it. Thus we honor our heroes. With each call-up, the song grows, line by line, name by name. It began with Sergeant Zarkov, the first commander to rise from the ranks of the common penal conscripts. We named this world in his honor. The greatest honor is to be enshrined in the lines of the hymn after death. Interesting. My thanks. You are most welcome, Lord Captain. What do you know of the regiment's homeworld? Merov is a world that has nothing but metal and throngs of people. Every one of them lives, serves, and dies in the name of the God Emperor. Our stories say the brother generals have turned their backs on his light, and now they do whatever they please to regiments like ours. I think some of these stories are exaggerated to strike fear into recruits. If we can serve the God Emperor among the stars, why concern ourselves with some brother generals? What up, Barca? What's good, big bro? Did you get a look at Fail Showcase yet? I have not. I'm actually hoping to look at it this weekend, probably tomorrow. But it's definitely on the list because I heard you all when you said that it was amazing. What is the connection between your regiment and my dynasty? Your illustrious ancestors, Serbian von Valancius, saved us from the terrible fate of obscurity and took the first call up into his own service. He gave us good uniforms and weapons, and then there were the von Valancius gifts. Stories passed down from our ancestors tell us how the rogue trader removed these gifts from his own body and offered them to soldiers who had proven themselves better than all the rest. These boons made them even stronger. What did you say he removed from his own body? Augmetics, your lordship. In our songs, it is said your ancestor possessed so many gifts that he could share them with others. I don't know if this is true, but that the rogue trader supplied the entire regiment with prosthetics is certain. We continue his work as best we can. Becca demonstratively clenches her metal hand, which is tipped with claws of bone. Already pre-ordered, Travis? Nice. Kinda annoyed they're bringing back Jack of Blades. I thought that looked weird at the end of the trailer. I was like, why are you bringing back Jack? Most people who are playing it probably don't even remember Jack. But the demo looked clean. Okay, I'm gonna definitely have to check it out. Do many people here support Bartoszki? Yes, your lordship. Your arrival is bound to bring change. A few people are fond of change. Some believe that rejoining the Imperium will lead to trouble because of the regiment's history. There are others, like myself, of course, who have no fear of meeting his servants, and we look forward to the day when we can return to serving humanity. These disagreements have never been anything more than a reason to chew the fat on patrol, but now, regardless, all of us will swear the oath. You can be sure of that. If anyone refuses, we'll grant them final atonement ourselves. Lest they brought back and more as a prequel. I thought it was essentially a reboot, not a prequel. Argenta bestows upon the young woman a look brimming with genuine warmth. I was taught that true faith is most easily witnessed in the hour of greatest trial, and here it stands before me. Years of deprivation have not robbed you of your faith in the God Emperor, and the imminent oath of loyalty to his anointed shall be a worthy reward for this feat of the spirit. What can you tell me about Zarkov? It is a world of terrors. Every living thing is trying to kill you, and if it doesn't succeed, it will certainly try again. The best thing we have here is our people. Zarkov has tempered us, prepared us for atonement and our oath, whereas the final order of your exalted ancestor gave us purpose. That will be all, Captain Quartermaster. If you need anything else, I will be here. I found a shuttle on one of the neighboring worlds. It contained a recorded message from a Moravian regiment. She reverently makes a sign of the Aquila with her prosthetic. The sight leaves quite an impression. God Emperor, after so many centuries, Ruben Kroskovach, the 32nd Regiment's greatest hero, whom we remember as the departed. He boarded the shuttle the first call-up had discovered and went to the stars with a plea for help. He knew he would die out there in the void. He only hoped that our plea would be heard. I wish to know more about Zarkov. And that's it. May you fare well, Captain. By the God Emperor's will, your lordship. Kokowski, what's going on, dude? How are you? What up, Joker? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. New hotfix was posted by Owlcat. Anything special in it? I was hyped to see Jack since he's an otherworldly being. What's going on, Stubbs? Think it's going to be a prequel and a soft reboot? You might be right. You gotta love them so much for the quick work. Yeah, Owlcat always does a good job of supporting their games. I definitely appreciate that. What's up, Jordan? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Cage-born woman, cage-born man, cage-born man. This is my, oh, I'm going the wrong way. That's why. Okay. Yeah, so hold on. Let's go this way. What's up, Incarnate? How are you, dude? Okay. Quick save.
Stay sharp.
The makeshift hospital is a hive of activity. Here and there, the wounded moan through gritted teeth. A man wearing a surgeon's armband and a lieutenant's insignia stands at one bed examining a patient, while a young assistant with the rank of sergeant rushes about. Yo, just got through the prologue of the DLC playthrough. Nice! Are you liking it so far, Jordan? And what archetype did you decide to go with? What's up, Isaac? How are you, man? Hey, bro. Hope you're feeling better now. Much love. I am feeling better, man. I am feeling better. So yeah, I had made a video, I think maybe roughly a week ago, where I said I was having a really bad day. I've gotten to that point in my life where I've had to really come to grips with the fact my parents are getting older and that their health is failing, and that we're kind of entering into a new phase. And of course, I always knew this time was coming, but it's still hard. It's still hard to adjust. And so I was kind of dealing with it that day. And frankly, that's why I didn't cover that whole weekend properly. Like, that's when Summer Games Fest was. And I should have, live streamed that and had reactions to the trailers and all that. But I didn't. It just wasn't in me. It just wasn't in me for the whole, for that weekend. So I just went on ahead and let it pass. But I feel much better, man. It's life. So just got to take it as it is and move forward. Oh, it's your third playthrough, Jordan. Oh, that's awesome. Doing the OP Blade Dancer Pyro. Oh, that's so much fun. That's so much fun. Yeah, you're going to love that for sure. For sure. There's nothing we can do here now. I'm sorry, Javaka, but your chances are slim. Javaka taught half the regiment how to shoot. He's got God Emperor given talent as an instructor. Sergeant, this is part of our duty. If we make a futile attempt to save one doomed man, we will lose him and a dozen other soldiers we could have helped. Toughen up. Luca, I understand. Atone me for the one. Go and say some of the others. I'll just manage on my own. I don't want to be a burden. What's up, Monty? How are you, dude? Yeah, I feel that mortality, even if you see it come, it's really hard to accept. Yeah, it is what it is, man. Yeah, appreciate it, hot man. Thanks, Stoke. Well, that alternative, exactly. I prefer to get older, so you got to take what comes with it. Agreed, Travis. First time was Crime Lord Operative. I've never done a playthrough as a Crime Lord Operative, but it always looked really cool. I think I might end up doing that next, to be honest with you. It was rough not being overpowered. Yeah, now Operative has gotten a much bigger boost, so it should be a lot more fun. What's up, Laz? How are you, dude? Good evening. I have a question. Would a Voidborn Astra Militarum Commander, Officer, Overseer, or Master Tactician be suitable? I was thinking of using the Beast Smart Feet and Arc Weapon. I mean, yeah, you can really make any combination work. I guess my only question would be, like, if you're asking do those mechanics mix together? In my opinion, no. But could you make it work in the game? Sure, you can make it work in the game. So Voidborn really benefits, if I recall correctly, from someone who's focusing on intelligence, which is contrary to someone who has an Astra Militarum origin and is playing as an officer, right? And so that would kind of be my question. It's like, why that specific combination? Bit on the nose. Don't think we do spend as much time with them. And that's exactly why I wanted them to be close to me. Exactly why. What's up, Maya? This is Act 4. So it's basically, I pulled the save that was right before we were going to go into the last act. And then I'm just going to do all the DLC content back to back to back to back to back. Doing Crime Lord Operative. Oh, you're doing Crime Lord Operative right now, Taquanicus? Nice. Heretic Sword and Gun, dual wield with a sniper backup. Stronger than you thought it would be? Nice. And I assume did you start it before or after this DLC came out? Because I know Operative got that major increase, just not sure how powerful it is in the actual game. Did you ever do a video with your thoughts on the companions in Rogue Trader? Yeah, I've actually got 2 videos ranking all the companions in Rogue Trader. One of them before patch 1.5, another one after patch 1.5, and I'll probably release another one now because my thoughts have changed a little bit with EO Gun coming into the picture and with all the augments that are available. What happened? Drill Sergeant Jofka was struck by one of the drover's maces. We searched the wounds from the spikes, but he seems to have internal injuries. Give him more time, we might find a way to help him. This servant of the God Emperor fought with valor and utter devotion. Do not prolong his suffering. He has earned the Emperor's mercy for his loyalty. Try to save the doomed man. Sergeant, you will assist. You step back and wipe the sweat from your brow with the back of your bloodied hand. The patient's chest rises and falls steadily, and though his life is not yet saved, he has at least some chance of surviving long enough to be operated on fully. Thank you, thank you, Javaka. He's like a father to a lot of us, you know? We owe him, and you, the young sergeant falls into reflection. My grand would tell me stories about the first call up. It's believed that your ancestor used to say that even the doomed are worth saving, for their debt of gratitude leads to great grand deeds. It's not our way to waste our efforts on lost causes, but now, thank you once again. The regiment will not forget what you have done. Strange for some people like swim. Anyways, for me, people are already gone. As soon as they're out of sight, everything exists in your mind primarily. It's not the first time I've heard that. You are not alone. Just gotta roll with the punches as they come and keep on going. There's no other choice.
Let's seize the moment.
Unless you plan to just roll over and die, and I don't plan to do that. Within the fleshy walls of the plant, you can see the outline of a human body floating in some kind of fluid. That is terrible. That is terrible and rough. All right. What's up, Art? Why is it not moving? There we go. Start a new DLC playthrough. So far, I think Eogun is second best companion after Cabela. Oh, you love him that much? What are your thoughts about him? Sorry about your prayers. Yeah, I appreciate it. I'm a big fan of Eogun as well. I don't know if I put him at number 2, but I'm definitely motivated to re-rank the companions again because I feel like that's kind of going to change for me. If I wrote something wrong, he's not your first one. No, you're all good, Art. All good. These crude dwellings resemble the shanties on the lower decks of the ship. Okay, goods here, cool.
Onward to
Freeze,
victory.
freeze. Oh, this is where Isdrig is, okay? Wait.
On the precipice of change.
I'm not ready to go over there yet. Thank you. Ancient, non-functional augmentations have clearly become objects of reverence. Strack, what's up, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Truly, the God Emperor has revealed a miracle to me. The heir of Siberian has opened the container. So there's an augment in it. The user's attacks gain bonuses based on the type of weapon used. Attacks with melta and plasma weapons are going to gain more armor penetration that scales with ferrum stacks. Attacks with las and flamer weapons gain dodge reduction. Chain and primitive gain parry reduction. Force and power weapons gain the deflection negation. And attacks with exotic weapons, which is what my Blade Dancer has, is going to gain a chance to inflict a random common negative effect for 1 round. But it's going to increase your levels of Ferrum Sanctum by 3, but I don't care. I'll definitely take that. All the way I made to really get to know people so I can keep that memory alive when they're gone. They live on in me. You're a really big part of my custom Stardew chapter lore. I have become much bigger on taking pictures than I used to be. I used to be a person who I always took pride of just being in the moment. I always couldn't stand those people who, oh, something cool is happening, let me take out my phone. But as I've gotten older, my memory isn't as good, right? And there are some things I've experienced, some awesome experience I know I had that I don't remember all that well, and I wish there was a picture or something I could look at that could really like bring me back into that time. And so I'm kind of much bigger now on if it's something awesome, if it's a person who I want to remember, you know, like I take a lot more pictures now so that I can reference those times. And you know, honestly, having this conversation reminds me I don't take nearly enough pictures of my parents, partly because my dad hates taking pictures, but he's going to have to learn more, to do it more now. You like Heretic, Solomon, and Isaac? Yeah, I think with my final playthrough, I might try to go with all DLC companions. So it might be me, Cabela, Solomon, Eogun, and then whoever the final companion is in the next DLC, and then I'll just have one from the original group. Let's see. I, Siberian von Valancius, the God Emperor's anointed one, his instrument in the gross expanse, the tamer of all things, Xenos, commit these words to vellum, lest I be lost to the heart of this savage world. To the Colonel, Commander of 32nd Mirage Regiment, I order the Penal Regiment to decamp and proceed to Dargonis to surrender to the authority of the next scion of the dynasty. Together with my heir, they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and shield to my successor. My retinue is to assist the Colonel and expend every conceivable effort in the search for my heir. Further instructions shall be left in locations separately agreed upon with the parties concerned. Huh. Okay. Isn't that interesting? Gonna do an operative against a Cyber Eagle? That's actually a lot of fun.
Let's see this through.
Let's go into the middle. Whoa. It's a really good idea. I took a few things away from what I studied. Memory at university, brain hacks. When I go to a holiday, I would listen to albums of a band I already like that I've really dug into while I'm there. Nice. It creates a link between the event and the music. So when I listen to it again, it takes you back. Oh, that's really cool. That's a awesome idea. Jordan, hey, thanks for using your Prime over on Twitch, man. I appreciate it, dude. Those standing before you look utterly spent. Dark circles ring their eyes and their movements are jittery and frantic. Every sign speaks of people pushed to the very brink. Awesome. Thanks, Jordan. Appreciate you, man. What is there to celebrate? Batoshki speaks the truth. They'll take us all and toss us to the grinder as cannon fodder. And what is there for us here? To chew on vine leaves and shake with fear? I would rather die for the glory of the God Emperor among the stars. A soundless shriek lances through everything around you, setting your very eyes vibrating within their sockets. Fury, terror, and revulsion surge upward in a boiling tide from the depths of your consciousness. The emotions engulf you, and as if in a dream, you watch the scene unfolding before your eyes. A woman with a bone plate over one eye draws a knife and moves to plunge it into the man standing opposite her. Coercion. Cease this madness at once! We cannot afford such a waste of life! Your words strike like a slap. The woman stares at her hands in horror, then casts the knife aside. Forgive me, your lordship, the drover, that vile creature. Oh, thank you for bringing me to my senses. The standard punishment for brawling is no less than 20 lashes for each participant. The seneschal wipes away the blood trickling from his nose and continues more quietly. But under the present circumstances, I believe some leniency may be shown. You'll have to forgive our people. They're simply afraid. The woman makes to leave, then hesitates. Listen, when you fight the colonel, try to strike him under the left ribs. A local beast got hold of him once, tore a rib clean out. He took that rib back and used it to stab the beast dead. Now he has a weak spot there. Thought it might help you. Well, look at that. Helping me defeat your leader. I do appreciate you. So kind and thoughtful of you. All right. Oh, so this was where we came from, right? Oh, no, that's the way to the lair. Okay. The drover's growths recede into the gloom of the roots. This structure collects moisture from plants, which later drains into the tank. Repairer. And we already did everything on that side. Yeah, so let's go there. Gunfire here is done in single shots only. Every bullet is precious. Weak spot. What's up, Lep? Does this take place on our ship? No, I'm on the planet that you can eventually colonize. Just 20 lashes in Warhammer world is very tame. The shooting range extends before you, supervised by a massive man whose leg has been replaced with a construction of wood and bone. A few Moravians are firing at targets. Your lordship, God Emperor preserve me. You've honored us with your visit. Junior Drill Sergeant Dankosh, I am ready to assist you, your lordship. The firing stops as the soldiers turn and look your way. You are getting accustomed to frightened and inspired looks on their faces. Look closely at the trained soldiers. They are all... What's wrong?
Trail.
What?
You drunk my drink.
What drink?
You didn't have a drink in there.
I ordered a gallon strawberry watermelon. What happened to it?
Yeah, we didn't move anything. It wasn't in there. The only drinks were in there was her white peach and my strawberry lemonade. So I assumed you didn't have anything.
No.
And you drank my juice.
No, I was supposed to have a strawberry lemonade.
It wasn't in the list.
It
wasn't in the list.
Take a diet orange and be happy.
It wasn't in the list.
I was supposed to have a strawberry lemonade. I was supposed to have a strawberry lemonade. Ain't no betrayal. Ain't no betrayal. There should have been one. It was on there. When I handed Simone the phone to give to you, my gallon of strawberry lemonade was on there. You deleted it off. You have no one to blame but yourself. You have no one to blame but yourself. I love you.
You don't love me. You love me.
I do.
I am betrayed. I am hurt that you took my drink that I so carefully
I'm not hearing this.
Right, because
I can't hear none of this. Nah.
He took my drink. I want you all to know he took my drink. I feel some kind of way. There.
I did not. You shouldn't have deleted my drink. Thank you very much. Boy, I tell you. Wives. I did not get caught, Barrels. I did not get caught. I drank the drink that I was supposed to have. Come on now. Logic check. They're all fit and strong, which is not surprising. Young and old, male and female, every one of them looks like they stepped straight out of an Astra Militarum propaganda poster. Their movements and stances look peculiar. Then you realize there's simply no flat terrain anywhere on the planet. Even the massive roots are covered in lumpy bark. The Moravians' odd gait and slightly stooped posture are products of their constant effort to maintain their balance. Yeesh, that's brutal. Now you're jumping in the chat? Stop it. For those of you on Twitch, my wife jumped into the YouTube chat to continue her propaganda tour. Stop it. What's up, Excelsior? And I'm invited to a Civil War juice stealing. I mean, bruh, I did nothing wrong. We riot at dawn. Stop it. Stop it. Do you have a spare target? I would like to learn shooting from you. You what? You wish to join us? But of course, Lord Captain, you do us a great honor. You lot, clear out. Make room for his lordship. Encouraged by your attention, Dankosh launches into a thorough explanation of shooting in Zarkovian conditions. It is striking how much aptitude for instruction this near-pharaoh fighter from a forsaken world displays. As you put 5 shots exactly on target in a row, the surrounding Moravians erupt in cheers of approval. We call it the snap strike, Lord Captain. It's not about shooting and stabbing where the target is, but where it's going to be. Carry on with your drills. I'll leave you to it. It's an honor to meet with you personally, Lord Captain. When you leave the shooting range, your departure is accompanied by respectful nods, shouts, and even friendly pats on the shoulder. It seems you have won over some of the Moravians. The great juice heist.
Stay sharp.
Stop it. A makeshift workbench designed for both handcrafting stubber rounds and carpentry. Anything back there? No, doesn't look like it. Nothing there, nothing there. Oh, this is where, is this where we fought? Yeah, this is. Okay, this is the area where we fought in.
Forge ahead.
Cool,
Never
cool.
linger.
So it came from there. So the only thing, yep, looks like the only thing left to do is come over here. Cool. Ugly Plant Grove, no even ground, and more that I'm not aware of. This plant sounds worse than Filestone. Yeah, a lot of work to do. Lot of work to do. Have you played Warhammer Space Marine 2? I did. I actually did a full live stream playthrough of the story mode. I never played the multiplayer, but we did the story mode on the channel.
One and it's done.
Judging by the drover's shoots, this creature cannot have formed spontaneously. Thousands of years ago, someone must have interfered in its development, guiding it in the right direction. Otoshki watches you like a predator on the hunt. With a heavy sigh, he pulls himself together and crosses his powerful arms across his chest. Let's get one thing straight, Lord Air. You're here to subvert our ways, take us to the stars. That's been foretold, but that doesn't mean I have to like it. This last statement ends in a deep, guttural growl. Isdrig leans forward as if ready to pounce, but makes no move to.
On the precipice of
I heard you saved Drill Sergeant Joe Vaca's life. Isdrig is silent for a while and then nods slightly. Thank you. Science, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. That I should have my juice replaced for anniversary, which is Monday. Must do right by me. Stop it. How about you do right by me? I was supposed to have a gallon of strawberry lemonade. Where is it? Now then, was there something you wanted to discuss? Threats and insubordination. Tell me, Colonel, why shouldn't I kill you on the spot? Contrary to expectations, Batoshki gives a nod of understanding. Straight talk, Lord Air. However strong your retinue may be, my soldiers outnumber them, and every one of them will lay down their life if you decide to kill me. I'll definitely take a couple of yours with me before I find my atonement. You likely have more people up in the sky, but as I understand it, they are far beyond your reach. If you dislike me so much, why did you bother helping me? Because you're going out there to kill the drover. If you pull it off, its death will be a gift to the entire regiment. If you die, but my advice helps you wound it first, then at least we'll have a chance to finish it off later. I opened Serbian's stasis container. His logs were inside, and within them, orders for your regiment. With all due respect to your holy ancestor, his orders are of little use now. Keep them. After all, it is your legacy. We found a shuttle in this system. It contained a recording of a distress signal that came from the regiment. The colonel nods thoughtfully, shrugging his shoulders. In the first call-up second decade, our ancestors found a flying machine somewhere. They decided they needed to make their presence known, so one soldier got in it and flew off to transmit a distress signal. No one ever heard from him again. His name, Reuben, is written on the memorial wall. Roderick, what's up, dude? Appreciate you signing up with me over on Twitch, man. 6 months straight? Yo, that's awesome, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate the support. What up, Bear? How are you, dude? Travis, the video game I agreed to let my wife play is a Lord of the Rings game. We're probably 2 or 3 years before that comes out. Oh, you're excited for the Colbert Lord of the Rings movie? I'm hoping it turns out good. We'll see. We'll see. Take care, darling. I just never found Colbert funny, so I hope he doesn't try to do comedy. Yeah, we'll see what he does with it. I think he's supposed to be more of a lore master for the movie, honestly. I wish to know more about the drover. That thing is ancient and huge. My great-grandfather saw it in the roots way back. We've known about it for ages, but this is the first time it got this close. The humming noise, the pain that comes and goes, is that a result of its cry? Batoshki silently claps his hands twice, applauding your quick wit. What should we expect from it? It keeps its weak spot out of sight among the roots, and it's almost impossible to get there unless you make it angry enough that it comes out. So first you'll have to deal with its armored shoots. There are different kinds of them, and we've given them different names based on how they act. Barricades, maces, growths, and flowers. Tell me about the maces. Janor tells me you've seen them already. You'll recognize it at once. It's a long vine with thorns on the end. The colonel bears several ugly scars on his arm. It carves you up deep. You'll bleed to death before you can blink. The creature can also spit its sucker at you. One slip up and you're a shriveled husk. If you manage to hack it up good, it'll try to dive back into the roots to regrow elsewhere. But there's a trick to it. Catch it with a burst of fire and the mace loses nerve and stays put. Barricades? That doesn't sound very apt. They're not dangerous in themselves, but the drover uses them to block a path. They're thick and dense. Watch yourself when you're smashing them. They're bristling with thorns. Strike it the wrong way and you're sure to get scored. And you'll have to hurry. Any cuts in it heal quickly. Isdric holds out his palm, displaying a scar from a wound that went right through. Clearly the work of one of those thorns. What are the growths? What's up, Keck? How are you, man? Too high to play? Hey, then you might as well just watch. Debating starting a new save file for this DLC or using an old save and waiting for a full playthrough once the last DLC is out. I decided to use an old save, Bear, and so far I'm not regretting it. Up to you, though. You're going to wait for the last DLC as well, Incarnate? Yeah. Lord of the Ring game night with Sam should play both Shadow of games. See, the Shadow of War games are too fast paced and require too much video game skill for her to do them well. She's not good at playing video games. In fact, even when we co-stream, I'll probably be the one controlling things and she'll just have the mic and she can react to all of the lore related stuff. Nilian, what's up, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Exactly. Indeed. Like a bunch of obsesses they are. They ripen right on the roots. Then a swarm of carnivorous midges burst out. Smash the growth early, otherwise more of the bastards will hatch. A web of small bites on the man's shoulders alludes to the size of the insects. Okay, so you want to kill the growths ASAP. Flowers? Sounds harmlessly enough. Deceptively so, I assume. Otoski smirks, bearing a shin hideously scarred by an acid burn. It spits globs of caustic sap. Anything that they hit gets sizzled. It also sprays pollen for some reason. It seems harmless though, but if you see a flower dissolve into a puddle of acid, don't think it's safe for a second. It's just another trick. Wait a little while and that flower will be back up again. You said that the shoots are armored? The drover inserts its growths and maces into old bones and wears them like we wear clothes or armor. But there's a trick to it. Fire makes the drover tremble, and that makes the growths either break their armor or shake it off. Isdric makes a dismissive motion with his hand and scoffs. And no, I didn't get any scars from the armor. How do I kill the creature? As I said, the drover itself hides in a tangle of roots. It will only come out if you chop down a whole bunch of his shoots. But here's the thing, no one's ever been able to kill it. Usually it just runs away, but we don't have weapons like yours. So, if he has fire, don't you have incendiary weapons? The colonel fixes you with a fierce glare, but nonetheless unclips a pair of hand flamers from his belt. Here, weapons of the first call up, rare and precious. When your time comes, detonate them before you die. Thank you for the advice. He simply grunts in response. It cost me nothing to give it. You fought it then? A long time ago, I'd just become a colonel. Out it came, not very close, but still close enough to be a problem. It almost gobbled up one of the outposts. My father and I took a squad and went out to attack it. They all perished, and my father took out remaining grenades and leapt into the drover's maw. Oh wow, the beast ate its fill and slunk away. I should have found my atonement there, but I made it out. If I hadn't been exposed to so much of its poison as a child, I would have died there. What is this thing anyway? Where did it come from? Who knows? It's not really a beast, more of a weed, though it shows more wit than your average recruit in the way it uses bones and how it's always popping up here and there. We've even got legends about this thing. Is there any way I can prepare myself for its poisons? The colonel raises an eyebrow and looks at you with grim amusement. We prepare while we're still recruits, but you can try the rot extract, but it'll be really foul. Even if you don't give your soul to the God Emperor, your body still might not adapt. What is this rot extract? We brew it up from those killed by the drover's poison. If you're not so badly poisoned that you die or wish you die, then for a while all kinds of poisons won't be any more dangerous to you than water. If. I characterize the described method of increasing resistance to toxic substances as deleterious and unsuitable for application. Recommendation: avoid profane methods of bodily fortification. What up, Ghost? How are you, man? Sharp chap. Hey, appreciate it, dude. Thank you so much, man. Do what I can. Playing Unemployed Operative is good as a takedown, one target you focus on. Yep, that's exactly how Operative works. Single target for sure. Hey, she would be the first one to say she is not really skilled at video game playing. It's not her thing. Except the raw extract. Very well, it's worth the risk. Butowski nods and barks out a few orders. The sergeant soon appears with a flask and a cup bearing the crest of the Astra Militarum. After waiting for the colonel's nod, he pours the contents of the flask into the cup. The heavy odor of rot permeates the air. Well, your lordship, not having second thoughts, are you? Raise the cup before drinking its contents. You know it's normal to give a toast first. Well, as we say in our regiment, to your good health. Butowski watches as you tip the contents of the cup down your throat. Wait, I didn't take the corrosive option? Oh, okay, cool. Almost instantly, liquid flame spreads throughout your body. Pain pierces every nerve and begins to slowly recede as your body adapts. A large tremor hits you and sweat instantly soaks through your clothes. You're not dead, at least, my Lord Air. That's a start. I have to give you credit for courage, and that's not some commissar's claptrap. Thank you for sharing your experience, Colonel. Whatever you may think of me, I won't send someone to be butchered just for a laugh. I have questions regarding your world. In the Colonel's grumbling, you think you catch a hint of approval. Tell me about the 32nd Penal Regiment. What exactly do you want to know? If you are cut off from command here, how are ranks appointed? In the first call up, the rank of colonel was a lifetime post. He granted all other promotions and demotions unilaterally. The rank passed to his son, then to his grandson, who turned out to be a weakling. The others slit his throat. Oh, snap! And the strongest and most cunning of them took the colonel's position. He set the rule that if you want a promotion, you prove your worth. You fight the trial match against others with the same ambition. It's the same for every rank. If you're aiming to become sergeant, you head into the roots with the other candidates. If you make it back, you've earned the rank. Is that how you became colonel too? Yes, only we didn't go into the roots. We settled it all right there in the cage. 6 of us went out to fight. I was the only one left. If they all hadn't swarmed me, I might have spared someone. Ha 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 ha! They all identified him as the problem, and frankly, I don't blame them. Yeah, this is the guy we need to take care of. We'll work out things between each other after he's done for. Utter madness. Superior, from noble succession to dictatorship by the best killer? Huh? I don't know those fancy words, but I know this. The best killer, as you put it, is only on top as long as the troops respect them. Either that or as long as they're feared. Tell me about the Morove Regiment, Colonel. Yeah, that portrait goes super, super hard. A lot's been forgotten. It's not like our regiment is mentioned out somewhere in the handbook, if you catch my meaning. Isdrick digs a hand into his beard, abruptly yanking out a wriggling stalk. We came from Mirov. It's the kind of place where the brother generals are constantly looking for an excuse to snatch you up and throw you into a penal legion. Breathe the wrong way or say the wrong thing, welcome to the service. As the stories go, there were plenty of these brother generals, more than enough to claim every decent soul. They treated their troops like toy soldiers, wasting their lives for sport instead of the God Emperor's cause. Occasionally, they sent them to the stars, but of course, it was just to serve as shields for other regiments. The first call-up, our ancestors, was made of just such unfortunate lads who ended up in the brothers' hands. Isn't your regiment a little small for you to bear this rank? Butowski gives a vicious grin. Here in the cage, we don't even have half a company. It's true, though you haven't seen the whole lot. Some have been cut off by the Drover siege, and others I've stashed away just in case. Still, we have plenty of smaller outposts scattered across the world, transit points for hunting units, and all kinds of other strongholds. So even if we all die here by the God Emperor's will, the rest of the regiment will live. What is your connection to my dynasty? An expedition. Butowski grins crookedly as he says it. The first call-up was requisitioned by Serbian von Valancius. I don't think they complain. Better than serving as human shields for other regiments. Killed the Drakari, death to Marazai or whatever. Marazai is diabolical for sure. Your ancestor was a great man. Our songs still carry the tales of our campaigns at his side. Then we were stranded here. The rogue trader vanished into the roots, leaving us with the final order. Hold this world, and hold it we did. What exceptional loyalty to a final order. Exceptional both in its persistence and in its futility. Jay gives a humorless smile and looks away. I see, let's talk about something else. Batoski only grunts wordlessly by way of reply. I want to know more about Zarkov. This is our home, bitter, wild, and deadly, just like us. I agree, the environment isn't exactly welcoming. Huge creatures of some kind once inhabited this world, but they all died out. The roots shot up after that. We often find a skull right in the middle of a root, or a vertebrae the size of 3 men. It's clear as day. The roots had grown right through them. There are virtually no animals, but every type of plant life imaginable, and all of them try to kill humans. The drover is just another tree or a flower, but the nastiest of them. There are also some ruins, not made by human hands. We rarely go there. A decent man has no business in such a place. As Donowski, when she was up for her promotion of Captain Quartermaster, she led an expedition to those ruins. You have your own unique dialect here, it seems. Would you care to translate? The sayings, you mean? Atonement for the one comes from an old tradition that if the whole regiment perishes except for one, then all of that person's wrongdoings are forgiven, and eternal and faithful service to the God Emperor awaits them. But atonement takes many forms. Commissar Claptrap means lies, because our forebears never got any good from those deceitful, tempting spirits. If you want to know the rest, you should ask Vetka. Colonel, I heard a song as I approached the camp. What was it? It was Hymn of the Lost, the song of the old call-ups. It holds the answer to why we're here and what we're meant for. It's how we remember the fallen and warn the living. And as for the tomb, well, that's just a local horror story. Let's see, let's talk about something else. Why not just hand over command of the regiment, since it's been foretold? A rasping growl escapes Petoski's lips, only to dissolve into laughter. Ha! No, don't be foolish. Traditions are there to be honored and upheld. I'll face you, heir of Siberian, and make no mistake, I'll be fighting for keeps. Colonel, what are these leaf cocoons with the bodies inside? It's atonement for the one heir of Serbian. After death, our bodies are turned into poisons, medicines, and materials. That's how a person atones for everything they did in life. If you're interested in the details, ask the Captain Quartermaster. She's in charge of distribution. The previous holder of her rank taught her how to tend to the corpses. Man, she does every damn thing around here. You have satisfied my curiosity, Colonel. Wasn't my intention, but what's done is done. That'll be all, Colonel. As you wish. Batoski mutters sourly in reply, then stares after you as you walk away. Interesting. All right, let's go back and talk with the quartermaster, see if she has some new dialogue options. And that's you. Excellent. How can I be of service? Oh, Luca told me what you did for Javolka. You cannot imagine how important a drill sergeant is to the 32nd Regiment. Thank you. But I shouldn't bore you with expressions of our gratitude. What do you wish to discuss, your lordship? I opened Siberian's stasis container. His logs were inside, and within them, orders for your regiment. Veka reaches out a hand, then sharply shakes her head and lets it fall. As the God Emperor is my witness, I very much wish to read those logs, but let us leave them with you until the oath-taking. I suspect they will serve you well during the swearing of the oaths. As I approached the camp, I heard a song. You mean the hymn on the lost? We already talked about that. The colonel said you know something about the Xenos ruins deep in the roots. They were in fact to redo or whatever Fallout in Vegas, Fallout New Vegas. Would you be okay with any remastered, or want to fall on remake in the veins of like Oblivion? I would want a full-on remake if possible. What's up, Imperator? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. I would want a remake. Completely redo those graphics. update some of those mechanics where it makes sense, all that kind of stuff. We've already seen different versions of a New Vegas where they just put a new coat of paint on it and try to sell it back to us. I would want something more substantial. Vetka pales, bringing her flesh and blood hand to her missing eye. The black stone within the socket seems to shift ever so slightly. Yes, your lordship. I was young and eager to prove my valor and fearlessness. During the trial match for the rank of Captain Quartermaster, I took a large quantity of explosive pollen and went to those ruins. I intended to blow them up, to show my daring, and that we feared no Xenos. I blew them up all right. Only a shard of black stone took my eye in return. I tried to dig it out, but could not. Neither knife nor needle would do it. I grew used to it in time. Donowski speaks of it matter-of-factly, but you now understand that the scars around our eye socket were mostly self-inflicted. Now the roots have grown over the whole thing. Whether Drover worked its will, or Zarkov itself hungers to devour those cursed ruins. Captain, what are those cocoons with bodies inside? Veka draws herself up, clearly proud to share this with you. That is our processing graveyard, a discovery of the third call-up. The saps and poisons of various native plants can work wonders upon the bodies of the fallen, provided the right substances are injected into the cocoon and is left for the proper time. The skin we use as material for grips or clothing, the sinews for bows or cords. The secreted compound serves as poisons, medicines, or for tanning. Everything is put to use. The captain speaks with fervor, passion, a breathless intensity. Your eye, however, is involuntarily drawn to our leather satchel, upon which a crude tattoo is visible. The funeral detachments are true geniuses, Lord Captain. I come from one myself, though now I serve as quartermaster. We honor our dead by sacrificing their bodies to the rest of the regiment. Every man and woman is prepared to give not only their life, but their flesh after death, so that others might endure. May you fare well. I thought there was one other thing we were supposed to ask about. But it looks like no. Okay, fine. What's up, Nate? Yeah, I saw that Dragon's Dogma 2 is getting a new DLC. How's the new DLC? Better or worse than the rest of the game? I'd say it improves the game. I'm enjoying it for sure. Hey, Slater, I've been a fan of your channel for a while now. Awesome. This is the first time I catch you streaming. How does this DLC compare to Void Shadows? I don't believe the new companion is as good as Cabela, but I like the overall DLC more than I like Void Shadows. And glad you've been enjoying the channel, dude. Okay, that's all she can share with us. So let me check this journal real quick and be sure. Yep, Drover. Find out what happened. Yeah, we knew about that. A clash with a dangerous enemy. Okay. Gathering information from the locals. That's what I've been doing. The Sergeant Junior. Yep. Wait. Oh, yeah, that's where Drill Sergeant and then Sergeant. Do I talk to both of them or just one of them now? So there's Drill Sergeant. Yep, I talked with you. And then did I talk with the Sergeant? No. Okay. A large collection of crude aquillas made from bark, wood, and bone lie before the sergeant. Each varies slightly from the next. However, some clutch an Astra Militarum sigil in their talons. Others have the number 32 carved into their wings, while another group have one head depicted as a mechanical bird skull. Is there something you wanted, your lordship? You never played Dragon's Dogma 2 at all? It's worth playing. It's just not my type of game. Blackstone, yeah, I wonder what's the deal with that stone in her eye. You enjoy making things? Yes, your lordship. I carve things for myself and for the fellows, and sometimes I take commissions. Toys for volunteers, medals for awards, pieces to put on gun stocks. Sometimes I help with prosthetics, but I also do it for the pleasure of the thing. Argenta pulls off her glove before picking up an unfinished wooden figurine of a soldier, as if afraid of damaging it. She turns the toy over in her hands, her brow furrowed in concentration, then suddenly grins. Carve a smile upon his face, Master Craftsman. Let the children know that a soldier must be stern towards his enemies, yet merciful towards those he protects, just as you are towards these little ones. I found cocoons made out of leaves and what appeared to be human corpses inside. That's right. Noticing the confusion on your face, Janur continues. That's our cemetery. Even a human corpse is a resource and object of value for us. We inject certain poisons and other extracts into the leaf shrouds to produce something good. Nutrient paste, camouflage ointment, glue, lots of things. So the people who serve in the funeral detachments are some of our most respected experts. They're even willing to risk their own hides to return a fallen soldier's body to the regiment. It's our means of survival. I'd like to know more about the drover. The drover is an ancient creature. Maybe there's more than one. Every once in a while, the damn thing comes out and starts shrieking, making us deranged. Who knows why it does it, but what we do know is that it's slowly driving everyone mad. Some people panic, some people get angry. It's different for everyone. Donowski has ear protection, but they're the only pair, so there's no salvation. Will you tell me about your settlement? Of course. You'll be our commander soon enough, so it's only right that you should know. Can you tell me anything about Marav? Only from the stories of the old call-ups. People there are nothing but property, and minor mistakes are grounds for imprisonment. Our regiment was once formed from such unfortunate souls. In short, it's a cursed place abandoned by the God Emperor. Tell me about Zarkov. It's our home, your lordship. Everything here is either poisonous, predatory, or fragile. In short, anything that isn't trying to kill you is only pretending to be safe. But you get used to it, and then you learn how to use it. Poisonous, then you can use it for medicine. Predatory means it's edible. Edible, hard to kill, you could probably use the skin for armor. Butowski and Donowski are the senior officers here. They're commanders, not officers. There's a difference. My uncle, the colonel, has been in charge of the regiment for over 10 seasons. You won't find anyone on Zarkov who is more decent or tougher than him. I once saw him covering a retreat for the wounded. 3 suckers from a mace latched onto him, but he didn't even blink until he got the wounded soldier to the cage. They say the suckers just shriveled up and died later. What's the deal with the city and saying nothing on Outer Worlds 2? They're probably still working on it. I assume they're taking their time and trying to get it right. Captain Quartermaster Dowanski is the colonel's right hand. She's in charge of supplies, which makes her my immediate commander. She's a good sort, just a little bit, well, out there. Janor makes a vague gesture near his head. She believes that now you've arrived, our lives will change overnight. Everything will get sorted, we'll head for the stars with you. That will get our atonement, even starting eating off real plates. It used to sound like Commissar Claptrap, but now, I don't know. I'd rather stick to my uncle's ways. You disagree with the captain? I'm with Colonel Butowski on this, your lordship. There's nothing for us out there in the stars. We were born here and we must die here. The songs say our regiment used to serve as cover for the cleaner regiments and rot in the mud for them too. Here on Zarkov, at least I know who and what I'm fighting for. So your direct commander is Donowski, but you're a supporter of Butowski. So Zarkov is Space Australia? Wow. Atonement for the one is a complicated thing. I do what needs to be done, and I have no complaints about Vetka. Before your arrival, all this was just an excuse to babble. Besides, Isdrig's my uncle. He raised me after my parents died. Turning on him would be as bad as what the brother generals did. That will be all. Yes, your lordship. What does your platoon do? Brian, what's going on, dude? How are you? They just need a nid swarm. What up, Molecule? How are you, man? Real plates, dream on, kid. Well, officially, we've got a supply platoon. That is, we gather the resources that the cage needs to survive. And each of us has to have some special skill, like knowing about poisons, making ammo, or recharging power packs for lost weapons. We are supply troops, and that means we're the best of the best. How do you manage to manufacture ammunition in such conditions? There are these explosive flowers around here. The pollen works as a substitute for How do you call it? Visaline. You've got to recite a litany of fury over it and then mix it with some other things. We carve bullets out of bark and bones, either from our own dead or some huge creature. It's trickier with shell casings, but sometimes you bore a hole through wood nice and clean. It depends on whether you recited the litany of fervent labor correctly or not. If you get it wrong, then the bullets tend to misfire or even explode on the barrel. For the casings, you could use something that burns easily but holds its shape. I think I saw some kind of coarse paper around here. That's a great idea, your lordship. The casings will burn on its own as long as you clean the barrel once in a while. When we have time, we'll do some tests. Maybe the Captain Quartermaster was right. We should find new ways to serve the God Emperor instead of just clinging to the old ones. I am registering sacrilegious interference in the rights of servicing the gifts of the Omnissiah by the laity. I insist upon the cautionary servitorization of those responsible for the arsenal's upkeep. Why would supply troops need to know about poisons? Plenty of poisonous menaces growing around here, but your lordship, poisons can be used as softening agents, medicine, and all sorts of useful things. And if you mix it right, you can even make sleep water. Sometimes we need it bad, especially after a rough few days in the roots. What's going on, Jessica? I am playing with Blade Dancer Executioner. So you are more excited for Expanse than you are Dark Heresy? Stop it. Dark Heresy is by far the game I am most excited for, no question. Sleepwater. You know, Shireen, a drop that helps one forget one's terrors at night, regardless of the horror suffered during the day, can have a grand future as an export to other worlds of the Imperium. Is it hard to recharge a power pack? Well, maybe it's easy for you. You probably have some charging things back where you're from, but we don't have anything like that. But you could throw a battery on a fire. There's even a proper name for the ritual, but I can't remember it. The problem is that sometimes the battery just explodes. It's risky, and the rite ruins them eventually anyway. So the ones who know exactly where to put it in the fire and how long to let it burn, they're valuable soldiers. Pascal's Vox emitter produces a barely audible sigh of sorrow, one that shifts into a quiet, beneric litany. Hey, thank you for telling me this. This is how we survive, your lordship. Die or grow stronger and smarter. I must take my leave. Stay vigilant, your lordship. Same as you, hot man? Dark Heresy all the way? Absolutely. Absolutely. When you have 3 operators in one party, the stacks nastier the longer things go on. Yep. Multiple operators can definitely complement each other. 3 operators just feels like a crowd to me on the team, though. I don't feel like the mechanics historically have warranted that. With the upgrade, it might warrant it, but I haven't played around with it enough to know for sure. All right. Let's find out how brutal this is going to be. Think you prefer the YouTube stream, Imperator? Just want to get the drops? I prefer watching streams on YouTube as well, honestly. Look at that thing. Look at that thing. No joke, no joke, no freaking joke. Your Lordship, you turn around and see the Captain Quartermaster catching up to you. Donowski comes to a halt in front of you, stands to attention and salutes. Captain Quartermaster Donowski, reporting for duty. I'm here to serve as reinforcement. What is the plan of operation? The cracking of twigs heralds the approach of people. Janor appears just as suddenly as the first time you met. Apparently, the sound that gave them away must have been his version of a polite warning. What a surprise, Captain Quartermaster. I got orders from Colonel Batoski to assist his lordship. He didn't mention you. Since you brought it up, Sergeant, the handbook does not obligate me to report my actions to you. And as your direct superior, I did not give you leave to join his lordship's operation. What would the colonel decide? Why would the colonel decide to send reinforcements? You did right by us in the cage and showed what you're made of. Your counsel helped Janor secure the camp supplies. I reckon the old man believes you actually stand a chance against the creature. Must have earned a bit of his respect, I suppose. That's why he said he needed volunteers to support your lordship. So, here we stand. Captain, what brings you by? According to the handbook, my primary duty as a guardsman is to aid the God Emperor's faithful servants in the struggle against the enemies of humanity and to preserve the life of a superior even at the cost of my own. And you are to be our commander after all. Oh, she's here because of my marksmanship. I don't think she came down the first time I did this, but I think I kind of rushed to it. Yeah, early on you had them regardless. It's a trap. Captain, wait, stop arguing and both of you help me. Your lordship, I have my orders, but Captain Donowski's death would mean the end of the cage as we know it. Please, by the God Emperor, send her back. Your lordship, Janor is a fine soldier and commander, but his skills are indispensable to the entire regiment. Butowski can find a new quartermaster, but not so skilled a scout and hunter. He must not risk himself. You are both courageous and irreplaceable. Stand together, shoulder to shoulder, and once again prove yourselves worthy of atonement. You are right, your lordship. No better way to atone for the deeds of our forebears than turning your weapons on the Xenos. Janor? Yes, Captain. Apologies for the show of weakness. I overstepped. Am I going to struggle to keep these people alive? I hope not. Let's see. That abomination is a testament to how Xenos influence twists and defiles the very nature of all things. In the light of the God Emperor, thorns should serve only as protection for fragile blossoms. But with Xenos involved, these barbs pierce the earth and drink its vital humors, not for the sake of life, but for the sake of desolation. There it is, Lord Captain. God Emperor protect us. This is the first time I've seen it this close. Captain Donowski regards the monstrosity with mingled terror and fascination. I see two lines of attack, one to the flower, the other to the growth. The flower sprays poisonous pollen while the growth spews out flesh-eating flies. Which approach do you want me to take, your lordship? I order you to deal with the growth. It will be done, Lord Captain. Let's go. Sergeant Janor Butowski, you're in charge of the tactical operation. Your combat experience is greater than mine, and the handbook dictates that command in the field be delegated wisely. Really? Thank you for your trust. Almost silently, the guardsmen disappeared to the foliage, taking up attack positions. You glance around again, preparing for the final push.
Shireen, you know I've never been afraid of a fight, but even the thought of us having to go into that thing's lair gives me a bad feeling. Wouldn't it be simpler to just hit it with a targeted salvo from orbit?
Your idea would have merit were there even one working Vox receiver here. Without communications, it will be impossible to aim the ship's guns accurately enough to achieve a result that is in any way satisfactory.
You tell her, Abelard.
Launching ahead.
All right. Oh, yeah, I think these grenades are new, right? So we got oil grenades now. This grenade creates an area of sticky, flammable material lasting for 1 round. Whenever a creature enters the area or is present inside it, as the moment it appears, it suffers an amount of stacks that scales with intelligence and then is covered in oil. Each stack of the covered in oil effect increases all fire or burning damage suffered by the creature by +1. If a creature is in the area at the moment it disappears, it suffers +3 stacks of covered in oil. Each stack of this effect increases all fire or burning damage suffered by the creature by +1. And we have a choice. We could either come down over here, I guess, to the flower, or to the, you all are dealing with the growth, right? So yeah, we'll go to the flower, I guess, first. Are we supposed to split up? This worked differently when I did it the first time. That's interesting. Hold on. This rust-eaten Valkyrie with the emblem of the 32nd Moravian Regiment is at least several centuries old. Here, let's do this. So, brother, choo-choo, what's up, dude? Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you're well. I'm having so much fun with the free week of the DLC. Nice. Yeah, I'm doing well, and I'm having a great time with the DLC as well, for sure. For sure. I think Altac did a great job with it so far from what I've seen. Do I need to split up my team? I don't know. Here, we're going to try this out. And if those folks get wiped out, then I know I have to start over.
Time to eliminate some Xenos.
All right, preparing for battle. Did they go down as well? They're down over here. There's 3 of them. So we'll see if that ends up being an issue. Maybe I was supposed to bring some people with them. Okay, Jay goes first. We will... How much health do you have? You have 575 health. So you're not even that crazy with it. You come on down here. Come on down here, because if you need to make a run for it and help those people out, I want you as close as possible. Who else? So you're there. Jay, you are going to give him some more. Argenta, you can come down over this way because he'll probably take care of what's over there. So then you can start working on what's over here. And oh wait, you okay, yeah, that's close enough. You'll give somebody else an extra turn. Pascal can chill out over here. That's fine. I'm good with that. Eogun should probably be more towards this way because he's going to give an extra turn either to Argenta or to Abelard, depending on the situation. And that means his little thingamajig should also be further along the way here as well. Okay. Go for the eyes of D, bro. The girls should my crime lord romance. I mean, I think the best romance is Cabela for sure. I'm already on the record about that. All right, Rover 2800, and he does his little scream. Not freaking cool. She is bleeding. What does the scream do? Oppressive shriek. Whenever this ability is used, the whole party suffers negative 100 momentum. All enemies of the creature have their resolve reduced to 1 and cannot use officer abilities. I forgot about that part. Officer abilities are no go. That kind of sucks. All right, so we'll go ahead and do this. And then you, here, let's do that. There we go, do that. And, you know what, we won't use priority signal, but you will go ahead and do that. Yep, and you're on fire, so you're not going anywhere, so we'll do that. What is this other pistol? This other pistol never does it. Jack Frost. This pistol inflicts burning, bleeding, and toxin. Oh, okay. That's what it is. And it did burning, but the vines probably don't bleed and don't are immune to poison, so that makes sense. Travis, thanks for the 10 jewels, man. Appreciate you, man. Is she that weird chick who thinks blood play is cool? I don't know what you mean by blood play.
It's nothing.
Yeah, we shouldn't have been all clamped together like that.
Cleanses the body.
Oh, well. Dodge. Dodge. Gross. Who knows what they're doing? Probably something terrible. And then finally, his turn. Beautiful. All right, now, You're gonna be here. They won't let me move? Am I immobilized? No. What's the problem? Why can't I move? I'm so confused why it won't let me move. Is that a bug or what? It won't let me move at all. What's up, Cheaper? How are you? All right, you know what? Fine. Let's just do this.
So done. Didn't see that one
And
coming,
now,
did you?
and now I did that. That was so weird. Yeah, okay. Let's just do this.
Contemplate your week. Done and done.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And I didn't feel like I had done enough for the flower to actually
Set this in
die.
motion.
So I'm not sure that it actually died.
I know what to do. They won't expect that.
Never fight fair.
There we go. Absolutely not. So let's see. You're doing all that. And y'all are still good over there. Okay, cool. Let's see. You. Nope, can't see you. Can't see you.
Not my area of expertise.
That sucks. You know what? Here's a question, though. So I'll have to do that. That's fine. Still nothing. Okay. If I do that, I'm going to hit a bunch of companions. Didn't I give myself the user dash's 4-cell radius? Oh, I forgot to turn that on. That would have allowed me to do more. Here. Will this still work? Let's see. So where are you, Jay? I'm gonna give you your... Yep. Oh, so it works, but it will only let her do the overseer heroic act. Damn. Oh, that's a waste. Oh, that sucks.
One step ahead.
Is there mortar beyond a pain kink? Yeah, there definitely is.
That won't stop me.
She's not just a pain kink. Although, and it is not a pain kink, it's her devotion to the Emperor. Don't be disrespectful. Alright, you come over here. There we go, there we go. And you're set on fire, so you're gonna come right back up. But unfortunately, and on the opposite side and make a melee
Let's
attack.
set this in motion.
That helps. That helps. Yep, for sure. What is this again? Oh, that's right. He does have Navy officers, so that's cool. And let's see.
Easy.
We'll do that.
That is how it's done.
Mm-hmm. That is how it's done indeed. And then, actually, I'm gonna go this. Can I go that way from here? Here. Let's see. Let's do that.
Said, so done.
Seriously, that's all? Like, come on, man.
They won't expect this.
That's whack. And all right, we still got another one of these we could do.
I know what to do. Contemplate your weakness.
Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, that's about as good as it's gonna get, huh? So let's do that. You're gonna take a little bit more. And that's, yeah, that's the maximum I can do. All right, fine.
So done.
What's up, Billy? How are you? No, I haven't seen the Fable Showcase yet. I'll probably check it out tomorrow. Harvest to your flesh is a devotion. Hey, that all depends on your point of view. That all depends on your point of view. Let's see. Do that, and there we go.
Emperor's
Boop,
judgment.
boop, boop. She is on it. And then she's gonna go over here. Yep, and then she's gonna start making it happen, Captain. And sure, we'll do that. And oh yeah, this should be awesome. Whoo! There's just nothing like her. You either have Argenta on your team or you don't, except no substitutes. None whatsoever. Good Lord. Here, we'll go ahead and actually no, we'll take this.
Will made manifest.
What you doing here? Get up out of here. Thank you.
The Emperor's judgment.
And we got that. The enemy kills their teammates, makes it easier. Sure does. Ha! The drover is dead. I thought it would be us in its place. Your lordship will return to camp and report to the colonel. Of course, Sergeant. I do not intend to further test Isdric's patience. Your lordship will await your triumphant return to the cage.
When the faithful are idle, heresy grows.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Try to watch, just don't want to spoil the game for yourself. I completely understand. Completely understand. Only watch the parts that you're comfortable with. Did I miss anything? Oh yeah, there's definitely some stuff to loot here. What is that? Climb down. How do you get up there though? That's interesting. Here, let's make sure we don't miss that. Are you still going to play Gothic? What's up, Pedro? I've actually been continue to play Gothic on my own, so I'm up to chapter 3 now, and yeah, I do plan to finish playing it and review it at some point. Okay, we already had a version of this. I'm not sure if this is an upgrade. Doesn't look like it's an upgrade. It looks like it's a repeat of what I had before. So now a second person can have the same
interesting.
The same augment if I want them to.
Stay sharp.
That and that. Climb up. Climb down. Where's the other thing? Oh, okay, it was all through here. So cool. We've gotten everything we can get in this section.
Unexpected result.
Ooh. Chain of Crystals grants a +10 bonus to Lore Warp. Whenever the wearer hits a demon or a psyker for the first time in combat, this target is going to suffer a penalty to willpower and perception that scales with your Lore Warp skill, and -1 side rating until the end of combat, but this does not stack. That doesn't sound all that great to me, honestly, so I'm going to let that roll.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
All right, now.
We should deal with this.
Primitive journals assembled from processed leaves. Oh, wait. Here we go. The primitive journal is assembled from processed leaves and is covered in text scrawled in an uneven hand. During a quick perusal, you notice several entries without dates. Vecca says I am a psyker, a cursed one, like in old legends. When I learned the truth, I wanted to end it all on the last mission. But Vecca said that the God Emperor had a different design for me. The handbook says that psykers can reach out to other worlds. I must try. Atonement for the one. For me. I am trying. The God Emperor is my witness. I am trying. I draw the symbols I see in my dreams. I scream without words, but there is only silence in return. I thought it would be simple and easy. You call out, someone calls back. But I've waited 20 nights by the campfire now and nothing. Vecca comes by sometimes to encourage me. She said next time she would bring something special. The extract worked. I'm not sure what Vecca put in it, but I fell asleep almost instantly, and in my dreams I heard the call, a scream, a howl, a song all at once, and answered my pleas. It heard me. All this time I have been doing it all wrong. There is no atonement, not for any of us. No one will answer us from the stars. What's saying in my dreams came at my summons It is the Drover, the creature Isdrick warned us about. It is getting closer, slithering toward me, reaching out with its gross. I should have left when I learned I was a psyker. Vedga, if you read this, damn you. It was you who gave me hope. You who made me scream into the void. You who brought the Drover to the cage. Only one thing remains for me now, to try and kill it before it reaches the cage. My final mission. Ooh. Vedga brought the Drover to the cage. What up, Gunnar? Nice to catch you live again. Hey, good to see you, man. Your character photo looks like a cyberpunk version of Lord Corlys Velaron from House of Dragon. It sure does. It sure does. But I'm pretty sure this game came out before the first season of House of Dragon. I'm a big fan of it, but you're right. It looks like they took that character and put him right into Warhammer. I think it's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Just finished my heretical run last week before the launch of the new DLC. Having the updated Euroline would have helped. Yeah, he was really bad. he didn't have much reactivity. Yeah, I don't know what reactivity he has outside the DLC, but they've definitely given him reactivity within the DLC, which is really cool. The partially decomposed human body has been considerably disfigured, but you can still make out the signs of mutation on the rotting face.
A job for me.
The symbols on the ground hold no sorcerer's power. The creator attempted to invoke both the God Emperor and the forces of the warp, but was ignorant of how to do either.
Victory.
Thicket Slayer, Flame Weapon. Flame weapons have 2 special area attacks with different area effects. Yep, and this is a very weak one. So keep in mind, this is something that we would have done in Act 2, which is why those monsters were so weak. Think my next playthrough would be Forge World and Operative. Nice. Although rather not Heretic next time, maybe. Yeah, Operative got a nice little boost, so you should have fun with it. The air is suffocatingly thick with the spicy scent of spores. A modest-looking sarcophagus stands before you. At its base rests a desiccated corpse, clad in robes bearing an insignia. Inspect the body. A cluster of flowers has blossomed across the remains of the unfortunate agent of the Golden Throne, having literally drained the last of his life fluids. A miraculously unscathed Vox scribe rests within his inner pocket. Most of the messages cataloged by the machine spirit have long since been erased from its memory, save for the last. Acolyte Watcher, Temple Cell. Attention from the locals has been avoided. We lost Acolyte's Keykeeper, Oculus, and Dusk. Bastion Cell has ceased all contact. Void Cell has gone in search of Bastion. A search of the subject's suspected burial site yielded no results. No body was found. It appears it was never buried. No traces of heresy required cleansing. We continue to search for traces of Serbian von Valancius and to purge possible new traces of his heresies. The next marker is the Xeno ruins at the coordinates recorded in the Vox scribe's memory. Siberian reportedly surveyed them shortly before his death. Inspect the sarcophagus. Your ancestors' final resting place is so simple, it would be an affront to the taste of any rogue trader. Open the sarcophagus. The small plants clinging to the sarcophagus snap with soft, wet squelches as you move a surprisingly light lid. Inside, you see nothing but a gaping hollow. Neither your ancestor's body nor his legendary sword lie in the sarcophagus. Leave the fake tomb.
Marching ahead.
So, this does not hold what we want to have. It is what it is. What's up, Jonathan? I've been watching live streams for a while. I've also been following you for a while. I love all of your 40K content. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate it, dude. I'm glad you've been enjoying it, man. Just finished a dogmatic run. Found Chore to Fun with Flamer and Melta. Want to do the same Ironclass or Heretic now with DLC. Any recommendations on best build using those not so great weapons? Priest with not this DLC but the last DLC got a pretty significant upgrade. And priest is going to make you much better with flamers. So I would say you would probably want to go the priest route and then use a heavy flamer. It's not as good as a priest Argenta with the heavy bolters, but it'll get you through. You'll be all right. I don't know if I would do heretic again. Some of the decisions were too much. Yeah, my final playthrough, my final live stream playthrough of the game will be probably an unfair heretic run.
Let's see this through.
After the last DLC release. Oh, they're all waiting for me. Isn't that lovely? Oh, I missed something. There's goods over there. Okay. The Moravians surrounding you seem tense. Although you no longer feel any pressure in your head, they seem to still be suffering from the lingering effects of the drover's screech. Isdrig Batoski fixes you with an expectant look. The drover, wait. As it turns out, the Inquisition was on Zarkov. I discovered their bodies. What new blight is this? Wait, that word sounds familiar. We have songs about the God Emperor's secret servants, but we would never have been able to recognize them. But why? They're dead. Batoski cuts her off. What is dead is no longer a threat. It can wait. We have more pressing matters. There in the depths, I discovered a corpse. Batoski watches you expectantly, like a beast coiled to spring. But the Captain Quartermaster's eyes widen in terror, her lips silently mouthing, "Don't." Hand over the journal. He was a psyker. Vedka was trying to get him to send an astropathic message. Isdrig grinds his teeth with a sound that sends shivers down your spine. He keeps his heavy gaze fixed on your face, yet he addresses Dunoski. Captain Quartermaster Vedka Dunoski. We will speak of this after the trial match, in private. And Curcio, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. I want to see what happens when I do it, Geo. We might end up having to reload this. You see Vedka swallow the lump in her throat and barely manage to choke out, "As you command." The drover is dead. What's up, Fluffy? What's going on, Cheaper? Appreciate both of you following me over on Twitch. We know, heir of Serbian. As soon as it died, we could all breathe a little easier. I presume this isn't a ceremonial visit? Batoski looks gravely at you, then nods to himself. The time has come to renew our oath. We are going to the square now, and in the presence of the fallen and all my people, we shall face each other in the trial match. Abelard studies Batoski's face intently. A curious tradition. I trust you are fully aware of what will happen to you and to your entire penal regiment should the rogue traitor von Valancius suffer so much as a scratch. Captain Dunoski nods to you, then turns to the people gathered around. Blade von Valancius, heir to Siberian and our rightful ruler, has proven himself by slaying the drover. If a seed of doubt still lingers in your hearts, it is time to tear it out by the roots. Watch. If beating you is what it takes to end all this, Isdrig, then I am ready. We'll see about that, heir of Siberian. I don't want you dead, but I'm not going to hold back. Challenge Revan to this, and he wasn't having it. Maybe you are braver. I just completed a dogmatic run without consumables unfair. Ooh, my next run doing no consumables or extra turns except heroics. I haven't even beat the game on unfair yet, so no, I won't be accepting that challenge. But after I beat the game on unfair at least once, maybe I will take you up on it. Kids, this guy, we gotta put to the bed. She'll be back later on. Yep, no problem, Parrot. Take care. A dense ring of people surrounds a platform suspended on chains. No one shouts any encouragement to you or the colonel. In grim, solemn silence, the Moravians keep their eyes on you, and Batoski armed with traditional knives. Captain Quartermaster Derwanski's voice rings out crisp and clear as if on parade. For centuries, we have awaited this moment, hoping to witness it. And now we are here. We have survived from the first call up onto our own. Tell us then, your lordship, do you revoke the final order of your most holy ancestor Siberian? Hand Siberian's records over to Vetka. It is not I, but Siberian himself who revokes it. Hear me, guardsmen. Written by the hand of Siberian von Valancius himself, together with my heir, they shall venture to the stars, serving as a blade and a shield to my successor. The crowd's roar swallows her final words. Only thing that I hate, stop me from unfair, are the skill chests. Yeah, Nag, I'm not looking forward to it. I think I'll probably just accept that I'll fail a bunch of them because I don't want to do all the restarting. With the grace of a predator, the colonel rolls from heel to toe. Shall we have some fun, Lord Heir? Seize the moment to use the Zarkovian combat technique. The colonel moves smoothly, precisely, hiding a potential strike in every move, but you're one step ahead. As he lunges forward, he finds your blade already waiting for him. Batoski circles you, looking for a weakness in your defenses before striking. He remains utterly indifferent to the blood flowing from his wounds. Blade von Valancius, who descended from the stars, stands before us now, fighting for the right to command the 32nd Morov Regiment. Vetka's voice rings out over the crowd. Tell us, your lordship, what use have you for us? Why is my persuasion so low? Oh, it's using literally my persuasion. It's not letting me use Jay's persuasion. Interesting. As my ancestor once said, even the doomed are worth saving, for their debt of gratitude leads to grander deeds. A satisfied hum ripples through the crowd. Vetka thrusts her clawed hand into the air. We are born for greater things, and our gratitude to the dynasty knows no bounds. Your eyes catch the glint of Batoski's knife, coated in something greenish. The colonel has used the moment you spent answering Derwanski to coat his knife in poison. Take the colonel's swiping neck, relying on the immunity granted by the rot extract. Batoski's attack, meant only to deliver the poison under your skin, nicks your shoulder, leaving a stinging itch. You feel a surge of nausea and a salty tang in your mouth, yet no further symptoms follow. Your counterattack hits Batoski square in the chest. Any other man would have howled in pain, but the old soldier only lets out a raspy snarl, ignoring the bloody froth on his lips. We will go to the stars, but what will you give us there, beyond this world? Blade von Valancius. Vetka's voice cracks. I shall give you atonement for the one. The Moravians begin chanting your name. It is soft, the whisper of hunters accustomed to silence, yet it cuts to your core. Oddly, Vetka does not rush to join the collective surge. Isdrik spits blood and snarls. Now you understand why he resisted the drover's screams with such ease. The howl of the beast in his mind is far louder. With a roar, he lunges at you, locking you in a crushing embrace. The knife slips from your hand, clattering across the floor. Find the pressure point under the colonel's left ribcage and press down hard. Pain racks Batoski's body, and for the first time, he screams wildly, furiously, frantically. His grip loosens and blood gushes from his wounds. The colonel's strength fails him, and he drops heavily to his knee. Whatever force drives him, it still keeps the old beast from falling, but he has no strength left to continue the fight. And yet he rises. He draws himself up to his full height, standing rigidly to attention. Blood-streaked and broken, he salutes you. The trial match is over. I, Isdrik Batoski, step down as commander of the 32nd Morov Penal Regiment. It's up to you now, your lordship. The colonel's body slumps to the floor. Silence falls over the platform. The trial match is over. It is time for the oath. Your orders, Commander. Tears glisten in Vetka's remaining eye. Wait, did I kill him? I didn't want to kill him, and I didn't have to kill him the first time. Why did I have to kill him this time? I hope I didn't kill him. Captain Quartermaster, call for formation. Captain Donowski nods at you. 32nd Maraud Regiment, to renew your oaths to the Von Valancius dynasty. Fall in. I am a warrior, defense of this dominion. I am the sword, shield, and hammer of the Imperium. My transgressions shall be atoned for in his service. Before his gaze, I swear to be true to my oath and vow to hold fast to my courage in the face of all enemies of humanity and to unflinchingly meet my death. And hid until holy terror calls me home, Blade Von Valancius shall be his voice until the God Emperor speaks otherwise through the mouth of the Adeptus Ministorum. So many call-ups later, and here it is, the oath, as written in the handbook. Our regiment has found its purpose and returned to duty. All that remains is for you to decide, your lordship, what to do with Zarkov and our regiment. I shall need a commander for the Zarkovian troops, and the position of arch-militant also happens to be open. The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, awaiting one of the first appointments in centuries. Well then, Donowski, are you ready to go to the stars? I cannot, your lordship. Forgive me, I was wrong. You help me see that I have no place in the world beyond the stars. I should stay. Someone has to uphold the handbook, after all. Vecca lowers her head. Okay, so because I revealed what happened, she won't come with me. All right, then again, my enforcers are dependable. The same cannot be said of you. It is painful to look at Donowski. She looks lost, staring at nothing with an unfocused gaze. Time to appoint a governor. Who would make for Captain Curran? Would choose someone. I should appoint a representative. Okay, so yeah, old boy's dead. Because in the first time I did this, he was still alive and I could choose either one. So I wonder what I did wrong. I wonder, do you need to fail once in order for him to stay alive? Maybe I shouldn't have dug into his ribs. That definitely seems to be what did him in. So let's do that again, but this time don't pull his rib out and we'll see what happens. Because the way it works is one of them can come up with you and serve as your arch militant on the ship, which is super cool. And then the other one can stay here as governor. So I want both of them alive.
Let's
All right, let's try it again. The drover is dead. Inquisition was here. I presume this is a ceremonial visit. We can settle this peacefully. Let's settle this cleanly. Is that what the problem is? I said that last time. Let's settle this cleanly, shall we? Batoski, when he lived, that's what I said. In the last one I just did, I picked the third option, so maybe that's the problem. We'll see about that. I don't want you dead, but I'm not gonna hold back. I wonder if saying that is their way of making it clear, like, hey, you don't want to kill him. Tossanite distracting him. Let's do that. The colonel deflects the first strike, the second and the third, but you are faster, and he misses the fourth one by a fraction of a second. Looking for a weakness, as my answer said. There we go. Yeah, let's just go ahead and dodge. This time it's dancing. You dodge the slash. Isdrik howls like a maddened beast and unleashes a series of wild sweeping strikes, exposing himself to an attack. You counter, hits him square in the chest. Atonement for the one, once again. I would defeat you either way, so yield now. Let's try that. I would defeat you either way, so yield now. Not happening, Lord Air. Headbutt him in the face as hard as you can. Your forehead collides with the colonel's with a dull thud, making you both see stars. The stunned Moravian breaks his hold, staggering back a couple of paces. Isdric steps back, shaking his head as he struggles to recover. The wounds on his body would have killed any other man, yet Petoskey stands in spite of it all, simply refusing to stop. And yet, he raises his hands. Trial match is over. He's still alive. Beautiful. Okay. It is time for the oath. Your orders, Commander. Oh, you can sentence him to exile. You are mine now, Isdrig. Your life, even your soul, belongs to me. Swear on my blood, and your regiment will never fall into the clutches of commissars or nobles. The colonel nods, then gives a familiar predatory grin. I swear by the blood that has been spilled, the blood now being spilled, and the blood that I will spill, that my life, soul, and loyalty, without reserve, belong to you, Blade von Valancius. Captain Duronsky nods at you. Fall in, cool. There we go. Now all three of them are bowed to me. Excellent. Batoski looks like a broken man, but at the same time, his face shows a strange relief. Well, that's it. The oaths have been renewed. We've put our lives and fates in your hands, Lord Captain. We await your orders regarding Zarkov and the regiment. I shall need a commander for the Zarkovian troops, and the position of Archmilitant also happens to be open. The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, awaiting one of the first appointments in centuries. Well then, Dernovsky, are you ready to go to the stars? What is the problem? Forgive me, I was wrong. You helped me see that I have no place in the world beyond the stars. I should stay. Someone has to uphold the handbook after all. She should be able to come up. What am I doing wrong? Oh, maybe you have to mention it. Oh, you know what? You probably have to mention the corpse, then she mouths don't, and then you pull back. Maybe that's what has to happen, because you don't get the opportunity to talk with her once you find it before, annoying. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Boom, boom, boom. Let's try it again. Man, I thought I had it. All right, let's do a quick save here so we can stop having to go back and forth. Okay. Drover is dead. I discovered a corpse. Then she said, don't. I shall have my people transported to the flagship. I wish to examine it. The colonel shrugs his shoulders. As you wish, it's no longer any concern of mine. Okay, cool. And Whoa Blue, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. The Inquisition was there. I presume it's a ceremonial. We can settle this peacefully. Let's settle this cleanly. Hand over Serbian. There we go. Seize the... here, distract him. There we go. As my ancestor said. Go ahead and dodge. Atonement should be yours. And then athletics failed. Your forehead slams into your opponent's nose with a wet crunch. But Tashi's group looses and he is forced to stumble back as he struggles to regain his balance. The Colonel's strength fails and he drops heavily to one knee. Whatever force drives him. Okay, cool. The trial match is over. All right, cool. He's good. Even though I failed, I guess it was enough. Oh, whoa. Oh, since I failed it, it killed him? Are you kidding me? Dude, come on, man. Whoo! Getting annoying. Getting annoying. What up, Bank? How are you, man? It's summer in Los Angeles. My only salvation is through the machine. I can only imagine. What's up, Peter? Dude. Dude. So annoying. So annoying. All right. Let's try this again.
Forth.
Imagine if we were trying to do this on unfair. Drover is dead. I wish to examine it. Turns out, there we go. Ceremonial visit. Let's settle this cleanly. Hand over yours. Dodge his stuff. Yep, agility. Even the doomed are worth saving. Go ahead and dodge. Give you atonement. Okay. And go ahead and yield now. Okay, nope. And he failed. Is that gonna kill him? Come on, man. So if you fail that one check, it's gonna kill him? That's ridiculous. Oh my God. I got everything else in this whole sequence correct, but because I failed that one final check, he falls over. Okay. Oh, that's irritating. I mean, it's a 40% check, so my thinking is in the next time or the time after that, I will get it. And then if after that she still won't come with me, I'm just gonna move on. I'm gonna assume either it's broken or there's some aspect of this I messed up that happened even before we got to this point. Because otherwise I have no clue what to do. And I didn't worry about this the first time I did it, so I can't really look at, you know, my first playthrough for guidance. I discovered a corpse. I shall have it transported. I discovered their bodies. Presume Let's settle this cleanly. Philemon, what's up, dude? It's crazy that with the amount. Sunlight, what's up, man? Traded that is mentioned in this game. You don't really see a lot of things colored red. Not at all. Yeah. Dune, we're saving. Dodge. Give you atonement. And now, let's go ahead and headbutt him. And again. Whoo, so annoying. Come on, man. Come on. And there's nothing I can give to myself that'll give me a better chance to do this properly either. Because what's that? This is an athletics check? Yeah. What's up, people? It's kind of true that just a few certain words of people can change their entire course of life. I mean, yeah, that's definitely true. It's definitely true. Then the deaths, I have it transported, discover their bodies. Let's settle this. Hand it over. Sure. As my ancestor would say, go ahead and dodge. We should give you atonement. And come on, man. I got a 39% chance to get this properly. Would you stop doing that? Oh, so annoying. So annoying. What's up, Knight? How are you? There's a few words to change, whether you accept a job or not, or whether a student is inspired to follow their dreams. That's true. That's a fact. It's a fact. I got no complaints, Sunlight. How about you? How things going in your world? What are you playing these days?
Let's see this through.
Come on, man. This has got to be the time. 39%, dude. Like, be serious. Transport. Yeah, there we go. That. Settle it cleanly. Maybe I'm not supposed. Maybe if I just purposefully failed one of these, it would make the last one not so difficult. But I don't think that's the case, to be honest with you. And thank you. All right, you're mine now. Excellent. I'm very grateful for your kind word about Charles's voice acting. They. Oh, are you? Oh, Ellis Knight. Yo, what's up, man? How are you? Yeah, you did an amazing job with his voice acting. We heard a little bit of it in the last stream, and it was really, really well done. Super, super cool. There were people who were concerned about what his voice acting is going to be like because the character is known as being someone who's very petty, you know, and very manipulative. And so they felt like it needed a certain voice to make it pop properly. And from what I've heard, you absolutely nailed that. So big kudos to you, man. Looking forward to hearing more of your work. I hope Owlcat got you to do something Dark Heresy related. 61% chance of getting it wrong. Sure. Oh, Tears of the Kingdom. Are you excited for the remake for Arcania? The I forgot what it's called. Arcania something related to Zelda. I need an archmilitant. Girl, if you don't come with me, are you ready to go to the stars? How? What is the problem? What is the problem? Okay, you know what? I'm actually irritated about this. No, Ski. Is that online yet? How do you? There's probably nothing online about how you're supposed to be able to get her to join up. I don't understand. You sent or Donowski on a Doom mission. I do not understand at all. How is that supposed to work? Damn. I know you can do it because there's literally a portrait of her as if she joined. There's like an alternative portrait of her. Here, where is that? Road Trader portraits. Here, Road Trader DLC portraits. There was a Reddit thread about this. DLC 3 NPC portraits, right? So here we got our boy Ilgun, you, this trays it. Okay, so this is her. That's her. So then there's one with like a different version of her arm. I don't know what's up with that. But then there's one. This has got to be like if she joins your ship. If she serves as your Astra Militarum. That's what I always assumed. There's got to be a way to get her to join. But I'm confused. Oh, that's so annoying. You helped me see that I have no place in the world beyond the stars. How? And I allowed you to come with me and atone. I think this is bugged, to be honest with you. All right, screw it. Whatever. I'm going to end up playing this game again, so I'll get it right the next time. Colonel, you will be my new arch-militant. I never dreamed of such a thing, your lordship, but I took the oath and I accept the post. It is painful to look at Donosky. She looks lost, staring at nothing with an unfocused gaze. Yeah, this is not right. From now on, Zarkov is a colony of the Von Volantis Protectorate, and it's time to appoint a governor. The newly sworn-in regiment stares at you, awaiting one of the first appointment in centuries. Who could make for a better colonel governor than the captain quartermaster? As you command, your lordship. Donosky's chin trembles slightly, but she seems to be holding herself together. Activate Vox. Finally time to get back to recap, baths, and a hot meal. Victus, where's my shuttle? Victus's voice is interrupted by static, but you can still make it out. Lord Captain, you're alive. An extraction team was already on its way to search for you, transmitting your coordinates to their shuttles. Yeah, the new Zelda remakes could be cool. It would be nice to have like a buy all old versus bundle that's on Switch. Got so many nostalgic memories of playing the classics. I have never played a Zelda game before. Look forward to doing it one day for sure. Never had the pleasure. Why didn't you come with us? I'm so confused. Captain Donosky salutes. The light that once shone in her surviving eye is dimmed, and the solemn weight of responsibility that has settled upon her features. Oh, wait. So wait, that looks like her helmet is different. Okay, so it looks like her arm and her helmet is upgraded. So wait a minute. I'm curious. Oh, so they changed this. Look, it doesn't have that background now. That's weird. So yeah, maybe she can't be made, but no, that's not true. I know that's not true. I need a slattered Zelda-thon ASAP. Yeah, I definitely want. I keep hearing about Breath of the Wild, so one day I'll check that out. But no, I've never played any of the Zelda games before. What's up, Sugarless? Yeah, I don't think she's definitely not a companion here. I don't think, at least. I was never able to use her. But I thought you could bring her on your ship. And the fact that she's all depressed and, you know, and there's no real, but a God Emperor's will, your lordship. There was no closure to her role in what happened to the Psyker. And I feel like there definitely should have been. Let me check something real quick. Was she standing out there? No, when the fight ended, she said, I'll see you when you get back upstairs. And she left, right? So there was no way for me to talk to her. And I allowed her to assist. So here, let me check real quick. I'm scared of playing any Nintendo games these days. I'm afraid of being sued for purchasing a Nintendo game. What up, So Cold? Yeah, Nintendo is definitely quick with the legal trigger finger, for sure. Speaking of classics, I finished playing Parasite Eve. Never heard of that. What a game, it was so good. Interesting. Yeah, never heard of it. What's up, Control? Do you need to restart a full run to enjoy this DLC? No, you don't have to. You don't have to do a full run. Yeah, see, she's not down here, so I can't talk to her about the journal at all. So it can't be that I'm missing that. Newest to oldest. Does it need me to... Yeah, I read it. Uh-huh. Shouldn't be anything else I have to do. There's nothing that I didn't grab. Very confusing. Very confusing. And let me just go in here one more time. I'm not going to go through the section again because I've already figured out there's just nothing I can do. But let me look at this one more again. What's up, Ivan? No, I already went through this section. And it's not working the way I feel like it should. Yeah. As it turned, and there in the depths, I discovered a corpse. But Tassi was expectedly, but the captain quartermaster's eyes widened in terror, her lips slightly mouthing, "Don't." I handed over the journal, and that didn't work out. I said I'll bring it up, merely informing you might wish to collect it. I wonder if that changes anything, but it shouldn't. You see Vetka wait. You see Vetka close her eyes in relief and exhale. We didn't get that before, right? Captain Quartermaster, tell the funeral detachment to inspect the drover's lair. Oh, that makes her in charge of the body. Huh. We're playing the heck out of BG3. I wish I could have more than 4 characters in my party. Yeah, you can put in a mod that allows you to have more companions. All right, I guess I do have to do this again. I'm sorry, I know I have spent an ungodly amount of time on this section, but it's going to bother me if I don't do this right. Uphold no threat. Yep. Let's see. As my ancestors, yep. And then dodge. And then I shall give you atonement. And then let's see if I fail this again. I probably am. Hey, they let me succeed. Okay. You're mine now. All right. Now, I just wanted to come up here with me. What is the deal? Yeah, she was like the reason that guy was down low. Mm-hmm. But before, when I said I'll just bring his body up on the ship, didn't seem like it was good enough. I shall need a commander for Arch Militant. Are you ready to go to the stars? Still no. Still won't do it. So yeah, none of the options allow you to bring her up on the ship. I don't know what does it. I have no idea what does it. If I can't, yeah, this bothers me, Stubbs. This bothers me. It feels like it's not right. Then again, I don't think I'm quite willing to grant this position to anyone for Zarkov. No, it's not right. Okay. Colonel, you'll be my new arch militant. From now on, it's a colony in the protectorate. Who could make a better governor than the quartermaster? Activate Vox. Yeah, I think it's a bug. I think it might be a bug. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. That sucks. That sucks. Okay. Let me talk to her as well. Yeah, see, and the light is once shown in surviving eye is dimmed. Yeah, and there's no acknowledgement of the body or role with the psyker. So it's like I can't even continue that thread. It definitely feels like a bug. And I'm going to submit it as if it is a bug. A really, really annoying one. All right. Narrative. I cannot convince. What the hell is her name again? What is her name? Donowski to come aboard the ship as my arch militant, no matter what choices I make. She always says she cannot come aboard, and her light is dimmed. I also cannot ask her about the Psyker journal that I found. All right. All right. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. Let's visit all these people one last time. Make sure they don't have anything additional to say. Yep, nothing for you, nothing for you. And then y'all, anything new going on over here?
Your social is always there for you.
I do appreciate you deeply. And carry on. You don't have anything new to say. And carry on. And you don't have anything new to say either. So let's get out of here.
Stand upon the precipice of change.
Finally, what up, baddest? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Sorry it took so long. I tried, y'all. I tried to get her up on the ship. No. I have a bit of a singing voice, Sugarless, when the situation calls for it. Oh, man. All right. So we'll find our arch militant. Ah, here we go. He's right by the front. Look at that. You got anything new to say? Botoshki appears deceptively at ease, but his green eyes track every motion across the bridge. When the colonel fixes a heavy stare on an enforcer, the subordinate noticeably flinches. Lord Captain, there are far too many people around. Some are only pretending to be busy. We will take care of that in due time. How are the seconded troops from Zarkov faring? Your flagship scares some of them. Too many new faces, new sights, new smells. Some were happy to put Zarkov behind them, but all this novelty is disorienting. But it's nothing. Give us time, and we'll know this vessel as well as the routes around the cage. Don't you miss Zarkov? Isdrik frowns and lets out a strange sound, a mix of grunt and growl, yet devoid of any aggression. I miss it. I was born there, grew up there, nearly died there more than once. He belongs on Zarkov! Back home, I knew what to do, but in the wider world, I don't. Your eyes meet, and you catch a glint deep within his green eyes. Suddenly, the colonel smirks, and that's a good thing. I feel like I've grown younger. I have to learn, adapt, and think all over again, instead of giving the same orders day after day. It stirs the blood. Perhaps you have some questions. Isdrik nods, casting a glance over your shoulder. I do. Milton, what's up? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Wait, she has a portrait which has the Rogue Trader's colors. Yeah, it's bugged. Exactly, Stubbs. Exactly. I think it's bugged. So your voice is like a lovely violin being played by a Bucky? Stop it. And his portrait doesn't even change at all when you bring him on. It's like he's meant to stay at home. That world ruled by the tech priest. So that's what the arch enemy is like, is it? Our legends of it back on Zarkov are like child stories in comparison. The lives of humans are sometimes horrifying, and anyone can unwittingly fall victim to the arch enemy's temptations. Unwittingly, weakness is a choice, your lordship. Every day you choose to pity yourself as a day gifted to the arch enemy. Pity them all you want, but they are nothing more than targets for our last guns now. Thank you for the advice, your lordship. It's something to think about. That will be all, Colonel. Yes, your lordship. Isdrik nods to you and begins to softly hum a familiar melody. All right. And now we have a new world to colonize. Colonization. And oh, nope, not yet. Gotta head out first, and then it'll probably pop up. He likes his new home. And here we are. What's this? You command the search for the Xeno ruins located at the coordinates in the Vox scribe found near the sarcophagus, yet the augurs fail to penetrate the tangle of colossal roots. If the coordinates are indeed correct, it can only be confirmed by sending scouts. The scouts report a lengthy search for a safe passage to the given coordinates. The predatory xenoflora greets these uninvited guests with poison and thorns. The Vox scribe spoke true. Deep beneath, nestled at the base of the roots, lie bizarre xenostructures. creatures. Alas, gaining entry has proved impossible. The entrance to the Xeno ruins is entangled in roots so dense that even a melter charge has failed to breach them. You command the governor of Zarkov to clear the thickets blocking the path to the site where your legendary ancestor perished. All you can do now is wait. All right. We could get more. Oh, I missed you. Look at the DLC port. Just had to run the stream back a bit. Got up to get dinner. Yep, no problem. New Capaz. Maybe I can finally wean myself off and having Cassia at the party. I don't have Cassia in my run right now, but to be honest, I do kind of miss her. But it is viable to go without her. What up, Duarte? How are you, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. So we can take more reputation with explorators. This gives more profit factor. The plating on the void ship starboard and port is increased by +2. Nice. Or damage over time effects inflicted by this character are going to deal willpower bonus more damage. His willpower bonus is nothing to is not particularly impressive, but he loves damage over time effects, so I think I'm still going to take that. All right, now this is Imperial Navy reputation. We'll take some. And reputation with the Fellowship of the Void, along with composite ship plating, which is probably useless, but reputation with the Casbalika mission, +2 heresy. Interesting, no problem. Nothing wrong with a little bit of heresy. A little bit more complacency, a little bit of profit factor, no problem. We'll take that. Character gains additional deflection that scales with your intelligence bonus. Cool, I'll take that as well. We could get a steadily replenishing supply of oil grenades along with more profit factor. I'll take that. And then we can also get an engine, 14 speed braking, 75% hull integrity is going to increase his speed by 2. Not bad. We'll go ahead and take that. Shadows of Zarkov is going to block this final one. So we can either get Zarkovian soldier's armor. The wearer is immune to toxin and cannot fall prone, be pushed away, or staggered. Additionally, their dodge penalty is reduced. However, the material this armor is made of is extremely flammable. The wearer makes all tests to remove burning with a -30 penalty, suffers double burning damage, and upon taking fire damage, suffers 6 levels of burning. Or Militarum Imperialis. That's dogmatic, and it's going to increase your maximum wounds by an amount that scales with your toughness bonus. Not that crazy, but still, I'm never going to use that armor, so I might as well take this. Crusade for the Lost is not available because I did not do Shadows of Zarkov, which maybe I should have done. Because what is this? When the user is hit for the first time in a round, they're going to gain temporary wounds that scales with your character level. This effect triggers even if the attack was blocked, dodged, or parried, but it does not stack. That's okay. That's nothing special, and this is nothing special. So I probably would have chosen this, but oh well, whatever. Drusian, so here, Crusade for Lost Gifts. Okay, we'll do this one, sure. What up, Pepsi? How are you? All right, now, Wrath of Drusus. This is another augment. At the end of their turn, the user deals fire damage to all creatures located exactly 5 cells away from them, and this scales with your dogmatic rank. It says creatures, not enemies, so this could actually hit your companions, which is not cool. At the start of each turn, the user suffers toughness bonus damage. Interesting. Not something I would use, but sure, I'll take it. Motor Force Reservoir. Critical hit chance is increased by intelligence bonus. Critical damage is increased by something that probably scales with intelligence bonus as well. EO Gun would probably like that. We'll take you as well. Liquefier Grenade deals toxic damage with 20% armor penetration and inflicts +3 stacks of the melting effect. What is the melting effect? Each stack reduces deflection by 1 and armor by 10%. Huh. Sure, I'll take that. Imperial Navy, not useful, but it's fine. This isn't useful either, but whatever. Galvanic Oblette Majoris. Ilgun's armor is increased by his logic and his deflection increased by his intelligence, probably at higher levels or ranks than the one he automatically comes with. So we'll take that. And then Psycho Signal Suppressors, you got that. And then what's the deal with you? So we can get all ranged attacks deal +5 base damage. That's actually kind of nice. That's a big deal. Cerebral Inverter. This is the one where if you're replacing strength with intelligence and weapon skill with ballistic skill, none of us are really focused on that. They use melee attacks, deal additional damage to Xenos, humans, and Daemons. This is actually a really, really nice option, but it's not something I'm really be using. The wearer deals intelligence bonus more damage with arc rifles, Magna Rail Blast, and Transonic Wave to targets affected by static field. What is static field?
We stand upon the precipice of change.
Static field, single target weapon hit. Electrified strikes. Single target weapons hits deal an additional shock damage. Okay, so if you're hit an enemy that has already been impacted by electrified strikes, you would get additional damage that scales with intelligence. Bay, appreciate you. Follow me over on Twitch, dude. Glad you're enjoying the stream. That's certainly interesting, but I'm gonna just go with this. And there we go, completely maxed out. And what is my, I don't remember where you see it. Where do you go to see your profit factor? Oh, here we go, 267, crazy. Good enough to be able to buy anything I want. Now, Jungle World Search Expedition, we'll do a quick save there. And then it is time to complete the other quest. So we'll bounce around a bit as well until we get a message that those vines have been cleared. And we got a quest to go here, so might as well start with this first. Oh, we're up to 23 Navigator Insight. That's interesting. Pretty sure when we started, we had like 14. Navigator Sanctum over the last few days. Sea of Souls. Trust in the Navigator's talent. Yeah, we got even a little bit more, huh? Cool. And chart new routes. What's up, homie? Need a Halo Reach playthrough? You're not the first person who suggested it. Sooner or later, I'm gonna have to give it a try. What's up, Ra? I can't read what you're saying, but appreciate you joining the stream. I did not do any of the space battles available in this DLC, so I'm wondering if there's something special with this one. Infidel class raider, 10 of them. Interesting. I cannot tell you the last time I did one of these. I am completely out of practice. Well, at least looks like all of them have somebody sitting there. That's helpful. What up, Johnny? Do you have more hours in Rogue Trader than Raph now? No, I don't think so. It's a good question, though. Let's check. 1 second. Ooh. Built for the drama. 1 second. Let's check. So I have 1,906 hours in Rogue Trader. And I have 4,233 hours in Pathfinder. Now, in both cases, remember, I'm a content creator, so some of that time is spent, you know, recording videos, things of that nature. So let's say in both cases, we'll shave off 2 to 3 hours, you know? So let's say I have like 35, anywhere from 3,500 to 4,000 hours in Pathfinder, and probably around 1,000 to 1,500 hours in Rogue Trader. So long way to go, long way to go. Okay. I shouldn't have done it this way, but I did it already, so we're just gonna go with it. Boo-boo! Okay. Oh yeah, forgot about that. That bad, huh? Interesting. Here, let's do that. And let's do, you know what? That doesn't even work the way I wanted it to. Yep, not at all. Yep, that was dumb. That was real dumb. Everything about that move was dumb. Yeah, straight into the belly of the beast. All right. So 2.5, yeah, about, yeah. The Halo Reach campaign is relatively super short, and I promise you'll love the story. I plan to play it. I got a bunch of other games I got to get through first, unfortunately, but I do plan to check it out at some point. Ooh. Okay. This is gonna suck. Oh, cool. I already took the damage, so they didn't give me more. I'll take that. Doom. Boom. Nice. Ooh. What up, top boss? How are you, dude? Fired on Colossus 2 to check out the new character creator. Yeah, I definitely plan to do a video on it. Let me know what you think of it. Why won't it? Here we go. Okay, fine. It does let me do that. Just not in the way that I was expecting. Boom, 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 boom. One. Where's that one listed at? Oh. Oh, crap. I completely missed that. Completely missed that thing. Okay. Bloodspun Temple? What are you talking about, Travis? There we go. Okay. Looks like it does reach you. Oh, Void Shadows in the freight line? Yeah, it's not. I don't remember it being bad. Oh, come on. Okay, fine. It's not bad trying to find that temple. Fine. Boom. Seriously, that didn't do it? Let's try this one more time, shall we? This time with feeling.
No boarding
And feeling makes everything better. There we go. Boom. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, give me 1 second. I need to use the bathroom and get a drink again.
We stand upon the precipice of change.
Razor, what's up, dude? They upped the operative in the latest patch. Yep. Is it worth even trying it? Yeah, I would say operative is significantly better now than it was before. Brevik, what's up, man? Appreciate you using your Prime over on Twitch, dude. Two of you have commented in Russian, but I cannot read Russian, so I don't know what you're saying. So Polygos and appreciate you stopping by, but you'll have to comment in English if you want me to respond. Directionally challenge. Hey, I'll try to keep it in mind, Travis. All right, now the Adeptus Mechanicus asked us to come here because there's a planet that they are no longer receiving any contact from, and they want us to investigate why. No problem. What's this? Hey, an augment. Whenever the user performs a single target attack against a target within a 3-cell radius, they make a burst shot with this augment immediately after. It deals an amount of energy damage that scales with your perception with armor penetration that also scales with your character level. Mystic, what's going on, dude? Hey, man, I really appreciate the raid. What a bagels out this little more raid. Hey, I appreciate it, man. How are you? How are you? Good to see you. Appreciate you stopping by. For those of you who are new to the channel, Slandered Gaming, I, for the most part, cover CRPGs, and that means, of course, I cover a lot of Outcat games as well. So the new DLC for Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader just dropped. I'm covering that. I also did a live stream playthrough of the Dark Heresy beta, and I cover both of them extensively on my YouTube channel. I probably got close to 100 videos on a Rogue Trader, and certainly hundreds of videos on things that Outcat has done overall. Mystic, appreciate you following the channel, man. What's up, John boy? I've seen your videos. I love your bells. Hey, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. I'm glad you've been enjoying the content. I actually use a lot of your tips for my Pyromancer Blade Dancer. Oh, that's super cool. And it worked out well for you. You had a good playthrough? Glad to hear it. Glad to hear. Oh, Ukraine. My bad. Ukrainian. I cannot read Ukrainian. What's up, Polygos? So sorry, dude. So what were you trying to say in Ukrainian? Let's see. Perception. Oh, the user's intelligence is reduced by 10%. I was just about to say we would use this for Pascal, but no. But we'll still collect it. Still collected. So let's see. So yeah, we're trying to find the planet that the Adeptus Mechanica sent us to, and no sooner said, the augurs have detected an unusual anomaly, a planet surrounded by a huge asteroid belt. Seasoned voidfarers say that it was most likely torn apart by tidal forces, and they suggest exploring the rings to obtain useful resources. Perform a detailed scan. The planet around which the asteroids are orbiting is incredibly radioactive. The closer the shuttles get to it, the more they will be irradiated. The only safe option is to gather anything useful that is far enough away from the exposed core of the ruptured planetary body. Send a scouting party to investigate the rings. How are you liking the augmentics? I think this DLC is really, really freaking cool. I've been having a great time with it so far. All augmentations have some kind of penalty. Yes, they always have a penalty of some sort, but sometimes you don't really care about the penalty. You know, you're more than willing to accept it. But other times, like negative 10% intelligence, that's a big deal when it comes to Pascal. So it all depends. A short time later, scouts report a cavern-filled asteroid with a giant vein of valuable metal inside. It will be hauled to the flagship immediately. The tech priests serving on the shuttles do not recommend drawing any closer to the core. The death of pilots from radiation will inevitably lead to the irretrievable loss of sacred machines. Send scouts. Following your orders, the scouting teams move steadily closer to the planet. The reports become shorter and tenser. Radiation counters inside the shuttles are off the scale. One of the ship transmits an unusual signal to the control room. The pilot saw what appears to be an abandoned Imperial shuttle among the void debris. However, you cannot get close to it. The radiation is too strong. Demand that they move closer. One by one, the scouting teams send their shuttles even closer to the planet core. Minutes later, contact ends with all of them. The scouting shuttles continue to orbit the murderous planet forever. Leave the planet alone. Huge rings of varying hues drift slowly past the Lancet windows of the captain's bridge. All right, let's do that one more time. Apparently I screwed that up. I already did apologize, Polygos. I said my bad. I didn't realize he was Ukrainian. What difficulty are you on? I was getting blended on unfair. I play on daring. I've actually never played this game on unfair before. I said, I told my channel when the last DLC releases and I do a final live stream, I might go ahead and do it at Unfair. And also, I'm doing this DLC with a late game save. I'm basically at a save right before you go into the final act. So I'm way over leveled for everything in the DLC right now. When I get a little bit further on, we'll finally get to the content that's in Act 4. Detail sense and the scouting party, send scouts. The Astropathic Choir had me crying. Kassia's stun gun was a must. Yeah, I haven't got to that fight yet. I just got Zarkov as a planet I could colonize. The man that they move closer. Oh, crap. Why did I do that again? Good Lord. Messed that up again. Finally found it. Nice. What was the issue with trying to find it before? You were trying to search for the Void Church, right? Oh, you got to do like a whole puzzle where you talk with different people, right? And decide whether or not they should die. Did you have trouble finding one of the people? Is that the problem? Sorry, here. Hold on. I don't allow that message. It's fine. No problem, Polygos. Mm-hmm. Okay, send scouts. Leave the planet alone. There we go. The shuttles are returning. The voices of the scout pilots reporting over the Vox channel are filled with fear and secret relief. No problems. No problems. Outcat puzzles are hell. Yeah, they can be for sure. It was a fight. Oh my God, so hard. Brutal. Thaddeus, one tap, Pokemon Inquisitor, and oof. I'm not looking forward to that fight on Unfair. What's up, Howdy? How are you, dude? Lord Captain, Turquoise 4 is not receiving Vox signals from orbit. Our augurs are registering that the water level around the station far exceeds the norm. Are there any active alarms? Enemy ships? No, Lord Captain. No request for help, no reports of an attack. You mean to say the station is sinking? It appears so. The water levels are rising incrementally, but the cause remains unknown. I think I shall postpone my visit for now. As you will, Lord Captain. We'll be back. But I want to make sure I don't forget to do this. Doing good. Still in the prologue. Almost on the Act 2. Nice. Slowly but surely. What's up, Smile? How are you, dude? All right. Yeah. There. Ready the shuttle. I wish to descend to the surface myself. Yes, Lord Captain. And we got all the right folks. Cool. I'm good, Smile. Got no complaints. Boop, 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 boop. Mm-hmm. Apologies for the inconvenience, Lord Captain. I don't know what happened here, but the main landing pad is completely underwater. We're lucky the secondary pad is still usable. The pilot warily eyes the puddles of promethium burning around the shuttle. I swear I did everything I could. Landing the thing anywhere else would have been the same as plunging into the open sea. You will have to reach the central drill on foot. On foot it is. God, Emperor, protect you. I'll wait here and make sure the fire doesn't get too close to the shuttle. You got the full Geek Squad? You know it! What's going on, Namto? How are you? Absolutely, and they've been stupendous so far for getting through this, all this freaking content. What is this? It is not possible to extend the bridge from this side. The control cogitator is on the other side. Conqueror, what's up, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Going to try this game again once all the DLC is released? You gotta have a great time with it, one guy, for sure. I have no doubt.
My pleasure.
The cables conduct energy of enormous power, but you cannot see a single fuel tank nearby. The water flows deceptively, serenely, somewhere inside the submerged parts of the platform. You can hear the heavy, low groaning of metal buckling under pressure. No problem, Mystic. Appreciate you stopping by. I'll give you a follow after I get done with the stream. Thanks, man. And actually, now that I think about it, well, does it let me do this from here? There's supposed to be. How does that work? I do that. No, don't want to block. Oh, actually, I can follow you right from here. Beautiful. Okay, already followed you. Great. How do I know. I'm sorry. Even though I've streamed for a while on Twitch, there's certain things I don't understand. I know there's a way to shout out a particular person when they come through, but I don't know how that works. Or, hey, is this how it works? Hold on. What happens if I do shout out highlighted channel for viewers to follow? There you go. And wait, so how does that work here? Oh, okay. And then put a bracket around it. That's how it works. So then Mystic, Amethyst, Minis, and then that, and go to their name, scroll down and hit shout out. When I hit their name, I don't see a shout out option. That does not come up. Yeah, it's definitely not coming up. But if I manually do it, let's see if this works. The trial you are shouting out does not exist. Let me try it one more time. That Mystic, Amethyst, Minis, plural, and ending bracket, and do it again, and still doesn't let me do it. Yeah, I don't know why it won't let me do it, but it won't let me shout you out, so I have to figure out how that's supposed to work. Yeah, timeout, ban, warn, mod, permit, purge, timeout, 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 mod comments, mod actions, messages, warnings, timeouts, bans. Yeah, it's not saying anything about a shout out. All right, here's what it is. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think that worked either, Smile.
Stay sharp.
All right, something I have to look into later for sure, because I would like to shout out. No, I was repeating all of the commands available to me, Namto, and saying that shout out wasn't one of them.
Trap or treasure?
The machines move freely. Despite the burning promethium all around them, cold seems to emanate from them, along with something else, something inhuman. Has anyone been following the WC? What is the WC, Wine Guy? A tall tech priest arrayed in extravagant red and black robes greets you solemnly, his mechadendrites moving sinuously around him. His garment is damaged in several places, and marks from weapon charges are visible on his augmatics, but he does not seem to care. I extend greetings to Rogue Trader Blade von Valancius. Your presence within the Temple of Promethium is a great honor to its denizens. Oh, World Cup. Oh. I haven't been following it. I'm not big into soccer, but I do know that it's going on. Its denizens, servants of the Omnissiah, apologize for the unfitting reception due to the critical, interrupting fracture of processes. The sound seems to drift softly from the tech priest's vox modulator, an almost lulling hum on a single note, lacking any inflection. With whom am I speaking? For the purpose of this conversation, I stand before you as Artisan Decabalus 416. I lead the Adeptus Mechanicus mission, servants of the machine god, ensuring the operation of the sacred mining machines on this station. Further clarification, the tech priest pauses for a few seconds. His optical sensors slowly scan each of your retinue from top to bottom. Is available, presentable in low Gothic form upon request. What interests your lordship at the observed station? Why are you talking so strangely? Clarification of terms or rephrasing is intended to make the context of statements more easily understood by unordained individuals. Decabalus spreads his hand slightly. Statistics, calculations performed by sacred machines show that it has a positive effect on communication. Artisan, I've never heard such a title before. Those among the Adeptus Mechanicus who are supremely competent in the sacred skill of construction are elevated to the rank of artisan, maker of machines. Artisans are proficient enough to be called the hand of the will of the Omnissiah. The tech priest bent back straightens at these words, and he seems to occupy more space, swelling with importance. That's enough about you. Let us return to the matter at hand. You are correct. Your assessment is valid, your lordship. The time limit on our interaction is not infinite. Oh, US is up right now? Nice. I didn't used to follow it, but the last World Cup, I got into it thanks to a Frenchman I work with. Nice. We'll go to a bar at 7 a.m., have drinks, watch the World Cup, and then go to work. Yeah, some of the rules kind of I don't understand when I'm watching soccer. Like, obviously I understand if they kick the ball into the net, there's a point. But some of the other aspects of it kind of confuse me those few times where I'm able to catch a glimpse of it. But I understand it's wildly popular globally. Are there many of them? Oh wait, a sabotage attempt, activity directed at halting Promethean production, has been detected within the confines of the station. The perpetrators are Alpha 9's group, ordained members of the priesthood of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Probable cause is violation of the 16 universal laws, tech heresy infecting their cognitive centers. Are there many of them? Who is their leader? Exact numbers are undetermined, unknown. Head of the compromised cell, Senior Adept Alva 9. She commands a Skitari. The group's combat strength includes Rust Stalkers and several Uranus engine seers. Some of the workers behind Decabalus flinch and glance around nervously when they hear his response. I noticed several highly unusual mechanisms on my way here. Are they the heretic's creations? I confirm the discovery of technologies not listed in the sacred standards on this platform, and I admire your lordship's knowledge of them. Access to further details is both denied and impossible, since the requesting layperson's rank is insufficient to establish communication. The tech priest responds with the measured and unyielding nature of a soulless cogitator. I'm excited that Scotland is playing this year. So what teams are you rooting for? I don't know any soccer player, Cube, except when the women's soccer team was doing really well, there was one chick with kind of a crazy hairstyle that I used to like know her face when I saw her, but that's about it. What do the heretics want? Their goal is the destruction of the sacred central drill, the greatest of the station's technologies, by means of ripping out its anchor core, the source of the motive force that powers our machines. Such inconceivable sacrilege, ruination of blessed technology, will have irreversible consequences that may lead to the disintegration of the sacred machine circuits and the sinking of the station. The sinking of the station would cause a catastrophic decline in Prometheum extraction volumes, its complete cessation, which in turn would bring production to a halt. This outcome would be extremely, blasphemously suboptimal. This scenario also suggests guarantees extensive collateral casualties among the human units currently ensuring the continuous operation of the Turquoise Force facility, its workers. Such losses would be undesirable and highly regrettable. Why are you lingering here instead of fighting? To our grief, the enemy forces have a qualitative superiority. They command large numbers of specialized Qatari. This has allowed them to inflict major damage upon the righteous forces, our group, and divide it. The enemy has planted mines among the approaches to the central unit and has cut us off from our allies, making the mission to eliminate the threat difficult. The only factor that can alter the situation is intervention from a third party, your lordship. Russ, what's going on, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Intervene? Of course I will intervene. The heretics will be, first I should have a proper look around here, actually. May the Omnisci keep you from harm. The tech priest bow slightly. What's up, Seaboa? How are you? Scotland, United States, and France are the ones you support? Nice. Who's considered to be the best soccer team right now? Is there one that's clearly over and above the others? Weary laborers in grease-stained... Hold on. Daughter White played around going crazy. Weary laborers in grease-stained coveralls bow their heads at your approach. Their leader, a heavy-set older man wearing a blood-stained foreman's patch on his sleeve, steps forward. How may I serve you, Lord Captain? The foreman carefully enunciates every word, swaying slightly on his feet from exhaustion. You're in charge of everyone, then? The man nods. I am, your lordship. I'm the foreman. Past, they call me. Laying backs above? Nice. Sounds like the right move after a long day's work. France and Spain are the faves, betting faves at least. Traditionally Brazil and Spain, but France is always up there. Who won last year? He looks at you sullenly with bloodshot eyes, blinking frequently. Well, at least I was the foreman before all this started. Now me and my boys are more fighters than laborers. And in the last skirmish, Alva 9 gave us a good thrashing. I don't know what she has against us. How long have you served the Cabalists? The foreman frowns, calculating something in his mind, then scratches the nape of his neck, tousling his gray hair. For as long as I can remember, all of us here, you might say, are hereditary laborers, been working since we could walk and talk. He casts a quick glance at the tech priest. It's a great honor to work under the Adeptus Mechanicus and be a wicked man to complain. Alva 9 leads the heretics. Pask, already grim-faced, darkened still further. He rubs his eyes warily before answering. Tech Priest Alva 9 was in charge of matters related to security on the station. A couple of weeks ago, she and Decabalus had a mighty row. The foreman hastily cuts himself off and falls silent. I mean, yes, some still follow our orders, and right now they're all at the drilling complex. That will do. Let's talk about something else. As you wish, your lordship. What do you know about the central complex? I know all there is to know. How to maintain it properly, what rites to perform. My grandfather helped build its housing, and my father was present at the consecration. The foreman holds a finger for every boast, immersed in his memories. Father or even witnessed Master the Kabbalist bless the anchor core that powers the complex. Argentina won last year. Nice. They beat France for the final match, but they're not considered a favorite to win this year? Only thing I know about soccer is that people like Messi. I apologize for likely saw his name wrong. I actually know Messi, but it's only because I Show Speed always talks about him. And so when I see little clips of Speed, sometimes Messi comes up. Penalty shootout after a tie match? Nice. Interesting. Have you seen anything unusual near the drill complex? Pask mouth tightens for a moment, but he quickly recovers his previous gloomy expression. It's not my place, your lordship, to know about such things. Standing around gulping is a good way to get tangled up in the gears of a machine. There won't even be bones left to pick up. Pardon my insolence, but I have nothing more to say about this. You mentioned an anchor core. What in the throne is that? That, Lord Captain, is what powers all the machinery here. Its soul, you might say, the most divine thing in it. It gives off energy and glows so bright it hurts your eyes, and it's shaped something like this. The foreman's hand traces in the air the shape of a sizable cone with a truncated top. That's what Alva 9 got really angry about. I suppose I heard enough. Go. The man bows briefly again, but this time with much more deference. We will follow you, Lord Captain. Let's see, Electro.
To victory.
On the precipice of change.
Let's make sure any.
This ocular implant was a
Okay, there we
worthwhile
go.
investment.
Does he have to go? Yep, they're gonna make you go all the way back over. Mr. T, what up, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. And for trash. Oh, well. It is as though a huge titan is supporting the platform on its shoulders. And by the way the water is rapidly devouring centimeter after centimeter of its body, it cannot last much longer.
Marching ahead.
And there we go. That allows us to walk here.
Messiah, grant me the wisdom to perceive.
Trash.
One and it's done.
The crane axle is covered in rust, but the gears move smoothly. The mechanisms inside the turntable are made of a strange black alloy.
A job for me.
Forge ahead. Never linger.
Argentina is a favors because it's a young team now. Messi and his generation. Also, Messi used to be on Argentina, and now he's retiring, so they're starting over from scratch. That's basically the situation. Why is Messi so popular? Like, is he really more successful than other soccer players? They're still in the top 10 teams competing, even with a really young team.
Let's seize the moment. Keep your guard up.
You son of a... So wait. Okay. Damn. So if I move you here. Where do you get moved to?
Stay sharp.
It's either up there or downstairs. I certainly can't get to it. Wait, could I get to it? Move closer for interaction. And then if I click this, what does it do? How do I get to that? That's interesting. Maybe the answer will be revealed when I get across the corner. What's up, Tristan? How are
Onward
you?
to victory.
Cristiano Ronaldo and Messi on par with each other and on the top for a while. Is there Messi and Ronaldo is a hot topic in bars? Is there a like an agreed upon greatest soccer player of all time? It is as though a huge titan. We've already seen that before. All right. Those two are scary good. Interesting. Considered to be
Let's
a cut
see this
above
through.
the rest currently. The trap started coming out.
The Emperor favors me today.
Nothing can catch me off guard.
Pele? That's what would
I
cause a
better
fight at a
myself
bar.
through my service.
So they're not just considered the best players right now, they're considered the best players all time. The drill complex looks clean and well maintained despite the rain, wind, and corrosion covering everything around it. Can you move the crane with someone standing on it? Good question. I have to play around with it after we get through with the fight. Pele is old school. Prometheus fight. Gotta clear out the heretics.
Venture forth.
Well, wasn't cool. Look at that hammer. Guards, Protocol 1245, halt! The booming cry rattles the metal beneath your feet. A crimson-robed tech priest shouting over the moaning wind holds out a hand in warning. Piercing the frozen mist that hangs in the air, the targeting lenses of metal Rust Stalker soldiers focus on your chest. I, Rogue Trader Blade Von Valancius, and my retinue are not moving. Bellowing like that is wholly unnecessary. What is a layperson doing here? Protocol 12.4.9-5. After a second's pause, the tech priest continues a little more calmly. This protocol stipulates that if you or your group take another step toward Object 16, my Rust Stalkers will attack. I have come here on a mission from Altar Templum Exit 17 to find out the reason for the delay in Prometheum shipments. I am Alva 9. I command the Scutari of Mining Station Takaras 4. A violation of one of the Omniscia's sacred commandments has occurred within the territory under my purview. In accordance with Protocol 12.33, delivery of Prometheum to the primary station is impossible until the tech heresy is eliminated. I must stop you there, Alva 9. Your comrade, Decabulus, also told me of the heresy that has engulfed this platform, but he named you as the source of it. The Xeno heresy wallowing scum. Protocol 12.60-9, cease targeting. Her shout forces the Rust Stalkers to remove their sights from your chest. The tech priest's powerful voice grows fiercer. The traitor Decabulus has deceived you. He has cast our sacred production into heresy and is leading the station's work units into tech schism. Do not trust Decabulus. His corrupted code penetrates the processes undetected. What did he say to you? He said you were going to disconnect the platform for the motive force and eliminate the station's workers. That does not sound like the behavior of righteous servants of the Omniscia. That is correct. Something shifts almost imperceptibly in Alva 9's tone. My unit arrived on Takaras 4 one planetary cycle ago. During our time here, I, as commander of the Scutari, performed a covert protocols inspection of the station's sacred mechanisms. I detected, the tech priest's voice shifts to a shrill howl, violations of the universal laws to the 5th degree. Artisan Decabulus 416 has desecrated the sacred mechanisms of the central drill complex of Takaras 4 with a xenogenic heresy identified as the Anchor Core. Protocols stipulate the immediate destruction of the mechanisms that have come into contact with this xenotech. Decabulus himself installed a Xenos device in the central drill complex. The inspection protocol indicated that the sacred machine was contaminated with Xeno heresy, identified as the Anchor Core, at least 30 full turns ago. Artisan Decabulus 416 was in charge of the station for the entire time specified. He communicated with the machine spirit of the drill complex and personally consecrated it. He could not have been unaware of the tech corruption powering its internal mechanisms. Where did Decabulus obtain the Xenos device? I do not know, and I don't want to know. Alva's thunderous binaric howl prayer is over the roar of the wind. The sacred mining station of Takaras 4 is contaminated. Long cycles of Xeno corruption have tormented her machine spirit. We soothe and free it. That is enough. I was wrong. Messi is playing this year, and he's the first player in history to play in 6 different World Cups. He is playing. Oh, that's crazy. I have come across Xeno devices on the platform. Is this also the work of Decabulus? The Xeno sect infected the patterns of this place long ago. I would not be surprised to learn that the forbidden technologies were born deep in the bowels of the station, guided by a traitor's hand. The central drill complex mechanism is what keeps this entire station afloat. If you destroy it, you will doom all the workers, the equipment, and yourselves in one fell swoop. My Rust Stalkers managed to retrieve an operational shuttle from the flooded hangars. As soon as the Xeno heresy is eliminated, we will leave the breeding ground of corruption, make our way to an orbital tech station, and dispatch a message to Altar Templum. The station's machine attendants cannot be saved. All that is touched by tech heresy is forever tainted by it. We cannot afford such a risk. I believe you, Alva 9. Artisan Decabilis seems suspicious to me as well. Protocol 12.70-4. The Rust Stalkers instantly shift their visor beams to focus on something over your shoulder. Join forces with the rogue trader. Defend the perimeter until I have dealt with Object 16. Uh-oh. You hear the sound of many footsteps over your shoulder. After traversing the now clear path, the Decabilis hastily bade his tech priest come to stand behind you, along with the artisan himself. Gratitude. Your assistance in clearing the path of traps was extremely effective. You sense the foreman Pask's eyes on you. He has a rifle in his hands, but he does not seem fully convinced that he should shoot you. The workers standing on either side of him look at each other in confusion, awaiting his command. The Decabilis is not what he claims to be. In the name of the God Emperor Pask, kill the heretic. Your voice is louder than the rain and the wind, striking at Pask's very heart. He decisively whips around and points his weapon at the squad of tech priests he came with. Protocol 12.1, layperson, do not allow the heretics to interrupt the destruction of Object 16.
Challenging me was a mistake.
Uh-oh. Challenging me was a mistake. The Solastitude character creator is better, but still not great. It has a few extra sliders, but really, it is still difficult to customize the faces exactly how you want them. This is interesting. I am sorry to hear that. Hopefully they're gonna keep working with it though. Put you all the way up there. Oh, where Copper Tongue at? There we go. Yeah, he'll stick around here. You, on the other hand, come over here, and that means, there we go. Tia Prime, sure. And then let's see, that's J, Argenta, yeah. Guess Argenta will come over here with you. Cool. And getting 7 games started tomorrow? Wow. That's more than a little bit crazy. Bam. Bam.
My, it's time for them to run, my sweet.
Oh crap, she could have done a little bit more, but it's fine. Do that. Yeah, that wasn't a good move.
I can do
but
that
oh well.
with the right
I mean,
incentive.
Chicago's not hosting any World Cup games. There was a time when it wasn't the World Cup, it was the Olympics. There was a time when Chicago fought really, really hard trying to get the Olympics, and frankly, it almost bankrupted the damn city.
I know what to do.
Oh. Mm-hmm. Sure, why not?
For the dynasty.
Woo.
Easy.
We'll away from the games with Thicker 4. I have not gone to the Alabama library as of yet. I'm probably going to wait until the
Didn't
winter.
see that one coming, did you? Done and
Something
done.
will protect us all.
Okay. Yeah, she's not gonna, baby. Yeah, okay. I have to let that go.
I know what I'm doing.
It's half
Usually.
community center with a public gym and such. Crazy.
You've got a problem, Jai Haydari. Remember the name.
They aren't gonna let her do her to her second attack. Blade would be cool, but you know what? Let's go with
I am
Abelard.
a conduit of the machine god's will.
What in the hell? Oh, that's right,
I've
because
seen
he
worse
hasn't.
battles than this in my time.
This is dumb. This is dumb. Oh, you know what? It is gonna work. Hold up. There we go.
Victory is an exemplary strike.
There we are. That's a good start. Actually, here, let's do that again.
One fewer target.
Beautiful. Mm-hmm. Didn't he? Yep, here we go. Hey, here's the first time we're doing a ability from one of our augments.
Indeed.
Let's see how it works. Woo!
Grey hair, sure hand. I took care of this one.
Oh, snap! I like that.
The motive force
I
shields me.
like it. Oh, snap. No, not him, not him, not him, not him. I didn't realize that was him. I thought it was still Abelard. Wait, what just happened to Abelard? Abelard knocked himself out? What happened? We were doing so well. Abelard deals. Abelard missed turn. What happened to him? Prone effect applied. Why? Galvanic carapace deals shock damage. Shock damage. Prone effect applied. Why was he knocked prone? I don't understand. That's odd. I don't know what happened. I don't understand what happened. But whatever. It was still awesome while it lasted. It was awesome for a little while. Damn. So this is what, let's see. Giving himself, yeah, none of that's gonna work. Could do that. Not the blast. Where is, okay, here's the gate. Here, let's do that. And then,
Executing command.
whoo, look at that gate, so pretty. Can the grapple knock you prone? I don't think so. Take care, Travis. Have a good night. I have to check on it, but I don't think it can knock me prone. Defend of the weak. Increasing their armor or damage dealt, sure. And then can't do that to himself. Can't do that to Abelard either. Why not? Oh, he could do it to Argenta. Can he get Argenta to move? Yes, he can. And but
Guided
that's
by
the
faith.
closest she could get. Interesting. Well, she could do
Faith
this
without
though.
deeds is worthless.
Precipice of change.
And do that. And then do that. And we'll relocate you as close as possible. This is as close as you want to get. Interesting. All right. Could use Inquisitor's Decree. All right, let's just try that. Yeah, let's do that.
Anatomy is an open book to me.
Ooh, it hit quite a few people. I like that. I like that for sure. And yeah, we'll do. Oh, wait. Actually, I should have done a Magna Rail blast first. How's this work again? And 2 cells within the 4-cell range radius around it. All creatures in those cells and the cells between them and the main target become additional targets. So, yeah, hold on.
Lucius, blasphemy terminated.
Interesting. Very, very interesting.
The machine.
And now Argenta. Just gonna take a break for. Oh, got you. Usually play Scarlet, start to wind down for the night. Got you. No problem. No problem. Here.
As the Emperor commands, eradicate it. I'll do it.
You come out here some. Mm-hmm. Are all the enemies lined up over here? I can't tell.
Doubt is for the weak.
Shouldn't have started with you anyway.
Power resides in the will of
Hope
the
you can play as
righteous.
Skatari and
I'll do
Dark
it.
Heresy. What's so great about
You, my
Skatari?
Emperor. As the Emperor commands, this is why I was chosen. That is not the Emperor.
Statistical.
Look at that. That's the toxic damage from our
Faith
augment.
without deeds.
So it is working. In fact, yeah, let's check. So she's burning toxic saturation. Wow, that's actually kind of freaking cool.
Damaged.
Except we're so close.
As
But
the
still.
Emperor commands, each strike is a prayer.
Super
Doubt
cool.
is for the weak. For you, my Emperor.
For you, my emperor. Here. We want to shoot through the wall, so let's
As
go
the
back over
Emperor
here.
commands, I'll do it.
They're the foot soldiers of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Where is... Oh. Somebody I miss over there. My bad. There you go. You're good, homie.
I'm restless.
Just find them really cool.
Join me
Nice.
in prayer.
It's a good reason to want to play them. Blessed. Oh no, I noticed I was fighting some of them, but you know, I'm taking them out so quick it's hard to see anything special about them. Blessed Omnissiah, may Maleficent code never touch your circuitry. Alva 9 turns to you. The tech priest's right hand, which she used to wrench something out of the machine, is blackened and melted. Clutched in her curled metal fingers is a strange device made of smooth black material. A low hum resonates from deep within it. The platform beneath your feet shudders and sinks slightly. The sensation of falling makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. Ava 9's shriek can be heard even over the strained creaking of the mechanisms. We do not have much time, layperson. The station and all of its tech corruption will be underwater in an hour. Initiating Protocol 17.0. What do you intend to do next? Execute Protocol 17.0. Alva 9's booming voice sounds somewhat surprised. I will leave Tarkaeus 4 and report to Altar Templum. After thinking for a moment, the tech priest takes another step towards you and nearly deafens you with her exclamations. Your assistance in resolving the Xeno heresy crisis will be cited in my report. I am plagued by one question. Why are you speaking so loudly? My Vox augment operates on the Rustalker's frequencies. It is not intended for laypersons. What about my implantation throne? Will Altar Templum oversee its enhancements? That is something better discussed with the Magi of Altar Templum. I would prefer things of a more material nature. In that case, proceeding to Protocol 17.88, in a single motion, Alva 9 takes out some kind of formidable looking combat device and hands it to you. Motive blessed bionic. On hit, attacks with the weapon inflict galvanic resonance. We'll potentially look at that. Just simply because I do not forgive deceivers. A rational pattern for a layperson of your status. Alva 9 respectfully inclines her head. What's up, Moonlight? How are you? I play this game so much I remember the order to the button puzzle in the chapel on the first try. That's crazy. I have more questions. In that case, I have more questions. What will become of the workers left on the station? Protocol 17.09, laity worker units that have come into contact with the foulness of Xeno heresy were to be disposed of along with the station. Alpha 9 cast her crimson visors detachedly over the grim faces of the workers. I, Rogue Trader Von Valancius, will take them back to my ship to help fend off the Kabbalists' attacks. The tech priest glowers at you for a few seconds, then shouts out, Protocol 21.190. It is your right to do so, Rogue Trader. I will transmit this data to Altar Templum. What is that object? The Xeno heresy referred to by its followers as the Anchor Core. My fallen comrade said that the traitor to Kabbalists had desecrated the station's sacred energy patterns. The Omnissiah damned device was powering the central drill complex and stabilization mechanisms with the motive force. Without it, the machine spirit of Takalis 4 would shut down and find peace. Oh, Matt just got some crazy old wines to sell. All of it from the late 90s and early 2000s. What are you going to do with the Anchor Core? I will deliver it to Altar Templum, where the corruption will be anathemized and destroyed. I helped you dispatch your enemy, Tech Priest. Why don't you give me the Anchor Core? Protocol, Alpha 9 swallows the end of the sentence, staring at her blackened hand. The Xeno artifact cluster of metal fingers continues to emit a low hum. The Tech Priest scowls and, with a loud binaric trill, tosses the object to you. A strange-looking device pulled from the central drilling complex. Okay, set off for the shuttle. The huge metal platform is barely moving, but you notice the speed with which the water level is rising under the drain grates. Hey, look at that. We got our final level as well. Beautiful. Beautiful. We're just like these machines, lads. We'll do whatever those at the top command. Oh no, that is that's not gonna help. There we go. Heavy plasma gun, add to cargo. Master crafted power axe, add to cargo. Last pistol, add to cargo. None of that is useful. Doom. The science axe, pretty sure that doesn't help any of us, right? 1828, nope, that's not gonna help any of us. So weird. Okay, so this is the same one we were looking at before, okay.
Stay sharp.
Okay. So yeah, this is where we came from before, came around, and will they not allow us?
Forge ahead.
Where's
Never
the
linger.
I guess we can't go back this way again. What am I missing? Well, first of all, I'm missing this. Okay, so there are more goods here. That's trash.
Let's seize the moment.
Oh wow, there's a lot of more stuff here. The steam that fills the room beyond the grate scalds your face. Perhaps there are valves nearby to regulate the pressure and temperature of the pipes.
Duty prevails.
Indeed. Yes, there are. So hold on. I never did this puzzle.
Let's see this through.
Oh, am I trying to get it to the top then? Is that the problem? I don't even know what I did, but I'm with it. Sure. Thank you. Ooh, Skitarii Ranger armor. Base armor, and so it's going to increase armor in accordance with your tech use. -2 action points to reload. And using combat stimulus doesn't affect negative effects. We already have
To
that.
victory.
Cool. Come on. The user can move through allies and enemies. Yep, we saw that before. And we got a pyro maul, so we can take that over there, but collect the augment. Yep, I made it happen, howdy. Made it happen. I'll take it. Activate bridge.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
Irrefutable, huh? Okay. Now that's how I get back. And they do let us get back over here. Cool. Now where's that crane? Actually, no. So we've got... So you've got these goods here. Doesn't let us get them.
Sometimes you consult the
So here,
appropriate
hold
treatise
on.
on Tactica Imperialis and weigh every step. Sometimes, though, you just fire your biggest cannon and save the day.
Should have kept Abelard over there. Now that I think about it,
nice little
he almost certainly has the biggest athletic score in case that's what's needed. But if we lift this up, yeah,
Duty
I
beckons.
didn't feel like that would allow you. Yeah, it wouldn't make any sense.
Look no further.
I'm confused about what you're supposed to do. Yeah, it only lifts it up and down. Unless, here, hold on. I wonder if you need to be able to manipulate all three. You need to put someone in the crane before you drop it, but he can't walk into that crane. Here, hold
forged my
on.
own success.
Oh, you can stand on top of it though. Okay, I didn't realize that.
Always there for you.
All souls cry
There
out
we
for
go.
salvation.
That, or it doesn't work. All right, here, hold on. Let's try that again.
Duty beckons.
All right, you're on top.
We are the spearhead of the
Do
Imperium.
that.
Onward to victory.
Okay. No. Right down here. Thank you. The wear gains tech use and the energy concentration ability. When activated, potential energy stacks is removed from the wearer until the end of the turn. The melee attacks is going to deal additional shock damage. The ability is active only when the wearer has a melee weapon equipped. Huh. Energy concentration. Interesting. Paul Van, what's up, dude? Appreciate you using your Prime over on Twitch. That's a bug. Yeah, I think this
ahead.
is a little bit
Never
bugged,
lie.
but we got through it.
Service.
Do you think there's going to be a future DLC? Yeah, P-Moyle, they confirmed that there's going to be
All
one more
souls cry
DLC
out for
that's supposed to
salvation.
be released in about 3 months.
Look no further. Marching on.
What's up, Basimi? Lurker here. Hey, all good, man. Appreciate you, dude. And how many more characters do you think will be added? I think they're going to stick with the same cadence, so we're going to get one more companion. And the boy said, so this was more left like Necromunda, just more bells and whistles. I never played Necromunda, so I can't really confirm, Kingsley. Why are you going all the way over there? Is that necessary? Oh, yeah, it is necessary because the crane has to be moved. My bad. There we go. Boom. All right, now. What is Necromunda? All right, so we did what the Adeptus Mechanicus needed. We turn that question with them, but there's one more planet out here that we need to look at. What's up, Arsenic? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. What's up, Rex? Necromunda is like Mordheim. Not a whole lot of story, mostly gameplay. Ah, interesting. Okay.
We stand upon the precipice of change.
Paul, man, appreciate you following me, dude. The Acolytes, no, release from Grip. Well, they just say, what, Kiavagama needs some help too? Yeah, whatever. I don't care about that. I don't need to worry about that at all. Hive City-based 40K game. Got you. Road Trade is a CRPG, lots more story. That's what I prefer, for sure. Lord Captain, the Master at Arms has reported disturbances in the vicinity of the Sector Bionica. You hear the tactfully disguised disquiet in the Boxmaster's voice. The rabble from the lower decks have blocked the exits, demanding that you appear before them. Demanding? The enforcers await your orders. The ring of steel in Jocasta Sarabek's tone eloquently signals her readiness for battle. Give the order, and all those troublemakers will be immediately subdued. Rex, appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. What's up, Norris? You love Nordheim, and Necromunda was lame? What made Necromunda so much worse than Nordheim? What companions would you like to see added? Like a watercast Tall would have been interesting. I keep hearing about the Tall, so I would love to see them add one. It seems like Wildcat is not going to add an orc. So if they're not going to give us an orc, at least give us a Tall. But if nothing else, I would hope that we get another Xenos. Because I know the fandom is going to riot if we get yet another human companion. It's more or less the people that live under the city in little gangs. They catch scraps that fall from the higher city levels above and fight over them to have the best gang. Same action points. Are there any Warhammer games that are set directly in Terra Nova? Because that's what I would like, honestly. Like, I keep seeing these Warhammer games about you being stuck out of the middle of nowhere, cut off from everybody else. I kind of want to have a game where you're in the middle and the thick of where the action is, right? And the problem is not that you're cut off from everybody else. The problem is that everybody else is around you and they're all trying to destroy you and kill you, even though technically you're supposed to be on the same side. What's up, Bruce? How are you, man? Talk like you hurt yourself and put a T in front of it, like owl, so Tau, that's the way it's pronounced. Or like owl, so like Tau. I have seen 0 games set in Terra Nova. Really? That's so fascinating to me. It seems like it would be natural. Michael, what's up, man? Appreciate the $10 donation, dude. Rogue Trader, let's go. Love to see it. What starting role was your favorite story-wise? I'm a really, really big fan of Noble from a story standpoint. I feel like it works so well, especially when you're an officer. So as far as the origins, which I assume is what you're asking about, Noble is probably my favorite if you're talking just from a story standpoint. Terra Nova is pretty much safe ground for humanity, but wouldn't humanity be working against itself though? Because that's the way it works in everything else in Warhammer. Like, I assume it's not lock arms, we all love each other, you know, huggy-dovey, all that kind of stuff. It seemed rushed and bugging and went from mostly melee and Mordheim to mostly Reigns and Necromunda. The Imperium doesn't want you to know too much about what's going on there. Makes sense. Fun fact, Rogue Trader is the name of the original 40K magazine. If there's a game based in Terra Nova, it would be pretty much only humans and 100% spy games. I'd be 100% down with that. I'd be 100% down with a spy-based Warhammer game in Terra Nova. What do they want, Vigdis? According to the reports received, the work of the Medicae officers in the Sector Bionica has caused this commotion among the workers. It appears the rabble are seeking access to sacred augmentations. I wish to go down there and hear what these people have to say. As you will, Lord Captain. Doo-doo. Zeef, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Boom, boom, boom. Uh-oh. It pissed for real. The noisy procession, smelling of sacred unguents and sweat, falls silent as soon as you appear. Those at the head of the crowd step forward, one of them waving the wrapped stump of his right arm, while another gulps at you with his one eye. The Medicae officers, shielded by a line of enforcers, also stare in your direction. Lord Captain, you came. The one-eyed man hesitates and bows awkwardly. We have a request, a petition, to authorize the augmentation of workers below the rank of junior officer in the Sector Bionica due to the need to increase the efficiency of the workforce. He blurts out the obviously memorized words in a rapid stream, then adds peevishly, the vermin don't want to give us iron arms and legs, but we just want to work for the good of you and the God Emperor. To beg for respite from the fate chosen for them since birth? Perhaps we should hold up the Sisters of the Order of the Valorous Heart as an example. They do not even permit the dulling of pain during treatment of their wounds, no matter how grievous. Argenta stopped short, as if shamed by her own severity. Yet, that comparison is unfair to common laborers. Perhaps they truly would benefit from some aid. I want to hear your arguments. Why ought the workers be granted access to sacred implants? The one-armed worker steps forward, pushing the one-eyed man aside. One of the lads, a Voidsman soldier who got his skull crushed, came back to the lower decks after treatment not long ago. With his new metal head, he's working harder than ever. If they let us poor sods put some hardware in, we'd work even better than the healthy ones. We toil day and night for the good of the dynasty. The officers say it's not allowed, but you can do anything, even lift this band. Be merciful, Lord Captain. One game for combat, one game for heavy RPG type feel. Exactly. What's up, Jeremy? Feel the most excited I've ever been to continue Wrath. I beat, the Vescavor Queen? Hell, it might all be downhill from there. There's not too many other fights I could think of that's going to be harder and unfair than that. That fight is brutal. No cheese, just honest tank and spank? Crazy. Took me 3 days, but I finally bested it? That's absolutely insane. What up, Shock? I'm trying to decide what build to choose for a new run. I really want to play with all the arc rifle traits as they make them far more viable, but I'm not sure what would be best to use for them. Operator and Assassin. That would be almost too hard to do. Here's an idea I've never seen before. Have one game be the politics, but have another entire game that makes use of the stuff you attained in the political game. That would be, I agree that would be difficult to do, but it'd be crazy to play. Have achievements that need to be met in the political game. When those are met, it unlocks a new armory on a new planet, or a new trio of Marines to dispatch, etc. That sounds like a game I'd be willing to play. The request is unacceptable. I predicted that augmenting the Voidsman soldier's life form above the established baseline would cause the utility life forms to develop a distorted perception of their individual value that is irrationally inflated. The hiss of the Genitor's Vox can barely be heard over the murmuring of the crowd. What do the experts from the Sector Bionica think? Of course, such privileges for the lower decks are unprecedented, yet these people are the lifeblood of the ship, Lord Captain. However low they're standing in the social hierarchy, allowing augmentation in the lower decks will enable workers to toil longer and help older crew members remain of sound mind and pass on their experience to younger generations. I advise you to grant the request. It will only strengthen your crew. I insist upon rejection of the request. Augmentation is a sacred gift of the Omnissiah that requires careful monitoring and maintenance. The Sector Bionica's resources are finite, and as such, our focus must be on servicing the key life forms among the crew. Violating the established directive and wastefully distributing the gift of augmentations among the unworthy would be an outrage to the Omnissiah and barely tolerated by the tech priests aboard this vessel. All right, Lieutenant. I have come to a decision. I will allow augmentation. The faces of the crowd brighten. Some begin to pray fervently, others to shout out their thanks. The one-eyed man wipes his nose, and the one-armed man makes a sign of the Aquila. Long live Rogue Trader Blade von Valancius. The joyous cry is immediately echoed by dozens more voices. Are those enforcers? They look snazzy. Yep, those are the enforcers. Playing this game today, I noticed some stutter on my PC. Am I the only one with that problem? What's up, dude? I haven't been noticing stuttering thus far. Do you have any mods installed? Free IDs over here buying tickets. The Vivisector breathes a sigh. I thank the God Emperor every day for sending us such a merciful ruler. There is no escaping the satisfied look the Vivisector is. No mods? Interesting. Started playing it today. I noticed some stuttering on your PC. Yep, I haven't had that issue, so I can't comment, honestly.
Venture forth.
He's got nothing to say. Nothing new to say, at least. Genitor. For fault correction. All right. And is this the first time you've ever played the game, dude? More action points. More action points. More action points. More action points. And finally, more action points. Beautiful. I'm not sure what you're saying, Cube. Are you saying you're seeing a voice lag? YouTube has a voice lag in comparison to Twitch, if that's what you're referring to. But it fixed itself after a reset. I just reloaded and it was fine. Oh, it was, so the stream was lagging for a bit? That's interesting. OBS isn't saying that there's any issue. So hopefully it's cleared up now. There we go. Let me check on you. Make sure. Start your Astra Militarum run. Nice.
Rogue Trader. What disputation will you...
Okay, you still don't have anything new to say? No problem. Refresh and solve it. Got you. Like the video was lagging, not the voice. Got you, but it refreshed it and solved it. Okay, cool. Cool, 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 cool. And nothing else there. Okay, cool. Where's my ship? Oh, that is it up there. Okay, cool. Your lips would not match your voice. Your lips would not match your... Reload. There were no bugs. Nice. Okay, that would have been more useful back in Act 2. Not particularly useful now. What's up, rabbits? Apparently there was something wrong with YouTube where the stream was having an issue, but people reloaded and it was okay. That's actually useful earlier in the game. I seem to remember being low on provisions at one point. Boom, boom, boom. The planet, riddled with huge tunnels, resembles an anthill of gigantic proportions. Even looking down on the eerie landscape chills the blood. The ship's augers do not detect any signs of life on the surface. Scan the planet. The entire surface of the planet is a lifeless gray rock, but the atmosphere is breathable without a void chute. In some deep tunnels, strangely shaped chalky sediments have been found. Send an expedition. Scouts wandered through the huge, empty tunnels for a long time, sending infrequent and mostly uneventful reports back to the bridge until communication with one of the first groups is cut off. The Vox simply can no longer pick up the right frequency. Dispatched an armed squad to the missing group's location. The armed squad nearly shoot the missing team members who came out to meet them. They also report that inside these tunnels are the remains of a camp, apparently belonging to an Imperial expedition. For several kilometers ahead, the tunnels are filled with time-worn fortifications and ancient weapons and equipment as fragile as glass. The scouts are surprised to find several hastily assembled stone barrows. The people who spent time in these tunnels have probably already found everything they wanted, buried their dead, and left the planet. Grav core circuit. The user gains +1 stack of anti-gravity charge for every cell they move. What does that do? When the number of the stacks on the user becomes the same as the agility bonus, all of them are removed and they gain +1 stack of potential energy. Oh, the user cannot suffer the crippled leg effect. Okay, nice. That works. What's up, Karsha? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. No issues on your end, so cold? Awesome. Oh, that's plenty what I got. Rocky World. Karsha, yo, appreciate you using your Prime over on Twitch. Thank you so much. And be good and scan. And bunch of trash, nothing there. Okay. And back over there. All right, now let's go turn on our quest with the Adeptus Mechanicus. And then we'll probably have to come back up here. Pretty sure that planet got eaten out by the Tyranids. Ooh, that's brutal. Your Lordship, news from Zarkov. A passing Chartist ship has brought word that the planet has been attacked by unknown enemies of humanity, and its inhabitants are requesting assistance from the rogue trader. Colonel Bashikski snarls like an enraged animal. Blade, Zarkov would not ask for help without good reason. We have survived out there for centuries on our own. I require more information. Tell me exactly what the message said. Of course, Lord Captain. It appears that Zarkov is not reporting a full-scale invasion, more like strikes by individual squads, and there are no reports of a void blockade. The Chartists also relayed odd reports of enemies of humanity forged of metal and clad in rotting flesh, but I am not sure that that part of the message can be trusted at all. Soulless killers who forsook their very essence in the name of a great vengeance. My kin battled them among the stars while your ancestors yet lacked consciousness. A handful of monkey cannot overcome them. If aid does not reach that world, it is doomed. At last, a worthy opponent. The monkey will not hold out for long. If you wish to partake of the sport, I advise you to make haste. Thank you for your report, Voxmaster. Uh-oh, indeed, Incarnate. Uh-oh, indeed. Oh, gotta go through a space battle to get to them, huh? That's not cool. Oh, wait. Let's repair the hull first. There we go. Now we're good to go. Lord Captain, the cage is under attack. We are detecting active Vox communications on the 32nd Regiment's frequencies. I have already given word of our right. I'll handle the other settlements, your lordship. Best you head to the cage. Janor and the governor are there. They'll tell you how things stand. We have an incoming Vox signal, but I cannot identify the source. Wrath of Cain. For a moment, you hear nothing but static from the Vox. Then the sound becomes clear. The voice that emerges is not human. It is a Xeno speaking, an Aldari. Monkey, this is our first and final warning. Leave the orbit of the Doom World and be gone. Here, we shall exact our revenge against the ancient enemy. This world will bear no survivals. You recognize the voice of the Aldari, whose vessel you once engaged in a neighboring system. The auger vid screens highlight unpatched hull breaches, a testament to your victory. We could join our forces. No, we are driven by the wrath of Kayla Mensha Kane. This world must fall. This world is my domain. Leave, and I will spare your lives. No, Monkey, this world belongs to the enemy. Vigdis, set a course for the planet. It will be done. Lord Captain, augurs are detecting Xenos vessels. They're closing in. Eldar, the museum quest is crazy? Yeah, I agree. Ooh, US is going to win tonight? Nice. Did you have any issues linking your Twitch to Road Trader? No. I was able to do the other two campaigns, but the page does not open up when clicking on the chest. No, I didn't have that problem. When I clicked on it, it worked no problem. Has to win, so they've been taking L's since 2022. Hey, has the United States ever won the World Cup? Red alert. Started a new game this morning and trying to do unfair without Cassia. Ooh, mistakes were made. She had me spoiled. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever done a run in Rogue Trader without Cassia, to be honest. And I miss her. I miss her. What's the one? This is it, right? Yeah, shield post. Take all that off. Oh, I thought they would take the stuff off. Redistributing weight overloads the enemy's shields. If the enemy has a hollow field, it loses several of its charges. Oh, not necessarily all of them. No. Okay, all right, fine, whatever. And then we'll do this. And then we'll do this. Oh, there's a station right in the middle too. That's interesting. Oh, this station looks like it's helping me. Oh, okay, cool. I'll take that. Beautiful. Quite beautiful. No, we are not good at soccer. No. We'd be like, Cassia, delete this direction. Okay. I wish the Eldar had something less cool to clown on than Kane. I know nothing about Kane. Oh. So, hold on, I didn't even realize. Yeah, we can give you a little something, huh? Okay, fine. Now you could do that, but that's not gonna, oh crap, you got your stuff back, nice. Steve, what's up, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Oh, it's giving me all of it back. That's interesting. Well. Get pretty close, huh? Cain is a war god? Interesting. Cassia and Abelard did most of the heavy lifting your first playthrough. I am not surprised. Both awesome. How does all the new stuff feel? What's up, Hermit? In my opinion, it feels fantastic. I think it works out very, very, very well. Beautiful. And now we still got you. Let's go here. Ever seen Shaolin Soccer? Nope. Ain't no way we stand a chance. Play this game. What's up, Deja Vu? Play this game to the end of chapter 3 2 years ago. Feeling scared of resuming it now. I barely remember the mechanics of the story. Hey, that means it's time for you to go ahead and give it a new whirl. Hermit! Yo! What's up, man? Thank you so much. 10 gifted subs. Dude, I really appreciate it, man. Thank you, dude. Glad you enjoyed the content. Allows you to use both abilities of one selected pose for one turn. Oh yeah, there we go. This reduces the cooldown. Let's get yeah, I want Warp Channeler back faster. Then what does this do? Oh, this is the one that does vulnerability. This improves where the next shot is going to come from. All the yellow over there. I should have done reduce the time over here. Oh well. Watching for the drops, but I've recognized you from YouTube. Oh, that's awesome, man. I hope you enjoyed the videos. Yeah, all you got to do is watch for an hour and then you'll get your drop. 1930 was the best we ever did and got 3rd place. So we got 3rd place back in 1930 and that's the top score we've ever had? Wow, that's crazy. So we're like really, really bad at soccer. That's interesting. All right, let's see how bad they're gonna blow up. Oh, they're not even gonna focus on me. They're trying to deal with the turrets. That's a mistake. I think your antivirus was blocking the web page from opening. Oh, there you go. There you go. Now you're all good. That's awesome. Whoops. I think our female team is the better of the two. Yeah, I remember that being the case as well. I want to say they won something big recently, right? Yeah, they were asking, did I know any soccer players? And I mentioned there was the female who had the interesting hair. I don't remember her name, but like I remember her face when I see it, and it's all because she actually won something. She did something big. Let's see if we got that. Then we can actually, no, not that. Where's the one? What does this do again? I thought this, oh, this is the jump forward. Oh, here we go. This is the one side to side, but then we can't make a turn like that. So, you know, we're gonna take this instead. What's up, Herberg? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. Let's do that. Well, it's not so much bad as in not good. What's the difference? It's just not as cultural for us. Yeah, I don't even watch soccer. I don't watch soccer at all. I never think about it. Let's do that. And did a nice little bit. And then this.
The target was well structured in.
Sure was. And we cannot do anything with the tornadoes as of yet. Megan Rapinoe, there we go. That's her. That's her. Thank you, Incarnate. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking of. I don't know what she did, but I know she did something big that causes her name to get mentioned a lot in regards to soccer. Played a long time, but I noticed they nerfed Cabela, debuff after every blade dancer. Blade dance, yeah, it's true, but she's still incredible. Like I'm playing as a blade dancer in this one, and I'm still wrecking shop, no question about it. Not quite, huh? Not quite. Way more into hockey than soccer. You know, I'm not into hockey at all either, but I will say hockey is a great time when you're watching it. I had the pleasure of, I'm sorry, if you go to an actual game, I had the pleasure of being taken to a game. Actually, I think it was at my job. I think like my boss took me to a hockey game because he was really into it, and we had a great time. It was a lot of fun. I was like, I get the appeal of this. I absolutely get the appeal. Not that. Nope, won't let me do that, huh? I'll do that. Oh, you're a torpedo anyway. So I really don't want to get that close to you. What can we do? Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Argo, what's up, man? 12 months. That's crazy, dude. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the support. Hope you've been doing well. How goes the game? It goes very, very well. Also, while that sub-streak time flies, yeah, it surely does. Didn't even know it had been that long, but I appreciate you, man. It's going well. I'm really enjoying the DLC, having a great time. I don't care a lick about hockey, but when we were fighting Canada for the goal, I was repping. Gotta go with the home team, man. Boom, boom. You thought you was gonna get away? You thought I wasn't gonna doop, boop, 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 boop. There we go. And that's all she wrote. All right, only so much you could do. Rome wasn't building a day and all that. Where's my support ships? Are they still around? Well, I mean, the turrets are out here, so it don't even really matter. Now the torpedoes. Whoa, Wrath of Cain. He's going to come out himself. I didn't realize that's how it was going to work. That's very interesting. Let's do some of that. Y'all got the Blackouts up there. True. My wife loves the team. I go all the time to their games if I lived there. Yep, it was a Blackhawks game that I saw, and it was a lot of fun. It was definitely a lot of fun. I had a good time, for sure. For sure. Oh, bro, you shouldn't have done this, homie. You ain't built for this. You're not built for this at all. Lens and fire indeed. Oh, they say one. One is... What? Where is this one? Oh, it's a torpedo? The torpedo should automatically be destroying itself. What are we talking about? All right, here. Fine. Can my torpedo? Nah, it's not even pointing in the right direction. Destroy yourself. Thank you. We good? There we go. There we go. And it didn't even give us anything special, but okay, whatever. Megan Rapinoe is the first person to ever make a score from the corner in the Olympics, and she did it twice, which is crazy. Interesting. So that happened before. It's certainly not unknown in professional leagues. Interesting. Okay, so she's considered to be someone who's like set a new standard. She's done something that hadn't been done before. That's super cool. Hockey is great for the pre-NHL leagues where the player energy is much higher. NHL became a snore fest. Lord Captain, Zarkov is reporting a serious situation on the planet. The flora and fauna of the world have gone mad, all because of a mass invasion of creatures that the transmission calls drovers. Isn't that the Xeno beast you encountered? It seems we've angered the entire planet, Blade. It's your decision, of course. The Colonel Governor will carry out any order, but let me protect my people. Don't throw their lives away for nothing. Stubbs! Yo! Appreciate you signing back up as a member, man. 41 months. That's crazy. Time is moving very, very fast indeed. I appreciate you, man. Love a good backwards bicycle kick goal myself. At least in the Olympics, she raised the bar. Yeah, that's super cool. So, does that mean, so has the women's soccer team, they've never won the World Cup? They just won, what, gold at the Olympics? Do we know what has riled the drover? Okay, so this is not me landing real issue. This is colonization stuff. The report only contains the Colonel Governor's conjecture. Perhaps the cause was the death of the drover at your hand, or there's a special cycle that we are unaware of. Regardless, Dynasty representatives on Zarkov have already begun an investigation. My gut tells me that all these theories are just commissar words. There's something else, something to do with your arrival on Zarkov, your lordship. Has such a mass occurrence of xenobeast ever happened before? No, your lordship. The Colonel Governor stated that there is no mention of such a phenomena in the annals of the 32nd Morov Regiment. This is the Zarkov colony's first experience of this. Does my retinue have anything to say on the matter? Burning away Xenoblight with the sacred flame of the God Emperor? What could be more righteous, Blade? Let me give the Zarkovians a lesson in burning out heresy. The Adeptus Arbites precinct fortresses, rogue trader, remain the core defensive bulwark in times of rebellion or attack. Every arbitrator knows how to hold a bastion of loyalty to the Imperium during all planet cataclysms. I could share that knowledge with the Zarkovians. Let's see. People, weapons, provisions, adamantine, plasteel, chemicals, and promethium. All right, so none of this is really going to help you. Help me. Sister Argenta, show the Moravians how to properly burn out a Xeno heresy. Or, yeah, properly burn out Xeno heresy. In the name of the God Emperor and humanity, your lordship, we will bring the flames of his fury down upon Zarkov. Some will have to die, but in the future, it will benefit the 32nd Regiment. Atonement for the one. For once, the slogan is fully warranted. Vast swaths of Zarkov's territory have been turned into ash or poison compost heaps. However, the vanquishers of this world know that, before long, Xeno heresy will be replaced by hub blocks and statues, manufactorums, and training grounds. Flesh must be excised before it can receive sacred augments. The same principle applies to planets. Yo, Stubbs! Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the 5 gifted memberships, dude. Red, Dragon, Mozilla, Matt, Count, what's going on? All of you are now members on the YouTube channel. You got access to my members only videos. By all means, go ahead and check them out. I already know I'm behind. I need to do some more. I'm gonna try my hardest to carve out some time this weekend and do some more reaction videos. But hope you all like what's there so far. I really need to figure out a way where folks who sign up with me on Twitch can get access to the same content. But right now, I don't know how to make that happen. One day, I will figure that out, though. I will figure that out. Your Lordship, a theory has emerged about what caused this. The Dynasty's agents have investigated and discovered a strange signal that we cannot decipher or locate. However, it seems to affect the nervous system of these drovers in some way, driving them into a rage. Alas, that is all we know for now. Lord Captain, we have been approached by the Explorators. Adeptus Mechanicus Genitors have developed the theory that the drovers were artificially created. Now their Magi biologists are requesting permission to study the flora and fauna of Zarkov. 3 tech priests are ready to lead the research congregation. I almost wonder if it's better to do a member stream to do reactions. I'd actually be 100% down for that. Ooh. Like maybe, oh man, that's a thought. That's a thought. Like maybe once a week, 1 or 2 hours. Or maybe like a specific night, like maybe a Friday night is member only stream. You all bring up videos and I just watch them on stream. I'd actually be 100% down for that. And that would make it easier because I could do it in the same flow. And yeah, you could do longer videos as well. And you know what? Maybe it would. I wonder if I could do. That's a thought. I hadn't even considered that, but that actually makes a lot of sense. but I wonder if it's possible to do like a member stream where like it's still public, but only members can comment or something of that sort. Or maybe I make it open to everybody, but I just say, hey, members are going to decide what I do during the stream. I think that's actually a great idea. I'd absolutely be down for that. And then it'd be easier for me to just say like, hey, Friday. Friday is a member stream day, or I'd probably do Sunday. Probably say Sunday, member stream day. All of you are welcome to join and watch, but I'm strictly going to be looking at videos that members have asked me to watch. And let's say it'll probably be a shorter stream than usual. Maybe it'll only be like 2 to 3 hours as opposed to like 5, 6, 7 hours. But yeah, I think I'd be totally okay with that. You would have to restrict chat to members only for the duration. We could fit his Black Sparrow of Death. That's true. That's definitely true. Huh. On YouTube, you could do subscribers only comment. Yeah, Briggy. Yeah, because I probably wouldn't restrict the chat to members only, but I would just say like, hey, I'm only really gonna look at videos that members bring up or that members vote on and say that they want to watch, and I would focus on interacting specifically with members. How would that work with Twitch Brews? Well, there's probably a way. In fact, yeah, I can see when you all comment on Twitch, I can see who is and is not a member. And I choose the videos I want to watch based upon a posting I put up on YouTube. So it's public. Anybody can pop in on that posting and say, hey, this is a video I would like for you to watch. That is a great idea that I'm 100% down with. Twitch has a similar thing. I'll investigate that. I'll probably wait a couple of weeks to do it. Maybe we will do it Sunday. I don't know. If I got the time, I might go ahead and do it Sunday and give it a whirl. That's super cool. That's super, super cool. You do tend to do a lot of those requests, but you request cool things, why, guys? So it's all good. The only thing that makes me hesitate about it, though, like when I do those member videos, I always just I never monetize them. I just put them up, right? And so sometimes YouTube will say things like, you can't monetize this video, blah, 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 blah. But then I guess it'd just be a sacrifice. It'd just be like, yo, the Sunday stream, somebody's probably going to take that money and it's fine. Whatever. It's fine. Okay. And mine are always the weird ones. The weird ones are fun. The weird ones are fun. Okay. Yeah. That's cool. That's super cool. I think that would actually be a lot of fun. You all would be able to comment directly and all that cool stuff. All right. We'll get into it. Lord Captain, we have been approached by the Explorators. Adeptus Mechanicus Genitors have developed a theory that the Drovers were artificially created. Now, we read that. They each have their own end goals. Xenobiologist Askilda Tavanti is mainly interested in the mysteries of genetic engineering. Magos Tau Phi 0098 is primarily known for using its research for the security of humanity. Kai's Tor Shaga is urging us to think about the benefits that could be derived from Zarkov. Cogs. Don't trust them, your lordship. Their gifts can easily turn into chains of bondage, and their goals are often very different from yours. And in the end, it's the common folk who wind up as their prey. But if refusing them is not an option, then don't let the Zarkovians become dependent on the tech priest's mysteries. Tell me more about these genitors. Skilda Tavanti is primarily interested in the origin of species, the mechanisms of evolution, and in interfering with its course. The vast majority of her interests find no practical application. Then again, her devotion to the quest for knowledge sometimes leads to breakthroughs in biological mysteries. This would be a good way to get people to subscribe. We'll see. If nothing else, it'll be fun for those folks who are members, and that's what's most important to me. Making sure that, hey, if you sign up as a member, you feel like you got some value out of it. So this will help with that. I'm looking forward to it. Tall 50098 once began his journey as a specialist assigned to the Astra Militarum. I suppose that is what's left its mark on him. Since then, all of his research has focused on combating nature and the creatures of various planets and biomes. He is seeking to expand humanity's habitable space, so his work is practical in nature. Kai's Tor Shaga is teetering on the brink of being declared a heretic. I've also come across reference to his ties to the coal trade and the Kazbalika mission. However, he has never crossed the line, or at least he's never been caught. Let's see, more profit factor. I'm concerned about Zarkov's safety. It's worth the risk. Zarkov requires many resources. Let the planet compensate for some of the costs. Send word. I'm concerned about Zarkov's safety, so Tal should lead the researchers. Like compensate for it is worth the risk. Zarkov requires many resources. Concerned about its safety. A wise decision, Lord Captain. It's good to see genuine concern for your the Protectorate. The first of Detus Mechanicus forces soon made planetfall on Zarkov, and their complex machinery was roused to wakefulness by the chanting of Benaric prayers. Under the hard eyes of the Moravians, the Magos-led Genitors began preparations for their investigation. Lord Captain, a message has arrived from Magos Tall 50098. He reports that his research has produced some results, and there's finally a chance to secure the possessions of the Omnissiah. I believe he was referring to the colony on Zarkov. The most significant finding is that the drovers prey on psychers, and they are attracted to warp-active areas. These creatures were probably created specifically to destroy anything that exhibits warp activity. We could use this against them. The Colonel General has sent several possible strategies. Mobile units with psychers that are constantly on the move and thus draw the drovers away from settlements, luring them to prepare positions in order to destroy them, and the large-scale luring of the drovers into remote deserted regions. So the entire world is an arsenal? The first call-up broke into an ancient bioweapons depot? That's fantastic and ironic. I would like to know more about Magos' research. The theory about interference in the evolution of species on Zarkov has been confirmed. In short, all flora and fauna bear the marks of ancient genetic interference. The drovers possess some sort of psi sensitivity, though they are utterly warp inert themselves. The Magos' theory is that the drovers were bred as a weapon against psychers, or to clean up and suppress warp-infested areas. What's going on, Aswin? You guys can find Amsanct. I found it, I had a save that allowed me to just locate it. I didn't have to find it before. So unfortunately, I'm not sure how you find it in your playthrough. I haven't gotten that far yet. Based on the research, it also appears that the present behavior of the drovers has nothing to do with the thinning of the veil between real space and the immaterium. The mysterious signal irritates their nervous system, driving them into a rage. It is a means of controlling them. In theory, it is capable of more than just sending them into a frenzy, but so far, the Adeptus Mechanicus is unable to uncover its secrets. The tech priest supposed that some sort of planetary security system was triggered, which riled up the local biosphere. Does anyone in my retinue have any ideas on how to use this? If we know where and when this thing will appear, and we also know how to lure it to a convenient location, there's nothing that can withstand a direct hit from an orbital lance, Lord Captain. Atlantek, do not succumb to the mindless drive toward destruction inherent to your kind. I can teach your servants many things, and they will disappear from the baiting zone long before one of the drovers appears. This will hone their skills and keep the world intact. Blade, I know psychers are dangerous, of course, but look at me. I'm hardly a waste of the ship's oxygen, am I? Psychers with more experience can tear through the veil of the immaterium with precision, like a Medicae officer opening up a wound. Then the echoes will attract Xenos for a long time to come, and the most talented psychers, well, I'm sure you could find a use for them in the Protectorate. Blogostone, Xenotech. I feel like the rewards from these have been honestly kind of underwhelming. Like no cool artifacts or anything like that. Just a bunch of resources, and that's really not useful now. And frankly, is overkill considering all the resources you get from the planets you already have anyway. Daryl will do it your way. The Whispers say, oh, I lost profit factor doing that actually. Great. Yes, do it. 1 out of 10 will do for us, Blade. Sounds like a good deal to me, eh? As you wish, Lord Captain. It will be a dangerous venture. We all know how unstable unsanctioned psychers are. However, I'm sure the drovers will not be able to resist such a feast. Zarkovian legends say that the polar cap of the world has long been a cursed and malevolent place. Now, otherworldly laughter and whispers of strange voices can be heard there, carried on the north winds. But this sacrifice was not in vain. The drovers were helpless to resist the bait. Let the enemy devour the enemy. Your Lordship, an urgent dispatch from Zarkov. Xenos ruins have been discovered near a settlement on the lower levels. Scouts attempted to penetrate them, but were met by the enemy. Terrifying iron Xenos with long claws emerged from the dark halls. Your soldiers valiantly repelled their assault until something unexpected occurred. Other iron Xenos appeared, without claws, and instead of aiding their own kind, they began to slaughter them. Zarkov never changes, Lord Captain. One species devours another. Let them weaken each other before we come. What do we know about the Xenos? The check mark shows the resource you expend. The left and right arrows show... Oh, no! God dog it! That's right. The arrows show what you're going to get, dummy. I'm like, why is everything I've been getting from this been a bunch of bullshit? Because you're not looking at the right thing. I got to do all that over. I haven't even been looking at the right thing. Playing Raft with one merc and story partner. Do you think it's kind of cheese, or do you think my unfair run is legit? However you are able to get through unfair, it's legit. Unfair is terrible in Wrath of the Righteous. So if you play with a merc, dude. What up, Silver? Take care, wine guy. Have a good night, dude. Find a way to get some cold air, man. Leaving out spare. We could. Oh, they're gonna make me. No, I shouldn't have to do this whole fight again. Should I? No. Oh, that's right. They don't let you save after you get done. Where's the autosave? Silver! Appreciate you signing back up as a member, dude. 19 months? That's crazy, man. That's awesome. Appreciate you, dude. Zarkov return. Autosave. 2136, and then new save. Was this after? This must have been after I defeated the ship. So yeah, let's do that. Let's see if we can avoid this. Nothing wrong with the mercs, especially if you play multiple playthroughs. Sometimes you want a party that's just different regardless of difficulty. Exactly. I don't feel like it's cheese or cheating at all. Do what you do, bro. Do what you do. Here we go. All right, now. Do we nose rile them up? Okay. Efficiency, irrelevant. Security, irrelevant. Complacency, irrelevant. All right, so still trash. All right, tell me more. All right, let's see what they're doing now. Explorators, reputation points. Who cares? Explorators, reputation points and security. Who cares? Casbalika mission and a couple of profit factor. Sure, I guess. But we'll do this. Still trash. All right. My revenue have any ideas? Okay. So now we're back where we started. Still thoroughly unimpressed. This is Imperial Navy and security. This is security and people. Interesting. And then Adira, definitely not Adira. Actually, we'll go Earliet. Earliet, I do not wish to maim Zarkov any further. Teach the Moravians your ways. Kale, what's going on? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. I got the boss down to 1 health, literally had 1 point of HP, and everyone was missing constantly. I stopped sweaty ass, thought to myself, I'll use a bomb to finish it. Perhaps your kind may yet one day learn to live in harmony with the worlds it has subjugated. I understand, your lordship, so we'll need to issue high-speed shuttles, cartographers. Forgive me, I'll draw up the list of equipment needed and organize this delivery later. After several attempts, the Moravians developed a strategy of mobile diversionary units. They learned how to vanish from the point where the Psyker left the warp echo long before any drovers appeared. Known as the Runners, these units became havens for the foolhardy souls of Zarkov. Your lordship, an urgent dispatch for Zarkov. Xenos ruins have been discovered near a small settlement on the lower levels. Scouts attempted to penetrate them, but were met by the enemy. Terrifying iron Xenos with long claws. Oh, wait. We already read this. Zarkov never changed. Yep. An unusual situation. Wait. They are clearly the same species, your lordship. They resemble iron corpses covered in vile xenoglyphs. As for their differences, the creatures from the ruins possess long claws, fight with savage ferocity, and may the Holy Throne preserve us. The reports claim these abominations flay the skin from fallen Moravians and stretch it over their own metal bodies. Those who oppose them are indifferent to human flesh. They fight with cold, calculated precision, incinerating their foes from a distance with cumbersome energy weaponry. Is there any Craig armor in the DLC? What's up, Gravegiver? I don't remember picking that up. You fight some Craig, but I don't remember getting armor from them. I might be misremembering that, though. An unusual situation. Xenos slaying Xenos. What do the rest of you think? What thinking is there to be done at Vata? Xenos are the foes of the All-Father, and we must deliver annihilation upon them. Whatever tree bore the fruit of this battle, we do not know if the victor will only grow stronger afterward. Let us fall upon them with all our fury. Strike. Ooh, what's up, baby? Striking at the right moment is a fine art, Daman. The Undying One teaches us to wait, not to give in to impulse. Let the Xenos beat each other, and the God Emperor's Terror will tell us when to do his will. Or I risk your servants. It would be better to help your enemies find each other, trick them, and lead them into each other's paths. While they're busy, scout out the ruins, or kill the survivors. Let's see. Ofar, Xenotag, Xeno Artifacts, Complacency, Cabela, Security, Complacency, Xenotech, Xeno Artifacts, and then these rewards are whack. I'm not getting any artifacts, no armor, none of that. Like, these are whack rewards for sure. All right, no passives either. Like, come on, man. Let us Xenos fight, and we shall wait for the God Emperor to reveal the right moment through Cabela's turret. The Undying One will give us the sign when the 32nd Regiment must strike, Domin. I will be the herald of retribution. Your orders are clear. I hope they are strong enough to swallow their rage and thirst for vengeance long enough at the sight of these God-cursed Xenos. The Moravians reveled in their enemy's war, placing bets on either side. The Xenos victors, however, met the same fate after each skirmish. A surprise attack as soon as the last enemy had disappeared in a green flash of teleportation, and the Moravian who had just been celebrating his windfall would rain fire down on the creature he had bet on not 10 minutes before. Your lordship, disaster! Zarkov has been overwhelmed by metal Xenos draped in flesh, and this time there are more of them. Reports say their old lair, those ruins, are glowing with a strange green light. It's a full-scale invasion, Lord Captain. Zarkov's squads of runners managed to spot them in time, so the settlements were given warning. God Emperor, save them all! The Moravians should utilize their mobility, knowledge of Zarkov, and the environmental conditions. They must divide the enemy and destroy them in small groups. Xenos may not know fatigue, but nor do they know the world they seek to conquer. The Moravians kept their distance, luring the enemy onto fragile routes and using the planet itself as a weapon. These creatures may have once ruled the planet, but its new masters have proved that those times are long gone. No, Zarkov is available in Act 2. But still, even later on, like, you would get more rewards. If you ever consider doing those reaction streams, it might be best to make those a Twitch exclusive, maybe clip for YouTube. The YouTube live copyright bot is very sensitive and will mute in the screen. I think I'll just have to be very careful about what I watch, because I know there are other people who do reaction streams, so I won't be able to do it where I could just watch anything. Lord Captain, the Morov regiment managed to push the Xenos back to their lair in the ruins, but the battle for the ruins themselves was lost. Inside is teeming with clawed monsters, and they are led by a creature that can instantly regenerate others like it. However, they are no longer attempting to leave their unholy tomb, at least not at the moment. 3 strategies have now been proposed: creating an exclusion zone around the tomb, blowing up the ruins from within, or setting the drovers on the Xenos' lair. Can't we just blast the tomb from orbit? Unfortunately not, Lord Captain. What's up, Sierra? How are you? The tombs are buried beneath many layers of Zarkov's root system, forming a solid shield. It would take us months at least to break through it, if that's even possible. Even if we were to succeed, the consequences for Zarkov itself remain unpredictable due to the complex system of intertwined roots. Our auspices predict a massive collapse of the root structure. I require more details about these plans. Of course, Lord Captain. The first plan involves a small group of soldiers carrying high explosives. Their objectives will be to penetrate as deep into the Xenos ruins as possible, close to their energy source, and blow it up, along with themselves. The second option involves utilizing the Magos' findings. A small tactical team will escort the Psychers deep into the tomb. Psychic echoes are what draw the drovers. The group's chances of survival are minimal, and we do not know how effective the creatures will be against the Iron Dead, or how long they will remain in the tomb before leaving. The third plan involves the creation of an exclusion zone and erecting observation posts. In short, leave the Xenos in the tomb alone and create a restricted area around it, with a portion of the infrastructure allocated to it and soldiers assigned to a permanent secret guard. There will be no casualties, but it will require a high level of secrecy so the human and material resources transferred to the cage can be considered as good as destroyed. I am assembling a war council. Does my retinue have any suggestions? Oh, look who's chiming in. Interest in these ruins awakened the first Xenos once already. We do not know what the consequences will be if we keep delving deeper and deeper. At a minimum, we need time to identify the enemy's weaknesses and find a way to eliminate them. I recommend the creation of an isolation zone. This will limit the risk of the Coronis expanse and give us time to study the enemy. The Holy Ordos is well versed in managing such highly restricted areas. Lord Captain, Zarkov should already be steeped in black and red. There is no sense in increasing the saturation of those hues. The drovers are drawn to warp energies. If that hypothesis holds, we could create a permanent warp lure inside the tomb, and then the drovers would simply never leave. Security and Xenotech. Efficiency, security, people in Xenotech. Complacency, chemicals, provisions, phlogiston, efficiency, and security. Okay. Lady Cassia, well, you will turn your knowledge against the Iron Xenos. As you command, Lord Captain, I will share with your troops the knowledge that only the novice nobility can achieve. Nothing bad ever happens when you dig too deep. We can't get out. The squad sent on the suicide mission managed to get through under cover of fire from the 32nd Regiment. Before the walls of the Xenotomb finally blocked the signal, one last Vox message came through, and in it was a distortion of the ancient motto, atonement for the many. Long, tense hours followed, and no one knew what fate had befallen the soldiers. The drover's appearance heralded the squad's victory as they rushed one after another toward the tomb of the foul Xenos. The sight of the creature's growths protruding from the crevices and entrances of the ruins signaled the atonement that the few had brought for the rest. And so that cursed place became home to Xeno monsters who packed themselves into the corridors of the tomb. For the Iron Dead, regaining their freedom will be no easy task. And that completes Zarkov. Beautiful. You know, would have agreed with Heinrichs. True, true, true. All right, now let's go ahead and get our throne upgraded. So back over to here. Your Lordship, the esteemed Genitor Ferenz requests a Vox audience. It concerns Manipulus Cerberus and the experiments he is conducting in the Sector Bionica. The Genitor speaks rapidly, his words almost merging into an indistinct buzz. Lord Captain, operations in the Sector Bionica have practically stalled. Genitor Extremis Eogun Cerberus is unilaterally experimenting with the implantation throne, drawing the motive force from the compartment circuitry and thereby hindering proper administration of the augmentation rite. Any idea what exactly he is doing there? Analysis. Ferenz pauses briefly. Insufficient data. A high influx of the motive force to the Sector Bionica's implantation throne has been detected. Violations of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation have been recorded, along with restricted access for other tech priests. However, the rank of the life form designated Eogun Phoebus is too high to be impeded without intervention from the life form designated Lord Captain. Attesting. According to the logs of the Sector Bionica systems, Genitor Eogun Cerberus is undertaking unauthorized use of the implantation throne contrary to its designated purpose. Recommended sanctions: imposition of a techno-penance combined with temporary rank reduction. He is playing with death, in fact, Your Lordship. He keeps trying to catch it, but it runs away from him and flies over his shoulder, but it will never leave him completely. I thought I was cracked in the head, but no, that tin can must have bigger problems than me if he can't decide whether to live or die. I'm heading there immediately. We'll be waiting, Lord Captain. I'm Nasiah's blessings. Well, sheesh. I thought we told you to put a stop to this, sir. I never actually did this, so I have no idea what's going on. Wow, he put himself in the table? That's crazy. I wonder what he's like in Camera. The implantation throne stands before you in all its glory, illuminated with discharges of the motive force. A massive body is laid out upon it, and it takes you a moment to recognize it as Eogun. Nuncius, I am in complete agreement that any interference with the function of the galvanic abdomen will lead to acute hypertension, but I have the situation perfectly under control. A fatal outcome has been excluded as a possibility. Eogun stares intently at the vid screen attached to his neck. All his body cavities have been carefully opened. You watch the crimson pink lump of his augmented heart as it beats in his chest, and you see the faint flickering of his galvanic cell through the whitest film of his peritoneum. Yes, Nuncius, I am sure. Now propitiate the motive force with the offering of the second galvanic hymn. Conducted the rite of voltage multiplication. 10%, steady, 20%. Eogun's eyelids close and his head drops limply onto his chest. A moment passes and the Genitor draws a shuddering breath and startles back to consciousness. 20%, hypertension, momentary loss of consciousness. The motive force is surging uncontrollably, adding portocaval shunts are required to propitiate it and compensate for the excess pressure. Well then, you are right, Nuncius. Abdominal extraction is impossible. This is an incontrovertible fact. Is this some special kind of tech priest self-torture? Not at all, Rogue Trader. I'm careful to ensure that my pain level never exceeds borderline values. My objective is not to harm myself, but to learn. Fascinating. I have never seen such operations perform on oneself before. Eogun smiles through the pain. I must assume that you have never met a genitor of my caliber, rogue trader. The procedure is utterly trivial if one observes the rituals of vivisection and the operational covenants of the Omnissiah. This looks anything but trivial. Woo! Do not interfere and wait. Several manipulators dive into Eogun's gaping abdomen, extracting from his depths a small lump of maroon-colored flesh. You see the genitor's skin rapidly pale to parchment white. The only thing now keeping him conscious are the discharges of motive force crackling through his body. Splenic extraction. Nuncius, this is truly fascinating. Blood flow is slowed. The load on the main arteries is fallen dramatically. I classify my current condition as pre-mortem. Viability, minimal. Attack! What's up, dude? Appreciate you using your Prime over on Twitch, man. Why are you torturing yourself? You could have dulled the pain with stimulants. Pain is merely the instrument by which living flesh alerts us to the deleterious effects upon it. I'm using this tool to receive the most complete and thus the most valuable information about the consequences of my procedures. Your methods are highly original, Eogun. What experiments are you conducting? I am currently engaged in a study of determinacy and the existence of amalgam individuals. Your presence will no doubt enliven the discussion my dearest colleague and I are having as I work. You have caught Nuncius and me about halfway through our disputation. Determinacy and amalgam individuals? Wait, is this related to your previous experiment? Naturally, this is part of my path on the quest for knowledge, just as the creation of Trias Somata was, but I have taken a different approach in my current experiment. What knowledge are you seeking this time? Does it warrant this self-excavation? I am seeking the limit, rogue trader. The limit that Ferrum Sanctum can withstand, but living tissue cannot. I'm trying to perceive the extent to which reverse augmentation can be accomplished without killing the recipient. And I myself, as the bearer of a large number of implants, am the ideal specimen. Why would you reverse someone's augmentation? The gifts of the Omnissiah come at a price, one that not everyone can pay. The machine spirits can rage and reject the flesh, with which they have become joined, causing pain or even indescribable agony. Sometimes the only way to end it is extract the augment, which often carries the risk of death. My objective is to find a way to mitigate this. A highly unusual goal for a tech priest. In the eyes of the servants of the Omnissiah, human life rarely outweighs the value of augments. Something must have propelled him down this path in the past. I can imagine Pascal rolling his cybernetic eye. The work of the Sector Bionica is suffering because of your research. Oh, as soon as I obtain the answers to my questions, I will rise from this throne and restore the motive force to the compartment. Rest assured. And now I beg another pause, rogue trader. I must excavate the heart implant. Nuncius, kindly monitor the functioning of the arterioventricular node, if you would. One of the flexible mechadendrites dives deep into Eogun's chest, carefully extracting the augmented heart. The throne's machine spirits instantly erupt in a cacophony of alarms. You count no less than 30 beats of your own heart before the pulsing organ is returned to its owner's chest. The ashen shadow of death slowly leaves Eogun's face. Praise the Omnissiah! Nuncius, this is what we've been searching for. A 30-second interval is optimal for removing the organ without causing dysfunction. It is impossible to tell whether the Servo Skull shares his colleague's excitement. Risk of a fatal outcome? The risks are negligible when what is at stake is crossing the limit of death itself. Both of my attempts to create a Trias Somata have failed, and so it is necessary to apply a different methodology. He turns his clouded gaze to you. Your thoughts on this matter interest me greatly, my colleague. So, let them flow freely. Wait, you mentioned 2 attempts. There was another Trias Somata? Deftly deduced from my deliberate vagueness in my last thesis. Eogun tries to smile, but winces in pain as the throne's manipulators, obeying the will of the ancient machine spirit, begin to return all the extracted implants to their previous positions. You are correct. The one you and I created was the second attempt. The first was a starting point that whetted my thirst for the mysteries of the machine that is the organic body. A most fascinating story. Nuncius's telling of it is most engaging. Nuncius's account remains a mystery to you, safely hidden behind the grin of your interlocutor. His energy flagging, Eogun sighs. Yes, Nuncius, perhaps the story is indeed too long for our current circumstances. But enough of the lyrical digressions. I have since made significant progress in understanding the wisdom of the Omnissiah, and the failure of both Triasomata procedures will remain merely another setback on the path to comprehension. Elaborate on your thesis, Eogun. Why is vanquishing death so important to you? Because if a machine as functional and multifaceted as the human organism ceases to exist, all practical meaning of it is destroyed. Eogun's large hands grip the edges of the implantation throne, their knuckles white, and I have dared to fathom ways of prolonging life precisely to preserve the meaning. The operational limits of organics can be overcome, the annihilation of flesh and mind averted, and function related to the absolute. Death is what sustains the Imperium. This is true. He glances at the servo skull. But life is what propels it forward. That is an incontrovertible fact. I would like to hear Nuncius's position. The servo skull is silent, as always. Yes, dearest colleague, you are certainly correct in asserting that death is the natural and inevitable cessation of life processes. The Genitor presses his lips together. But is that not why the Omnissiah granted us the gift of reason and the ability to comprehend existence, so that we humans would submit to the natural way of things? You accept death as a fact, but I believe such fatalism is incomprehensible to a servant of the Omnissiah. Do not machines strive for eternity in his image and likeness? Well, I shall readily share my thoughts. Eogun nods briskly, sparing a look at the lines of data running across the data slate. The mechadendrites, bristling with needles, begin to rapidly stitch together the wounds on his body.
We stand upon the precipice of change.
What's up, Haunt? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. Try prolong, but after a certain point, person must live as long as they are able. Will be the triumph of reason, the triumph of being, born not by the will, but by the will of humanity. It is not worth it. You can try to prolong existence indefinitely, but after a certain point, it's not worth it. You could try to prolong existence indefinitely, but after a certain point, such existence can scarcely be called life. I agree, Duckling. I think tech priests are awesome for sure. Wally, what's going on, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, man. Eogun frowns, pensively tugging at a piston on his beard. You differentiate between the concepts of life and survival? But where do you draw the line? Can anything outweigh the desire to live at all costs? I admit I have not considered the question from such a perspective, but your strength of will impresses me. Perhaps I should show some gratitude as well and consider my hypothesis from a different angle. A triumphant binaric hymn pouring out of the implantation throne's Vox transmitters interrupts the manipulist's musings, signaling the completion of the procedure. Eogun's anti-grav generator stirs to life once more, and the Genitor floats smoothly into the air. It appears that the gory experiment he just performed on himself has had no catastrophic consequences. Nuncius rises after him, a silent shadow. What's up, Cynical? Oh man, I feel like watching the stream, but don't want to be spoiled. What a dilemma. I know I can't give you an answer, but appreciate you at least stopping by if you end up having to leave. What's up, Spooky? Now, Chaos Tech Priests are something else. Chaos spreads like a virus. Yeah, I guess you don't really meet full-on Chaos Tech Priests here, except for Old Boy and Kamara, who's probably the closest thing to it. Chaos is the cure, not the virus. Nice. And so the experiment is complete. and I deem the outcome wholly satisfactory. Eogun folds his arms over his sizable stomach, giving you a polite bow. Thank you for your so timely arrival, rogue trader. You have given me food for thought that will occupy my unquiet mind for a long time to come, and will surely grant me many revelations in the future. Now I must return to the laboratory and discuss the results in detail with Nuncius. And there we go. Self-knowledge. Okay. Now, let me talk to the guys here just to make sure they don't have anything new to say. And nope, he doesn't have anything new. Boom, boom, boom. Nope. Okay. And we'll stop by Eogun just to make sure he doesn't have anything to say. And then if not, head back to the map so we can turn in our quest. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. The music in this game is so freaking awesome. You do face a Chaos Tag Priest, Kiava Gama. That's true. That's true. Almost forgot about that. Good call out. How are the seconded troops from Zarkov faring? They're settling well. The technical corridors aren't much different from Zarkov's routes. My soldiers are on their guard around your servants, but that seems to be the way for every community here. We've had a few scuffles with the locals, but so far it's just been bloody noses and a couple of broken legs. Perhaps you have some questions? I do. Some fancy dressed people from Dargona showed up, offering to become patrons of the 32nd Regiment. How should I handle them? Pay attention to the Worsarians. They are noble and honest. That's your Seneschal Abelard's family, isn't it? I've heard a lot about the man. Well, if his clan are like him, honest, with no Commissar Claptrap, then they're worth dealing with. Thank you for the advice, your lordship. It's something to think about. All right, my pleasure. And then Tria Prime.
Rogue trader. What dispute I thought?
Oh, that's right. They all give their servitor a unique name when you become an overseer. So his is Tria Prime, which is interesting. Okay. All right, now back over by where Footfall is. If not mistaken, Eogun can be heretical. That's true. I hope they write him some stuff on Kiava Gama. Yeah, you can recruit him by then, so you would think he would get some content. Why can't you? This is, oh no, that's Vivo. So we got to go a little further. Is this Dargonis down here? That is Dargonis. Okay, so we'll go travel here. Lord Captain, one of our experts from the sector of Bionica wishes to speak to you, transferring to an incoming Vox transmission from the corresponding deck. Lord Captain, you can hear the rattle of irritation in Genitor Forensics' mechanical voice. Attempted sabotage of sacred augments has been detected, requesting intervention of the highest level to prevent undesirable consequences. Healing people is your domain. I wish to know more to ensure that it's worth my time. Reason for request: the interference of the Jazz Martinek's life form in the process of retrieving augments from a carrier that has lost its service value. The life form's motivation is unknown. Healing people is your domain. Why should I solve your problems for you? The Genitor takes some time to respond. The noted act of sabotage is classified as having an extremely pernicious effect on discipline in the sector. Priority: critical. I am going to the Medicae deck. Notify the relevant parties. I will notify the Sector Bionica of your imminent arrival, Lord Captain. Every time he says Commissar Claptrap, I keep envisioning Borderlands. Me too. Me too. Lath, what's up, man? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch, dude. I think it's been a minute since we did a full save, so You don't know how many soccer fans you got here, but USA. Oh yeah, so they did win 4-1. Oh wow, so they delivered a spanking. That's nice logistics. Yeah, we were talking about the World Cup earlier. I'm not big into soccer, but we definitely got some soccer fans in the community. That's awesome. Who did they beat?
Onward to victory.
I can see it with that cap on. Yeah. Here we are. What's the problem? You have nothing else to say. Fine. Editor. Have you come? What's going on? Augmented aristocrat. Oh, okay. Need me to go a little for. Paraguay. Nice. Top tier performance. What's up, Panda? Is Paraguay considered to be a superpower? Were we expected to lose this game? And was there a particular reason we performed so well? Lots of good sport on at the moment. Awesome. That's awesome, Dirty. The two strangely dressed officers bowed deferentially at the sight of you. The older one, a tall and wrinkled voidborn, steps forward. The tails of long neural cords embedded in his head dangle unpleasantly down his back like a ragged cloak. No? Paraguay is supposed to have a pretty great defense too? Interesting. That's super cool. What's up, Pseudo? That's super cool. Obviously wishing USA the best. Allow us to introduce ourselves. Cantus Zahir Otto Talaman, officer of Vox Repeater LMXIV on Upper Deck 6, Sector 2. And this young man is my eldest son. We're here on a serious matter, and we would be most grateful to your lordship if you would lend your support to our fair petition for the staff of the Sector Bionica. Master Talaman, as I've already told you both, you will be seen when you reach the front of the queue. Now I have work to do. Please do not distract me, or throne forbid the Lord Captain. Scanning has revealed 2 lower priority life forms in the operating area. Request: dispose of less effective crew members to make space for valuable officers. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice that the Genitor is already standing near the cogitator that controls the mechanisms of the individual beds. You belong to the Talaman dynasty, the same as my Vox Master, Vigdis? I'm from Spain, but the USA played like a Tier 1 team? Really? That's amazing. Wow. We were just talking about how horrible they've been historically at soccer, so that's actually crazy to hear. Indeed. My son and I are distant relatives of Vox Master Talaman. Our family serves the ship faithfully, and sacred implants like ours are passed down from generation to generation along with our position. The old man inclines his head in a bow. Explain what is going on here. Cantus retreats a little to the side. The cables in his head jangle with the movement, and you notice that some of them have melted. We are members of a noble clan that has spent years overseeing the sacred Vox systems of this ship. It is a job that requires frequent maintenance, for many machine sparks must pass through our augments. Recently, the frequency of their augment inspections has decreased as access to the Sector Bionica has become more fraught. Instead of esteemed officers, the local Medicae officers prefer to cater to crippled vagrants. I have already explained to you, we do not give preferential treatment to anyone. Your implants will be serviced according to your place in the queue, which is in turn based on the urgency of the required procedure. While you're too slothful to coat your own head in sacred coolants, someone else is dying for lack of a lung. The vivisector exhales heavily. Judging by the dark circles under his eyes, fatigue is making it hard for him to maintain his usual cordiality. So you want to be treated without waiting your turn. I find it fair to assume that those who belong to a high and esteemed clan have some privileges over those who can barely read. All augments require careful maintenance as they are directly connected to the machine spirit of the ship's Vox stations. The young man, who has remained behind his father throughout the conversation, suddenly cannot restrain himself. I saw an armless man being loaded onto an operating table. Why should he be treated at all? He should be disposed of. The ship is full of trash like him. Ooh. I have witnessed the blood of a single martyr become a spark that ignites thousands of souls. His raiment was humble, but his word shone brighter than any fabric. Will you then presume to judge by mere uniform alone whether this broken wretch has fulfilled his duty to the holy throne? Man, oh man. I just came in to ask you a question. I know it isn't with your current run, but Sanctic Soldier, Arch Militant, Heavy Bolter. I mean, if you're going the Sanctic route, I feel like you're either going melee or you're going to use the Emperor's Wrath staff. What do you feel like Sanctic Soldier is going to buy you? Hope we beat Australia next week. These guys are always online whenever there's some kind of international competition. Wait to the end of the week for more statements on the GLG story. But it seems like I noticed that, Quintek. It seems like they're going to hope that it just dies down. Which leaves me in an interesting spot. I don't know if I'm still going to do a video on it. I'll have to look at it again. Australia can be taught to beat at any sport. Let's see. There are no unimportant people on my ship. Have them flawed. They'll teach on this ship. The only person with preferential privileges is me. No officer on my ship will ever have to stand in the queue. Let them pass. To be honest with you, I kind of feel like officers should go first. Because they're keeping the whole damn ship running. Sanctic passives. Every crit that happens increases the Sanctic's crit damage by 1%. Plus it has a few more passives like that. That's interesting. Okay. So you want to do Sanctic Soldier, Arch Militant, Heavy Bolter. I mean, Heavy Bolter is the most powerful weapon in the entire game. It's really hard to go wrong with the Heavy Bolter as long as you use it right. But with that combination, you'll be awesome, right? You'll absolutely mold down the whole field. Will you mold down the whole field more than Argenta? I would say probably not. Includes internet verbal combat. There was also a statement for the devs that the email was about saying they did not sign off on it. That's interesting. Okay. Yeah, Sanctic on a warrior assassin makes a lot of sense. Sanctic meshes well with melee. I wasn't so sure about range, but maybe it does with range as well. There are no unimportant people on my ship. I kind of feel like officers should not have to wait, but we're playing Iconoclast. There are no unimportant people on my ship. Everyone will be treated equally and based on your place in the queue. The old man frowns, but still bows respectfully to you. The young man behind him looks outraged and tries to step forward, but the older officer deftly seizes his son by the long cable embedded in his head. A stifled splutter erupts from the Vox repeater, replacing the young man's mouth, but is drowned out by the father's booming voice. We will accept your decision, whatever it may be, Lord Captain. Lord Captain, I don't know how to thank you for your timely intervention. These people still don't understand that there are some things that can't be bought with a noble name or a lofty position. The Sanctic mechanics also mesh well with Assassin.
Let's see this through.
Okay, he doesn't want to talk with me. And you don't have anything to say either. Okay. Wrong way.
We stand upon the precipice of change.
What's up, TM? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. Twitch drops brought you here? Hey, that's awesome, dude. All you have to do is watch for an hour and you'll have access to your equipment. Make sure you hit the button in your game to ensure that your account is linked so that it'll register. The army, we encountered a reason to put on an MOP and gas mask. We were told the one with the least importance and complete the mission had to remove the mask first. Woo! We legit nothing burger, but my reported instincts were intrigued, so I sniffed around. Personally, I can't call it either way other than to say it's weird. It's definitely weird. It's definitely weird. Well, I've had the game for a while, but never played it. Gonna hang for a while, enjoy the show. Nice, yeah, it's well worth playing, dude, and you're jumping in at a great time, for sure. For sure. Lord Captain, the esteemed Magos Hanuman is requesting your attention on a private Vox channel. Establishing connection. I request an audience with the rogue trader. Genitor extremist Eogun Ferbers has committed a Category 5 blasphemy by violating the precepts of the Catechism of Maintenance and Operation. The offender persists in denying his distortion of the Omniscience design and insists on resolving the conflict with third-party mediation. What up, bro? Watch your vids for some time. Didn't know you streamed too. Nice. Yeah, I stream on a regular basis, usually sometime in the evening. So like 8 or 9 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I'll stream for usually around 4 hours is when I stop. But yeah, I've done multiple full streaming playthroughs of games, and I plan to continue that for sure. So definitely make sure you follow me if you haven't already. And I stream on both Twitch and YouTube. No need for willpower, no need for our psi rating. They are flat passes. Also increases resolve and momentum passively for some buffs. Those are the buffs that tie in well with Emperor's Wrath. I've never done an Emperor's Wrath run, but I keep hearing that it's amazing. Can also switch to a stubber for fire rate. That sounds like it could be fun. Let me know how it works out, Logistics. Oh, appreciate you following me over on Twitch, Logistics. Thanks, dude. When the oxygen mask drops on a plane, you put yours on first and assist others? That I did know. Are you asking me to adjudicate your theological debate? This statement is true. Other means of bringing Genitor Febris into compliance have already proven ineffective, having had an adverse effect on the productivity of the engine compartments. What is the essence of the dispute? The manipulus has modified the servitors in ways that deviate from the permissible standards for their construction. The arguments he has presented are heretical. The results are blasphemous, and his speech is profane. Ha 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 ha! I order you both to report to the bridge immediately. I shall settle this. I gotta remember that next time someone pisses me off and they ask me what happened. The things he says presented are heretical. The results are blasphemous, and his speech is profane. Hell no. Acknowledge, Lord Captain. Telthin, what's going on, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. He said, this shit is unacceptable. I wish I could do more than just follow. Everybody does what they can, Logistics. It's all good, man. It's all good. I appreciate you being here whatever way you can. King, Played Man, what's going on? Appreciate y'all following me over on Twitch. Solomon, what's up, dude? Appreciate you following me on Twitch, man. The very air between the two tech priests seems to crackle with tension. The glares Eogun and Pascal exchange could melt steel. Pascal straightens up more than usual, as if trying to match the height of his hovering opponent. Lord Captain, as an ordained Magos, I bear witness against Genitor extremist Eogun Ferbers. He conducts research that negatively impacts the productivity of the holy rites of servitor maintenance and distorts the visage of the machine god's creations. Such blasphemy tramples the tenets of faith and may lead to critically unpredictable consequences. What's up, Solomon? Will you be on for more than an hour? Never did drops before. I probably won't be on for more than an hour, but you don't have to watch the whole hour with one content creator. So when I get done, I'm going to raid somebody else who's streaming the exact same thing. So anybody who's watching for drops, you can still just stick around, and whoever you're watching, you'll be able to get drops from them. Out of respect for Magos Hanuman, I will not respond to such a blatant provocation with aggression. That would be counterproductive. However, I would note that my esteemed colleague is fundamentally mistaken in his interpretation of my actions. I have followed the quest for knowledge. Serving the machine god is benefits a genitor extremis. No blasphemy against his commandments has been committed, as Nuncius can attest. The servo skull remains silent, unwilling to enter the argument. I believe the least biased participant should speak first. Nuncius? This will transport a lot of scientists. The servo skull tactfully remains silent, granting the opposing parties complete freedom to express their views. Nuncius, the issue of productive integration of augmetics into the living flesh of a host is the cornerstone of all my endeavors. Eogun falls silent for a few seconds, as if processing his interlocutor's response. I'm disappointed by your attempts to remain neutral in this debate. I see you are consumed with anger, but I do not understand why. Kindly explain yourselves. Genitor Extremis Phoebus was summoned to pacify a group of frenzied servitors. Given his rank and presumed breadth of knowledge, the risk of disruption to the sacred rites was deemed minimal. However, the Genitor exceeded his remit and performed rites on several servitors that do not conform to the paradigm of the cult mechanicus, replacing some of their blessed implants with organic matter. I do not deny my actions, rogue trader. Indeed, I have introduced several experimental modifications to the servitor's construction, modifications that increase their productivity and task efficiency. But does this not enhance their utility? The essence of Magos Hanuman's accusations eludes me. Pascal, what makes Eogun's experiment so dangerous? Their very nature is blasphemous through committing the heresy of invention. Genitor Phoebus was supposed to completely eliminate the source of the malign code that had infiltrated the servitor's neural implants. Instead, he altered their mortal flesh in such a way that it is no longer subject to the machine god's imperatives as transmitted by the implants. The operational stability of the resulting modified servitors cannot be prognosticated. The ship's machine spirits may find themselves defenseless and fall victim to entropy, which will begin to multiply within the computational cycle. That poor space kitty deserves a cushion. Whenever Pascal talks, my brain turns off. Is that bad? Eogun raises a finger in a didactic manner. My intervention did not violate the protocols of servitorization. Their minds still follow the machine algorithms. No heresy has been committed. Colleague, you are overly accustomed to relying upon the cold orderliness of the Ferrum Sanctum, and you perceive organic matter as something mutable and unreliable. Yet the living cell is one of the most perfect and stable aggregates created by the Museion. After a brief pause, Eogun adds, addressing the servo skull, yes, Nuncius, bone tissue is no less vital and stable, but it would have been less convincing in this particular case. What up, Vargas? How are you, dude? What's up, Vander? Eogun, why did you conduct this experiment outside the laboratory? A reasonable question, rogue trader, and I believe the answer will prove most satisfactory. After the triasomata reconstruction failed to confirm my hypothesis, I spent considerable time drawing conclusions from it. The fruit of my labors is a formula for bionic synergy that enhances the efficiency of augmented integration with the host. Is productive efficiency not the highest value for a servant of the Omnissiah? Servitor malfunctions will occur less frequently, shorter maintenance times will be required, and the labors of the technomats will be optimized. The utility of such a solution is indisputable and therefore requires no preliminary investigation. This statement is false. Efficiency is a consequence of observing proper rites, not a cause for worship. The rejection of the standardized methods of service in the pursuit of increasing productivity is a Category 5 blasphemy. Optimizing the labor of technomats is not the prerogative of a genitor extremis. Each serves according to their function. Magos Hanuman's visor flashes red for a fraction of a second. This alone is an incontrovertible fact. If you call each other colleagues, why do you not work together? Is that a rhetorical question? The limbic on Eogun's shoulder hisses, releasing a cloud of acrid vapor. No, I see that you truly wish to hear the answer. Each follows their own path to knowledge, comprehending existence through the wisdom of the Omnissiah. My path and that of Magos Hanuman diverge at the very beginning. Unthinkable. Pascal's visor flashes crimson. I assess collaboration with Genitor Febris to be counterproductive. His willingness to distort dogma in order to justify his own flaws borders dangerously on heresy. Nuncius, what do you think? The servo skull is silent, ostentatiously listen to Nuncius. What's that? You think the esteemed Magi are behaving like squabbling children? Yes, I would have to agree. Both tech priests turn toward the servo skull, which has not uttered a single word. Pascal glares malevolently while Eogun opens his mouth to object, then thinks better of it. Enough. I am ready to adjudicate between you. Both tech priests stare at you intently. So you can get optimal firing solution. Void Ship Ram increases the damage dealt by macro cannons by 15% for 3 turns. Or you can get collision calculations. Void Ship Ram restores 50% shield on the most damaged side. So like Pascal made the mistake of getting Eogun to resolve the problem in the first place. Then you can also try to get them to work together, but I don't have enough persuasion for that. So we'll say, Pascal, do not hinder Eogun in his research. Several indignant bursts of binaric chatter precede Pascal's response. Directive acknowledged, Lord Captain. I'm afraid you will have to accept the status quo, esteemed colleague. Eogun makes no effort to conceal the smugness in his voice. Thank you for your agreement, Rogue Trader. I will immediately resume my work of implementing the formula in the remaining servitors. Let's check with Eogun, make sure he doesn't have anything new to say after that. Nope, he does not. Right, you fixed this. And now I don't like the way you fixed this. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. Come on now. Pick a side. All right. We'll save there. And now let's see if we can finally potentially make it to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Turn in this quest. Upgrade our throne. Our throne room. And there we are, all the way down here. Warp, 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 warp. There we go, and visit here. Proper Caesar, use of the rights of the motor forces granted this machine spirit indomitable capability with pyrotechnics. Hey, +5 fire damage. Makes you wonder if it was an intentional trap. Probably. Lord Captain, Alter Templum is ready to make contact to discuss the agreement between you. The Omnissiah's blessings be upon you. The null hypothesis of the fulfillment of Pact TR3 was met in accordance with mathematical expectations. The Priesthood of Mars praises the commitment of Rogue Trader. Lodges Tetria Lima hums a short binaric prayer. The darkness of ignorance no longer confuses our data regarding Turkias 4. May the Omnissiah grant you his blessing for helping to open his eyes. The probability of violating the universal laws at the site was extremely high, but Alter's tech clergy demanded that the estimate be specified to 1/10 of a third of a degree. Did you know about the existence of the Anchor Core? True statement. The probability is approaching 1. Were you aware that signs of xenotech have been discovered on the platform? Certainly not. At that site, the productivity of promethium extraction exceeded 100% of the sacred technology's capacity, but the cause for this irregularity was not ascertained. What about my reward? After Templum Calixis, Tech Clergy sends data of the sacred rituals necessary for a specialist to elevate a machine spirit. The destruction of heretics is the responsibility of every subject of the Imperium. I was pleased to fulfill my duty. The sound crackles with brief static, then the voice of Lodges Tetra Lima occupies the airways once more. Let his sacred law be heard by all. Terminate the connection. A quiet click reveals that your interlocutor has turned off the Vox channel at the same time as you. Booyah. You upgraded the implantation throne and set the Bionica, I assume, to its highest level. Beautiful. Hello. What's going on, dude? Appreciate you following me over on Twitch. All right. So now we could use those upgraded augments that I was not able to install before, but I'm not worried about that for right now. For right now, I want to know why we don't have another quest for, there we go. Rogue Trader, a catastrophe has occurred. Nuncius has stopped speaking. Worse still, it is compounded by the flagrant incompetence of Janitor Ferenz. Ferenz offered to assist in examining my esteemed colleague, only to have the audacity to claim he is perfectly functional. He now refuses to perform any further procedures upon Nuncius. I implore you, find me on the bridge and help me bring this madman to his senses. Well, that's interesting. And let's see. A schedule. Oh, no, that's the regular stuff. And isolate the chamber until the vessel leaves the warp. Okay, and then we are almost at Zarkov. All right. Okay, you all. I think we're going to go ahead and cut it here. It has been a little over 5 hours. In fact, it's been 5.5 hours. So I think it's a great place to stop. We've made quite a bit of progress. Before I let you go, though, let me go ahead and figure out for everybody who I currently have on Twitch, what is a good place for me to send you so that you will continue to be able to get your drops? How do I see people who are in a team? A creator dashboard. I am part of the Owlcat team, but I actually don't know how to see the other people that are on the same team. How do you do that? I don't know. I have to look at that and try to figure that out. All right, back to Twitch. And yep, take care, Quintek. Take care, Leth. 12 minutes. Just a little bit more. Here we go. New DLC 1. So we got Mr. Pawns. We got you, Ho Happy. 59. Let's see. I don't think I've ever been in a whole happy stream before. Oh wait, but here. English Dark Tide creator. Sure, let's go with this one. And there you go. Camera's on. And she speaks English. And
she'll be back soon, and then we will continue.
Oh, no, she's about to drop. Is is she about to drop? Yeah, she's on 5. Oh no, she's not about to drop. I think she's still going. Okay, yeah, so she's good.
I'm back. Oh, welcome back.
Ha! It's Twitch, Panda. Nothing I can do about it. All right, so I will rate.
Feel free to pew 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 if your mini turn.
Kimber Prime, and there we go. I got to sign a raid set up for her. So for you, all of you on Twitch, I'll send you over to Kimber Prime. For all of you on YouTube, appreciate you stopping by. Quintek, thank you so much. Sierra, have a good night. Geo, take care. Appreciate all of you, and I hope you all had an excellent stream. Dirty, it'll automatically send you over to the other channel. So I've already started the raid. So Twitch will do the work and send all of you over to the other channel in just a moment. So you don't have to do anything. It automatically happens. And then you can just continue watching her, and you all will be able to get all access to your drops. Yep. My pleasure, Dirty. You all take care. Have a good night. Take care.